Chapter 780. Inside the same hall as before, Xueli was waiting quietly while Enlinger was nowhere to be seen. Umo brought Yang Kai here and respectfully reported his arrival before standing aside and watching with cold eyes. Xueli nodded lightly before glancing over at Yang Kai and saying lightly, "I've raised you for so long, have you prepared yourself to create some value for me?" Yang Kai frowned. "What are you talking about?" Xueli chuckled lightly before standing up and softly saying, "I told you my Sand City doesn't raise trash. Since I allowed you to live, naturally I won't raise you for nothing. In a first-order transcendent, among the human race, reaching such a cultivation at your age is not an easy feat. You should be a core disciple of some great force, right?" Yang Kai didn't comment and didn't answer. "But that has nothing to do with me. I don't care what force you come from, since you've fallen into my hands, you need to be obedient and do whatever I tell you to do. If you dare disobey in the slightest, you know the consequences." Saying so, a cold light flashed across Xueli's beautiful eyes. "Then what do you want me to do now?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. "Kill. Or be killed." Xueli chuckled, waving her hand. "Umo, tell him in detail. It's time for him to make an appearance." Xueli sat back down in her chair and lazily reclined as she stared at Yang Kai. Umo stood in place and declared, "The land around my Sand City is barren and Master Xueli's other territories aren't very rich, even the world energy here isn't. On top of that, this place is adjacent to the Yellow Sand Sea and there are no merchants passing through here. It stands to reason that Master Xueli's territory should be very poor." "Is that not the case?" Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him. Umo smiled faintly. "Not only is that not the case, it is the exact opposite. My Sand City's riches are incomparable to any other city in the Demon Land. The amount of wealth that flows in and out of here every year is unimaginable." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows in surprise. Umo looked at Yang Kai smugly. He originally thought that this kid would ask why. But even after waiting for a long time, he still didn't say anything. Feeling bored, he pursed his lips and explained, "Because my Sand City has a place that can attract all kinds of people from the Demon Land, and this place is Sand City's biggest source of income. Even the other 3 Demon General will send people to this place." Yang Kai's interest was piqued. What kind of place can attract so many people? Death Arena. Umo grinned. To put it simply, a cultivator with a similar cultivation level would enter the place and fight to the death. Those master beings would bet a large amount of crystal stones or resources on one person based on their own judgment and preferences. If that person wins, they would be able to reap a certain amount of benefits. Since the odds are different, the profits obtained will also be different. If one's luck is good, it is extremely possible to obtain a profit that is several times or more than 10 times. Isn't this a gamble? It's a gamble. The dealer is your Sand City, right? If that's the case, you'll always be the winner, Yang Kai smiled. We also need to cultivate, and to do so we need resources. Our territory is poor, so we can only find a way to take them from the pockets of those master beings. You need me to fight to the death, right? And originally there were a few people here. But recently they were all killed, causing us to lose a lot of crystal stones. You're a first-order transcendent, although there's nothing interesting about fighting. As long as we operate properly, we can still recover a lot of our losses. Umo nodded slightly. Then what benefits do I get? Yang Kai asked. You want benefits? Umo heard this and was startled. Of course, I'm gambling with my life. Do you think I don't get any benefits? Yang Kai said matter-of-factly. Interesting, Master. What do we do if he wants benefits? Umo looked up and asked Xueli. Just give him a little bit of benefit. Umo lowered his head and nodded, turning to Yang Kai and saying, "Since Master says so, as long as you can help us win, we'll give you 5% of the profits." Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before nodding lightly. "Good." Turning to Xueli, he asked, "If I can collect enough ransom in this way, will you let me go?" Xueli opened her eyes and stared at Yang Kai coldly before closing them again and saying lightly, "That depends on my mood. If you're honest and obedient, there's still room for discussion, but if you dare to nitpick again, I'll immediately kill you. Umo, test his ability, don't let him be a piece of trash who only knows how to talk." As soon as his voice fell, a terrifying pressure suddenly burst from Umo's body and enveloped Yang Kai in an attempt to suppress him. Yang Kai's body shrank and he almost fell to his knees. Perceiving the tyrannical power contained in this pressure, his expression also changed greatly. Yuan Qi circulated madly through his meridians to resist the pressure coming from Umo. Umo was suddenly surprised. He had long been dissatisfied with Yang Kai and wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to teach him a lesson, so he hadn't shown any mercy. He had intended to force this boy to his knees with a single blow to grind down his sharp edges, but he hadn't expected this little brat would actually be able to survive. His expression becoming cold, Umo once again increased his strength. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as his body gradually shrank, his knees bending as his face flushed red. Gritting his teeth, he glared towards Umo as his flesh began to writhe. Kacha. The white jade on the ground suddenly shattered and a shockwave spread outwards from Yang Kai. Cracks of varying lengths appeared on the walls of the entire hall, making it seem as if they would collapse at any moment. Xueli also finally opened her beautiful eyes and stared deeply towards Yang Kai, her pretty face filled with expectation, as if she wanted to see if Yang Kai could withstand Umo's methods. Under the terrifying pressure of Umo's aura, Yang Kai's body trembled and his veins bulged, but after 10 breaths of time he seemed to have adapted to this kind of pressure and his lowered body slowly straightened up. Umo's expression changed slightly. He was well aware of how much strength he had just released. Under such pressure, let alone a first-order transcendent, even a second-order transcendent cultivator wouldn't be able to resist. Only a third-order transcendent cultivator would barely be able to resist. But this little brat had actually managed to resist, even though it seemed extremely difficult. Coldly snorting, Umo increased his strength for the third time. Yang Kai's feet sank into the ground all the way up to his knees. At that moment Yang Kai moved, his body shooting out like an arrow from a bow, Yuan Qi surging from his hands as he rushed towards Umo like a bolt of lightning. Before he even arrived, a giant golden sword appeared in his hand and he slashed down towards Umo. Murderous intent flashed across Umo's eyes as his Yuan Qi flickered like a snake, exuding an extremely dangerous aura. Enough. Xueli's faint voice resounded throughout the hall. An invisible shockwave passed through and Yang Kai's body suddenly came to a halt, the profound heavenly sword in his hand disappearing into a streak of light and falling heavily to the ground. Umo also quickly withdrew his strength and frowned as he stared at Yang Kai, who had just gotten up from the ground, coldly asking, "Little brat, did you want to kill me just now?" Seeing this, Kai Yang smiled sinisterly. True Yang Yuan Qi, what a hateful aura. Xueli frowned, seemingly a little displeased. Although her cultivation wasn't suppressed by Yang Kai's Yuan Qi, just like fire and water, the demonic qi in her body naturally rejected this kind of true Yang Yuan Qi. Your strength isn't bad, this queen has underestimated you, Xueli nodded slightly. Xueli nodded lightly. Being able to resist Umo's power for so long, even daring to counterattack at the last moment, seemingly determined to kill him, this human brat's combat strength and willpower far exceeded his current cultivation. Xueli was a Saint Realm master, so she still had some insight. Master, we can make good use of this. Umo swept his eyes over Yang Kai indifferently, his expression becoming somewhat restless. Good, it's time for those bastards to bleed out, Xueli sneered coldly. Xueli smiled coldly. Arrange a battle for him tomorrow. I want him to win it with great difficulty. Subordinate understands. Umo grinned wickedly, staring at Yang Kai like a wolf staring at a lamb. I have one more request. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and before Xueli could become angry added, one last request. But Xueli shouted unhappily. Give me an artifact that can change my appearance. I don't want my appearance to be seen by too many people. Otherwise, there will be many people from the demon race hunting me down in the future, Yang Kai said. Xueli was startled but quickly reacted, smiling lightly, you're thinking quite far ahead. As long as Xueli operated properly, Yang Kai could bring her a lot of wealth. Those people from the demon race who had lost so much wouldn't dare to be angry with Xueli, so naturally they would focus all their resentment on Yang Kai. When that time came, even if he obtained freedom from Xueli, he wouldn't be able to leave the demon land. Yang Kai had such an artifact given to him by Du Wan. However, he didn't dare to use it. After all, he had used this artifact to change his appearance to participate in the 1,000-year demon flower's medicinal liquid. Once he was recognized, it would cause even more trouble, so he could only ask Xueli for help. I don't have such an artifact on hand, it's too precious, Xueli shook her head. But I can provide you with a mask, just a little bit of concealment. Good. Yang Kai nodded. Take him away. Rest well tonight, don't die tomorrow. Xueli chuckled. Umo brought Yang Kai back to his previous room, but before leaving he directly injected a few strands of Yuan Qi into Yang Kai. In an instant, Yang Kai felt the flow of Yuan Qi in his body become much slower, and even his reaction speed became somewhat sluggish. Do you know why I'm doing this? Yuemo asked. Yang Kai gently nodded, not resisting. From what Shueli had just said, it was obvious she wanted him to put on a show tomorrow in order to fool those from the demon race and interfere with their judgment. This way, when he fought in the future, they would underestimate his combat strength and not be too optimistic about him, placing their bets on the wrong person. If it weren't for Yuemo's methods, Yang Kai would likely have been exposed. Those who had placed their bets on the demon race weren't blind, all of them had sharp eyes. Chapter 781. The Death Arena was Sand City's greatest feature. Many great figures of the demon land would bring their own cultivators or cultivators they had captured, arranging them into the Death Arena to engage in life or death battles with others, all for the sake of profit. There were no restrictions. As long as one was a member of the demon race, they were eligible to enter and participate. For the cruel demon race masters, this was undoubtedly very attractive. They could enjoy the blood-soaked battles in the Death Arena, and while doing so they could also gamble their wealth. As a result, the business of the Death Arena had always been quite booming. For this reason, Sand City would gather a large amount of wealth and materials every year. Among the four demon general in terms of wealth, Shueli was undoubtedly the wealthiest. This was an undisputed fact. Yuemo briefly explained the situation of the Death Arena to Yang Kai before leaving. After a silent night, Yang Kai decided to conserve his strength. At noon the next day, Yuemo came again and led Yang Kai out. Leaving the 1,000-meter-tall palace, the two of them flew towards a certain location in Sand City. A moment later, a huge circular arena appeared before Yang Kai's eyes. This arena covered a large area and was surrounded by a variety of mysterious barriers and barriers. At this moment, the high platforms were packed with people. Countless members of the demon race were sitting on them, watching the battle between the two cultivators. The strength of the two cultivators wasn't very high, but their battle was quite fierce. Both of them were covered in blood and had broken limbs. Glaring at each other with hateful eyes, they repeatedly used their artifacts and martial skills, dyeing the battlefield red with blood. As the battle reached its climax, it attracted a burst of cheers from the high platforms. Yang Kai casually glanced over a few times, his expression indifferent. Yuemo glanced over at him and sneered, "You'll be fighting here soon. Your opponent's cultivation is similar to yours, but unlike you, he can use his full strength while you can only use half. Be careful, although I don't care if you die or not, Master still hopes you can bring her some wealth." "I got it." Yang Kai nodded. When the two of them arrived, a cold glare fell upon them from somewhere on the high platform. Yang Kai turned around and saw Shueli sitting there with Enling by her side. Their eyes met, and Enling couldn't help but cover her mouth. She seemed to be calling out to Yang Kai, but Shirley immediately glared at her. Enling didn't dare to say anything. Yang Kai also shook his head at her, indicating that she shouldn't be too agitated. Flying over the Death Arena, Yuemo led Yang Kai into an underground tunnel. After walking for a long time, they finally saw some light. In front of the tunnel was the inside of the deathmatch arena. Shueli's subordinates were already waiting here, so when they saw Yuemo arrive, they all respectfully greeted him. "Master Yuemo, will this human brat be the one to fight this time?" a yellow-skinned man asked. "And all the information has been submitted and the odds have been set." Yuemo nodded lightly. The yellow-skinned man grinned meaningfully at Yang Kai and snorted, "Little brat, you need to keep your eyes open. Your opponent won't be easy to deal with. He's already fought 3 times and won all 3 times. Among the cultivators in the same realm, no one can last more than an incense stick worth of time against him. Don't die too miserably." "Let's wait until he can last more than an incense stick worth of time," Yang Kai said indifferently, not showing any signs of panic. "Oh." The yellow-skinned man was suddenly taken aback. Where did this human brat come from? Acting so arrogant, this master wants to see how you'll kill him in an incense stick worth of time. Yuemo also glanced over at Yang Kai and coldly snorted, obviously thinking that Yang Kai was just boasting. Although he had tested Yang Kai's depths and knew that his strength wasn't ordinary, right now he could only display half of his strength. Just being able to survive was already good enough, so spouting such boastful words was a bit too much for his own good. Yang Kai no longer said anything and just waited quietly. Inside the deathmatch arena, the battle between the two cultivators had already come to a conclusion. One was dismembered while the other was crippled. Immediately, someone went to clean up the battlefield. Although the one who was crippled survived, he was also struggling at death's door. When the person who went to clean up the battlefield saw this scene, he asked the spectators on the high platform how to deal with the situation, and after receiving an answer, turned around and directly killed the victor. Blood dyed the ground red, but from the stands there was a burst of cheers. After waiting for a while, Umo nodded to Yang Kai and said, "It's your turn, remember what Master said yesterday." Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he put on the mask that Umo had prepared for him and stepped forward. From the opposite corridor, another person slowly walked out. This person was tall and burly and his upper body was bare, his muscles bulging, each one filled with explosive power. In terms of height alone, he was more than twice the size of Yang Kai. As he approached, a towering murderous aura rushed towards Yang Kai, as fierce as a storm, seemingly wanting to tear him apart. However, Yang Kai remained motionless, like a 10,000-year-old reef. When this murderous aura reached him, he took the initiative to part to the left and right. In the stands, many people showed interested expressions, thinking that this life or death battle would be very exciting. And Ling, who was standing next to Xueli, clenched her fists and watched nervously. A moment later, the two stood about 10 meters apart and stared at each other. The burly man opposite them should be a human, but for some reason he had been captured and brought to the demon land. According to what Umo had said before, most of the cultivator who entered the death arena were like Yang Kai, captured and forced to fight to the death in order to preserve their lives. There were also some who took the initiative to seek refuge under the master of the demon race in order to obtain benefits and status. There were also some who were personally trained by these masters. But no matter what the reason was, the ultimate goal of entering the death arena was to kill the enemy. Little brat, hiding your head but showing your tail, are you afraid to show your true face? Haha, kneel down and kowtow to this grandfather 3 times and this grandfather will spare your life, how about it? The burly man suddenly shouted, his voice like a clap of thunder resounding in Yang Kai's ears. This angry shout not only had the intention of deterring the enemy, but also secretly mixed in a trace of divine sense attack. If one was careless, they would lose the will to fight in an instant. At that time, they would be chased by the strong man without any strength to fight back. However, such tricks obviously didn't work on Yang Kai, so after hearing this he didn't say anything and simply stared at his opponent indifferently, slowly moving his body and adjusting his yuan qi to check his condition. Thanks to Umo, Yang Kai's current yuan qi circulation speed had been greatly reduced and his reaction time had also become much slower. If he didn't lift the seal on his body, he wouldn't be able to display his peak strength. However, this should be enough to deal with this burly man. Little brat, are you deaf? Not receiving a response, the burly man roared again. As soon as his voice fell, he saw Yang Kai's figure flicker and a murderous intent suddenly appear from the side. The burly man's brow flashed a cold light as his lips slowly curled upwards, showing no intention of dodging. Calm. With a muffled bang, Yang Kai's palm struck his opponent's waist but found that his opponent didn't move at all. His opponent's body was as hard as a sheet of iron and the force of the rebound caused his arm to go numb. His opponent's strength also seemed to be quite good. Yang Kai immediately understood. Being able to win 3 consecutive battles in the death arena, this burly man's combat experience and ability were obviously superior to ordinary people, otherwise he would have died long ago. Seeing his attack fail, without waiting for Yang Kai to withdraw, the burly man grinned, silently and mysteriously lifting his palm and condensing all of his yuan qi into it before slashing downwards. His true essence surged and transformed into the shape of a giant hammer in the air. Before this attack even arrived, the ground around the death arena stage had already caved in, showing just how terrifying this blow was. Yang Kai's expression flickered as his reaction was somewhat clumsy and he didn't have time to withdraw his hand. In the next moment, the palm directly chopped down on Yang Kai's arm. With a crisp sound, Yang Kai's arm broke and drooped down softly. Only then did he reluctantly retreat and open up a distance between him and the burly man. In the stands there was a burst of boos. The spectators of the demon race had originally seen Yang Kai wearing a mask and appearing calm, so they thought he had some special ability, but they didn't expect that after just one exchange of blows, his arm would be broken, which really disappointed them. Ah! And Ling cried out, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Shirley narrowed her eyes and stared at Yang Kai below, pursing her lips into a smile. In the death arena, Yang Kai, whose arm had been broken, had just stabilized himself when the burly man rushed in front of him like a bolt of lightning. His 2 thick arms suddenly flashed with black arcs of electricity, making them look ferocious and terrifying. The burly man's body exuded a bloody and brutal aura, and traces of cold light that made people's hearts tremble suddenly appeared, pouring into his hand in an aggressive manner. Immediately, 2 black lightning-like balls of energy appeared in his palms, the size of wash basins and filled with murderous intent. With a wave of his hands, the burly man directly wrapped Yang Kai in them. Lightning surged. He wanted to use this attack to kill Yang Kai. Yang Kai had no strength to resist, and under the attack of the black lightning he could only move left and right, but he couldn't avoid it at all. Countless palm prints appeared all over his body, causing blood to spurt out, making him look extremely miserable. The boos from the stands grew even louder. What they wanted to enjoy was a blood-boiling battle, not a one-sided slaughter like this. Yang Kai's performance was truly despicable. Those demon race people who had placed their bets on Yang Kai even began cursing and swearing at him, their words extremely unpleasant to the ears. Even Xueli frowned slightly, a cold expression appearing on her face. She wondered if Yang Kai's performance before was an accident. In fact, his true strength wasn't that great, otherwise how could he be so weak when facing a cultivator of the same realm? He couldn't have survived such an attack. Another piece of trash. Shirley coldly snorted in her heart, gradually losing interest in Yang Kai. Chapter 782. Blood dyed the earth red as Yang Kai cut a sorry figure. On the other hand, his opponent was becoming fiercer and fiercer as he fought, seizing every opportunity he could. The brawny man fought to his heart's content and sent Yang Kai flying into the air with a single punch. When Yang Kai fell back down, the brawny man punched Yang Kai's back again, sending him directly into the ground. Dust filled the air, making it impossible for anyone to see what was happening on the battlefield. Because of the barrier covering the death arena, even the Saint Realm Masters who released their divine senses were unable to obtain much information. All they could vaguely sense was that this battle had come to an end. How boring. Many people secretly thought to themselves. But before they could finish their thoughts though, a fierce murderous aura suddenly filled the air, stirring up a strong wind and scattering all the dust. After everyone saw the situation in front of them, they couldn't help exclaiming. Yang Kai, who should have been lying on the ground, unable to get up or even killed, at this moment was actually using his unscathed hand to press his opponent to the ground. The hand that covered the brawny man's cheek wasn't too wide, but it was like the sky itself was falling down, so no matter how the brawny man struggled, he was unable to stand up. At that moment, no one had been able to see what was happening inside the dust cloud, but when the dust settled, such a scene appeared. It was truly surprising. Everyone had seen a desperate counterattack, a battle that turned defeat into victory, but none of them had ever been as confused as today. At this moment, the mask on Yang Kai's face seemed to become extremely cold. Wind and thunder force surged, pouring from Yang Kai's palm into the brawny man's body, forming an intertwined killing field inside his body. Pung. The brawny man exploded into a bloody mist, not even his bones remaining. Up in the stands, Xueli's beautiful eyes lit up as she stared at Yang Kai in surprise, seemingly not having expected him to display such a bizarre performance, her thin red lips curling into a smile. His true strength? How is it? Xueli suddenly asked Enling softly. I won't tell you. Enling shook her head. Why didn't you tell me? Shirley didn't get angry this time. Instead, she revealed a thoughtful expression and pursed her lips into a smile. Then I'll figure it out myself. Looking down at the death arena below, Yang Kai was slowly making his way towards the corridor with one arm hanging by his side. Xueli suddenly felt that this human boy should have some extraordinary skills. The spectator stands were silent for a long time. Suddenly there was a burst of noise. Most people seemed to be unable to accept such a result and were discussing spiritedly. When Yang Kai returned to the corridor, Yumo's eyes flashed a cold light as he stared at him. The yellow-faced man's mouth was wide open as he stood there in a daze. His eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. It didn't even take half an hour for this arrogant human brat to kill his opponent. Does this match look difficult enough? Yang Kai took off the mask on his face and asked Yumo. Yumo's mouth twitched as he nodded lightly. Not only had it been difficult, but it had also been quite lifelike without the slightest flaw. Even Yumo thought Yang Kai was dead. But at the last moment Yang Kai had been shocked. This little brat's courage was quite big. Wasn't he afraid he wouldn't be able to stand up after taking such a violent attack? Only then did Kai Yang shake his arm, and a crisp sound came from his broken arm. In an instant. Arrange a second-order transcendent for me in the next round, that way you'll be able to obtain more benefits while I'll also be able to obtain more benefits. The sooner I collect the ransom, the sooner I can leave. Yang Kai grinned. Yumo couldn't help feeling a bit absent-minded. Following him back to the palace, Yang Kai began to recuperate. It seemed that because of this victory Yang Kai's treatment had improved greatly. Among the meals he received were many supplements. Even Enling was allowed by Xueli to visit Yang Kai once. The two talked for a long time before Enling left. After 3 days Yang Kai was arranged to fight a second time. Perhaps it was because of his bizarre performance last time, but when he appeared wearing a mask again he attracted a lot of attention. This time his opponent was really a second-order transcendent. After a bitter battle, Yang Kai narrowly escaped death and won again, causing those from the demon race to exclaim in disbelief. Fighting above one's realm was a feat that very few people could accomplish, especially after reaching the transcendent realm. Even if the difference in strength was only a minor realm, the difference in true combat effectiveness was as wide as heaven and earth. A second-order transcendent cultivator could easily kill a first-order transcendent cultivator, but this common sense had been broken by Yang Kai. This time, Yang Kai was still carrying the seal placed on him by Umo, so he wasn't able to use his full strength. Unlike last time he was really going all out in this battle. In this life-or-death struggle, Yang Kai felt that he had comprehended a lot of things and was quite happy about it. He felt that this kind of life-or-death battle was of great benefit to his growth. In his heart, Yang Kai didn't reject this kind of fighting style and instead looked forward to it. This was an opportunity to hone himself. The growth of a cultivator wasn't just about cultivating behind closed doors. Life-or-death battles often provided greater benefits than this kind of secluded cultivation. Of course, the premise was that one could survive the battle. After understanding this, Yang Kai constantly urged Umo to arrange stronger opponents for him. Umo was dumbfounded and the look in his eyes when he looked at Yang Kai became somewhat strange, as if he was looking at a psychopath. None of the foreign race cultivators he had captured before had ever acted like Yang Kai and asked to fight in the death arena. Xueli, on the other hand, was very open-minded and as soon as Yang Kai made a request, she immediately began arranging for him. The opponents arranged for him grew stronger and stronger and Yang Kai found it more and more difficult to cope with them, but every time he was able to create an amazing miracle at the most impossible moment. Over the course of 3 months, Yang Kai fought a total of 14 battles, all of which were second-order transcendents. These people were from the human race, the monster race and even the demon race. For different reasons they were all sent to the death arena and all of them were defeated by Yang Kai. Yang Kai's harvest was huge. Not only did he gain insights from these life-or-death battles, but he also gained insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao after swallowing the spiritual energy of these people's souls. His own growth was extremely fast. During these 3 months, Yang Kai also inadvertently made a name for himself. Inside Sand City, everyone knew. Xueli had a strange masked man who was only a first-order transcendent but had killed more than a dozen second-order transcendent cultivators. As a result, in the death arena, the odds for Yang Kai's victory changed again and again, but this did not stop people from placing bets on him. Xueli, as a banker, naturally wouldn't suffer a loss in this kind of gambling, but Yang Kai's terrifying growth rate made her feel a little uncomfortable. She understood this better than anyone else. She also understood how Yang Kai was able to achieve such rapid growth in all those battles. On this day inside Xueli's palace, a messenger came to visit and after talking with Xueli for a long time, left satisfied. An hour later Yang Kai was summoned. Inside a private room. Xueli was lying on her bed, her beautiful buttocks perked up, her soft breasts squeezed under her body, her hands resting on her chin, her posture extremely provocative. And Ling was kneeling beside her, massaging her shoulders. The room was filled with a mature fragrance, which made people feel relaxed and happy when they smelled it. Umo brought Yang Kai into the room and bowed his head. He didn't even dare to look directly at Xueli. Yang Kai, on the other hand, stood beside the bed. Sweeping his eyes over Xueli's beautiful body, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. This demon general's heart was like a snake. However, it was undeniable that Xueli's body was very graceful and mature. Unlike in Linger's naivety, Xueli was a mature woman. Such a woman was a fatal temptation to any man. However, a character as strong as Xueli probably wouldn't be tempted by any man. The only thing that could tempt her was strength that surpassed all others. After waiting for a long time, Xueli suddenly said, "Go Qiong sent someone over just now." "Chem?" Yang Kai frowned. "Is it related to me?" "Yes, Go Qiong seems determined to kill you." "Then how did you respond?" Yang Kai stared at her coldly and taunted, "Did you sell me out?" This king had such an idea but refused. "Why is that?" "Because he is Go Qiong." Xueli sneered, "I won't act according to his wishes." However, the messenger he sent made a proposal which I agreed to. Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions and simply waited for her to tell him the details. Tomorrow at the death arena, you will fight the person sent by Go Qiong to the death. If you win, you will be able to collect your ransom. If you lose, you will have nothing left, including your life. Shueli said lightly. Yang Kai raised his brow and chuckled. The person sent by Go Qiong isn't weak, is he? Shueli glanced over at him and said casually, Third Order Transcendent. Hearing this, Umo, who had been standing nearby, also paled slightly. It seems you want to join forces to kill me, Yang Kai grinned, not showing the slightest trace of panic. He does want you to die, but this king wants to see what your limits are. Shueli's pretty face became cold. Don't think this king can't see through it. You've been concealing your strength from beginning to end. You seem to have many methods you haven't used yet. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and didn't comment. That's why I'm looking forward to your performance tomorrow. Don't let me down. Then you can wait and see. Shueli sneered softly, turning to Umo and saying, Lift the seal on his body. I want to see if he can survive under Go Qiong's hands. Umo nodded lightly, releasing a wisp of yuan qi and lifting the seal that had been suppressing Yang Kai's strength. There's one thing I want to understand. If I win tomorrow, will I have collected enough ransom? What about Enling? Shueli looked at him for a moment before smiling. Of course it's only yours. However, I can give you a chance. As long as you win tomorrow, I'll let you two go. You said so yourself. Yang Kai laughed. Demon General's word should be trusted, right? I hope you won't go back on your word. Shueli closed her beautiful eyes and didn't respond. Chapter 783. The dark red earth, which had swallowed the blood of countless lives, was littered with battle scars. This was the death arena. Those from the demon race who had heard some insider news had long been waiting in the stands. After watching a few not-so-fierce battles, a masked human slowly walked out from an underground tunnel. In an instant, cheers rang out. Over the past few months, Yang Kai had brought these demon race disciples a series of thrilling and suspenseful battles that had long since spread throughout Sand City. Today, however, the battle between Yang Kai and another master would be the finale. Because there were rumors that his opponent this time would be different from before, a third-order transcendent master. Since the opening of the death arena, there had never been a battle with such a huge disparity in strength, a gap of 2 full minor realms. In the eyes of those who didn't know the truth, such a battle was already predestined. However, for those who had watched Yang Kai's dozen or so battles, they hoped that Yang Kai would be able to create another miracle. This had nothing to do with the hatred between races, it was simply because Yang Kai's performance had caused their eyes to light up and their spirits to soar. Is that the human boy who won more than a dozen consecutive battles in the death arena, the one who barely escaped death each time? In the stands, a Saint Realm master narrowed his hawk-like eyes and asked the person next to him. Yes, Master Feng Biao, his performance is indeed very good. Even many of our demon race's elite disciples can't match up to even 1% of his strength. The person next to him immediately replied. After today he'll be nothing but a corpse. Feng Biao coldly snorted, his expression clearly not wanting Yang Kai to continue living. What Master says is correct. After all, his opponent is different from the ones before. The man nodded. The man nodded repeatedly, but after a moment of hesitation he said in a low voice, But sir, he was raised by Lady Shueli. If we kill him, Lady Shueli will blame us. She won't. Feng Biao slowly shook his head. This time it was Master Go Qiong's orders. I also went to Shueli's palace yesterday. I've discussed it with her and she personally agreed to it. How could she blame me? Hearing this, a look of surprise appeared on that person's face. He didn't know why Master Go Qiong was so interested in this human. Go Qiong's son had been saved by Yang Kai, and only a few people knew about this. Feng Biao was sent here to handle this matter. It was also extremely secretive, so this person couldn't understand the whole story. Although Shueli didn't get along well with Go Qiong, she wouldn't be so bored as to spread such news to suppress Go Qiong. She would only confront Go Qiong with her own strength. Master, that Umo is coming? The man suddenly whispered. Feng Biao narrowed his eyes and looked to the side. Just in time to see Umo fly over from a short distance away with a smile on his face. After landing, Umo sat down beside Yang Kai without any trace of politeness. Both of them were first-order saints, but they belonged to 2 demon generals who were not pleasing to the eye, so it was only natural that their relationship wasn't very good. As soon as they came down, their eyes met and sparks flew. Umo, long time no see. Feng Biao greeted with a cold expression. Yuemo smiled back. Feng Biao. It's been so long. I still get angry when I see you, I can't help wanting to kill you. Same here. Feng Biao gently nodded. His yuan qi slowly flowed as he stared towards Yuemo like a poisonous snake. Yuemo curled his lips and said, But I didn't come here to fight with you, I just wanted to ask you some questions. What questions? Looking at you, it seems you're 100 times more confident in today's battle. Humph, you already know the answer. My Sand City's death arena has gambling rules. Since you're so confident, why don't you place a bet? When the battle over there is over, you can make some money. Do I need you to remind me? Feng Biao said with a disgruntled expression. I've already bet 200,000 crystal stones. Yuemo snorted and said in surprise, Worthy of Feng Biao, you're quite generous. It seems you want to make a fortune in my Sand City. You can't afford it? Feng Biao smiled contemptuously. If you can't afford it, I can withdraw as long as you, Yuemo, apologize to me in front of all these people. Don't joke, since Sand City has opened up this business, naturally no matter how much it costs, I'm just saying this is a rare opportunity, why don't we play big? Saying so, he stared towards Feng Biao with a threatening look. Feng Biao's brow furrowed as he quickly said, Play big? And you can bet everything you have. I remember you have a lot of artifacts, right? Feng Biao frowned as he stared at Yuemo suspiciously, coldly saying, Why do you look so confident in that human? It's hard to say, maybe he'll win, maybe he'll lose, 50-50. Since it's a bet, let's see if you have the courage. Feng Biao stared at him deeply. Although he knew that this guy who was completely incompatible with him, was provoking him, he still couldn't suppress his anger and nodded, Good, I'll bet all my artifacts. Saying so, he stretched out his hand and summoned out a glowing artifact armor, a long halberd that exuded a shocking energy fluctuation, and a black ruler, which he handed over to Yuemo. These three things were all Saint-grade artifacts, each of them priceless. Together, the value of these three artifacts was immeasurable. They were Feng Biao's most trusted and most frequently used artifacts. If he lost this bet, Feng Biao's combat effectiveness would plummet. After handing over these three Saint-grade artifacts, Feng Biao even took out the universe bag from his waist and handed it to Yuemo, sneering, If you want to play, then let's play to the end, what do you say? Yuemo's brow twitched, but he still smiled and didn't say anything, turning around and leaving. Feng Biao didn't stop him, nor did he ask him to sign any kind of agreement. Although they didn't like each other, a verbal agreement was still mutually respected. A moment later, Yuemo returned to Xueli's side. Have you arranged everything? Xueli looked down at Yang Kai standing in the middle of the death arena and asked softly. Feng Biao has bet all his belongings? Yuemo nodded lightly, frowning slightly. Master, do you have so much confidence in that little brat? To be honest, although his previous performance was quite surprising, this time I really don't think he'll win. He's very likely to die here. It doesn't matter if he dies, but Feng Biao has bet so much, if he dies it will affect my Sand City. I don't know. Xueli's beautiful eyes flashed with confusion as she shook her head gently. Yuemo was surprised. As one of the 4 demon generals and one of the world's top masters, Xueli naturally had a good eye for people, but this time, it seemed she couldn't see through the situation. I'm also gambling. Although on the surface that little brat is really going to die, but... Saying so, Xueli glanced over at Enling who had been standing guard beside her and smiled. This little girl hasn't shown much worry from beginning to end. Yuemo couldn't help glancing over at Enling and found that this was indeed the case. Even if she knew that Yang Kai would meet a strong enemy today, she still maintained a calm expression. Xueli had obviously obtained some information from Enling. I asked her several times what that little brat's true strength was, but she refused to answer. The more she acted like this, the more curious I became. Xueli reached out and touched Enlinger's face, causing the latter to pale in fright. Tell me, has he ever fought with such an opponent before? Xueli suddenly asked. Enlinger's beautiful eyes lost focus for a moment, but soon a look of struggle flashed across her face as she recalled the scene of her being chased by Saintess Nan, the scene of her fighting against the many masters of the Sun Clan in the mysterious small world, one by one, flashed through her mind. Enlinger's expression was pained as she shook her head repeatedly. Xueli sighed helplessly. Her willpower is also quite strange, it seems she cultivates some kind of powerful secret art. However, judging from her performance, that little brat should have fought with such a master before and come out unscathed. Otherwise, how could this little girl be so relaxed? Xueli nodded lightly. Just wait and see. If he doesn't die this time in the near future, he will definitely become the most dazzling figure in the entire world. In time, he may even reach the level of the demon commander and dominate the world. Umo trembled slightly. Master's evaluation of him is so high? He has such potential. Shueli said decisively, a cold murderous intent flashing across her beautiful eyes. Unfortunately, such a person isn't a member of my clan. If he was, perhaps we would have been able to cultivate him properly. Umo had followed Shueli for many years and naturally knew what she was thinking at the moment, so he couldn't help sighing. With such excellent aptitude in the face of adversity, the more setbacks he faced, the stronger he became. If such a good seedling wasn't killed early, he would definitely have a huge impact on the entire demon race in the future. Today, whether this little brat won or lost, his fate was already sealed, because his master had already decided to kill him. Looking down at Yang Kai, who was standing straight down, quietly waiting for his opponent to appear, Umo couldn't help feeling a bit regretful. After a long time, a person walked out of the corridor opposite Yang Kai. This person seemed to be strolling leisurely, but in fact, his speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he suddenly appeared not far in front of Yang Kai. Wearing a set of black robes, this man had a majestic physique and an indifferent expression. His long black hair fell to his shoulders and his eyes were like cold stars, giving off an intimidating aura. A towering evil qi radiated from this man's body, one that seemed to stretch far into the distance. His yuan qi was also quite pure, clearly superior to that of an ordinary third-order transcendent cultivator. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as his heart clenched. With just a single glance, Yang Kai knew that this person wasn't a soft persimmon he could pinch at will. This time he really would have to go all out against him. Although Yang Kai had his soul-devouring insects and wasn't afraid of any opponent below the Saint Realm, this time was different. In front of so many members of the demon race, he couldn't use his soul-devouring insects, so he could only use his own means to defeat this enemy head-on. Moreover, Yang Kai also wanted to test the results of his recent cultivation. Chapter 784. While Yang Kai was observing his opponent was also sizing him up, his eyes wandering about as he tried to guess his intentions. Although he couldn't see Yang Kai's face, he could feel a thick murderous aura radiating from him. This aura was extremely rich and obvious, and when facing an opponent whose cultivation was far higher than his, the pair of eyes under the mask actually burned with a burning desire to fight. He's not a mediocre cultivator. This man only needed to observe for a moment before he immediately understood, a trace of caution flashing across the depths of his eyes. The difference in cultivation was so great, yet the other party was so eager to fight. There were only two explanations, either arrogance or self-confidence. Someone who could win more than a dozen consecutive battles in the death arena could not be the first. If that were the case, this man would have died long ago. Did this human brat really think he could compete with him with just a first-order origin realm cultivation? This man suddenly felt intrigued. In the stands, when Yang Kai's opponent walked out, the sound of discussion rang out from all directions. Many of the demon race cultivators pointed towards Yang Kai's opponent, a look of surprise appearing on their faces, seemingly having recognized his identity. Isn't that Di Xiao, one of Master Go Qiong's subordinates? That's him. I went to Qingliao City before and saw him there. He is indeed Di Xiao. Why would he appear in the death arena? It is said that he is the strongest master under the Saint Realm among Master Go Qiong's subordinates, only one step away from breaking through to the Saint Realm. This human brat facing Di Xiao, I'm afraid he's in for a bad time. Di Xiao's means are not something an ordinary transcendent can compare to. After serving under Master Go Qiong for so many years, he has made many outstanding achievements and is said to be able to even exchange blows with Saint Realm masters. What a pity. After today, I'm afraid we won't be able to see this masked brat's figure on the death arena stage again. A trivial human brat. If he dies then he dies, let's see how Di Xiao kills him. This brat has been so rampant for so long, does he really think there is no one in our demon race who can match him? Good. Although I prefer him. But he is a human after all. Yang Kai raised an eyebrow when he heard the whispers coming from all directions. It was as if he hadn't expected his opponent to be so famous in the demon race. Since Go Qiong had sent him to deal with him, it was clear that this matter was of great importance to him. Di Xiao suddenly grinned. Friend, although we aren't from the same clan, I heard that you've defeated more than a dozen second-order transcendent masters, each time barely escaping death. I admire people like you very much. If possible, I would like to befriend you, but I was ordered by Master Go Cheong to take your life this time, so don't blame me later. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He remained indifferent and silent. Then, let's begin. Di Xiao cupped his fists slightly before disappearing like a ghost. Yang Kai's expression changed. He hurriedly retreated from his original position. In the blink of an eye, he was more than 100 feet away. He clenched his fists and Yuan Qi gushed out. He ruthlessly smashed downwards in a violent and direct manner. The destructive power reached deep into the ground. Boom! The entire death arena stage shook violently. The aftermath of the impact spread to the edge of the arena and was blocked by countless barriers and barriers. A giant crater more than 100 meters deep appeared in an instant. From this giant crater, a cold light flashed, seemingly tearing through space, crossing the barrier of distance and instantly arriving at Yang Kai's chest. Poo. Blood splashed as Yang Kai let out a muffled groan and staggered back several steps, staring forward with a dignified expression. On his chest, there was a longan-sized wound from which blood was gushing out, dyeing his clothes red. Exclamations came from all directions as many people's eyes flashed with shock at Di Xiao's tyrannical strength. Di Xiao had used some kind of movement skill and disappeared from everyone's sight, burrowing into the ground and striking out like a bolt of lightning. Yang Kai didn't even have time to react before he was struck. Yang Kai had fought more than a dozen times since he had appeared in the death arena stage, and although each time he had narrowly escaped death, he had never been in such a dangerous situation as today. With just a single blow, he had been wounded by his opponent. And it seemed that his injuries were not light either, his face alternating between blue and white as he gasped for breath for a while before gradually stabilizing. Di Xiao still stood not far away with a smile on his face as he stared at Yang Kai, seemingly not moving from his spot, but a look of dissatisfaction could be seen on his face. He had thought that even if his blow couldn't kill Yang Kai, it would at least be able to incapacitate him, but he had not expected that his opponent would be able to withstand it. This little brat, there's something strange about him. His physique seems to be incredibly strong, somehow managing to neutralize the power of his attack. Amazing. Di Xiao praised sincerely, I didn't expect there to be an existence like you among the human race. You're not bad yourself. Again? Di Xiao shouted, not giving Yang Kai the slightest time to catch his breath as a series of tornadoes suddenly appeared around him. Each of these tornadoes was extremely thick and shot straight up into the sky. The moment they appeared, the death arena stage was enveloped in a thick fog. The rubble on the ground was sucked into these tornadoes, causing them to become even more terrifying and condensed. An incomparable murderous aura spread out from Di Xiao's body, causing the tornadoes to suddenly turn pitch black. Above the death arena stage, dark clouds had appeared at some unknown time, obscuring the sky and making the atmosphere particularly dignified. A series of wind blades shot out from these tornadoes, each of them incredibly sharp and unstoppable, colliding with each other and creating a series of sparks. Shio shio shio. In an instant, these wind blades completely surrounded Yang Kai, leaving him with no way to escape. Yang Kai shouted as the ground beneath his feet suddenly sank. Condensing a drop of yang liquid from his fingertips, he waved his hand and condensed a shield above his head. The wind blades surged forward and enveloped Yang Kai, but the shield condensed by true Yang Yuan Qi constantly changed shape, like a canoe in the middle of a stormy sea, in danger of being destroyed at any moment, but it persisted, protecting Yang Kai from these wind blades. The demon race spectators in the stands were all stunned and couldn't help calling out in alarm. Yang Kai was only a first-order transcendent, but he was actually able to withstand the attacks of Di Xiao, a third-order transcendent, without showing the slightest sign of defeat, a fact that was difficult to accept. Di Xiao was not an ordinary demon race cultivator, he was one of Go Qiong's subordinates and could be said to be the strongest master below the Saint Realm in the entire demon race. The number of masters who had died at his hands was innumerable, and on top of that, Go Qiong had specially trained him as his future right-hand man. His status and strength were not something an ordinary transcendent could compare to. Even in the stands, the demon race cultivators could feel the terrifying power of Di Xiao's attacks. Such a powerful attack had not been able to break through the defenses of Yang Kai's Yuan Qi shield, which was obviously a bit surprising. Master, he really does have potential to be unearthed. Yu Mo's eyes lit up as he muttered, in the previous battles he didn't use his full strength. Xue Li's beautiful eyes flashed as she coldly said, Yuan Qi alone was able to resist Di Xiao's attack. It's obvious that the density and purity of his Yuan Qi is no less than Di Xiao's. This young man is not bad at all. The cultivator around Shueli was also paying close attention, a look of shock appearing on their faces. Only Linger's face was filled with worry. Although Shueli was praising Yang Kai, and Linger could hear the dread in her voice. The more dazzling Yang Kai's performance this time, the more determined Shueli was to kill him. But if Yang Kai fell into Di Zhao's hands, he would still die. Regardless of the situation, Yang Kai's situation was quite dangerous. And Linger's heart was in a mess and she didn't know what to do. Interesting. Di Zhao looked at Yang Kai, who was resisting his attacks not far away, and was instead quite happy. He originally felt that Master Go Qiong sending him to kill such a human brat was a waste of his talents. But after arriving in Sand City and hearing about Yang Kai's various achievements, he felt that such a person was worth his time. In fact, he didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes at all. But now, when he found that this human brat had the strength to fight back, Di Zhao immediately became excited. He was the kind of person who enjoyed fighting and longed for a baptism of blood. He enjoyed watching his opponents stubbornly resist but struggle helplessly. At this moment, Di Zhao truly regarded Yang Kai as an opponent, and his mentality subtly changed. The power gushing out from his body instantly increased. The tornadoes that hovered around him howled like pitch-black flood dragons. They merged with each other and converged into an even larger storm that swept through the entire arena. The surrounding barriers were impacted by this energy, and ripples visible to the naked eye began to appear. However, these barriers had all been personally arranged by Shueli, so although Di Zhao was skilled, he was unable to destroy them, so the demon race spectators in the stands didn't worry much and instead continued to stare down below in high spirits, chatting amongst themselves. Yang Kai was completely enveloped by the wind blades and tornadoes. The wind blades swept out like a swarm of locusts, covering the sky and earth in an innumerable number, their sharp auras threatening to tear him apart. The aura of death mixed in with these wind blades was terrifying. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Yang Kai didn't even try to dodge. Kacha. The shield condensed from Yang liquid didn't last long under the onslaught of this berserk attack and directly shattered. In the next moment, Yang Kai's body was enveloped by countless wind blades. His clothes were torn apart and blood splattered everywhere. In just a breath's time, Yang Kai's body was covered with countless wounds. Even the clothes he was wearing had been cut into shreds. He was in a sorry state. Di Zhao smiled as he stared at Yang Kai as if he was looking at a dead man, without the slightest emotion. In the next moment, Di Zhao's smile stiffened on his face. Kai Yang, who should have been shot to death, actually slowly straightened his upper body. Lowering his head slightly, he stared at him with a sinister look in his eyes. His throat emitted a strange and creepy laugh, making everyone's hair stand on end. Chapter 785. With a sneer on his face, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and tore off his tattered robes, revealing his muscular body. His muscles swelled and trembled as his strength intertwined with each other, giving off a powerful and refined aura. Standing in the center of the raging wind blades, no matter how they swept towards him, Yang Kai was like an immovable mountain, forcibly resisting the onslaught of these wind blades without showing the slightest sign of weakness. "Friend, your strength isn't enough." An uproar broke out among the crowd. The demon race spectators in the stands were all amazed by this scene, their eyes filled with amazement. They had thought that with Di Zhao personally taking action this time, Yang Kai would be defeated or even killed in a short period of time, but the current situation had greatly surprised them. Surrounded by the wind blades, Kai Yang's body was covered in small wounds, but other than that he didn't suffer much damage. The strength of his physique seemed to have reached a certain limit, allowing him to withstand such an attack head-on. Everyone clicked their tongues in wonder. Yang Kai's provocation caused Di Zhao's expression to become somewhat ugly as he sneered, "You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, I'd like to see how long you can last." Saying so, Di Zhao suddenly waved his hands, and as he did so, the tornadoes that had swept across the entire death arena stage seemed to come to life and converge towards Yang Kai, not leaving a single blind spot. As these tornadoes approached Yang Kai, they also began to merge with each other, growing stronger until they had transformed into a giant black tornado filled with a murderous aura. Like a ferocious dragon, this tornado shook its head and swung its tail as it rushed towards Yang Kai. "Yuan Qi transformation. I have one too." Yang Kai grinned, and with a loud dragon roar, a huge dragon head suddenly appeared behind him. This golden color was dazzling to the eyes, and its momentum was extremely violent. The dragon's head swayed ferociously. Soon, an even longer and stronger golden Jiao dragon appeared and collided with the pitch-black tornado. They tore at each other. Above the entire death arena stage. In an instant, it was shrouded in gold and black, intertwining with each other. Yang Kai's flood dragon came from the golden dragon tattoo on his back. Originally, this flood dragon could only be used while in his Become the Demon race, but after the soul exchange between him and Su Yan in Ice Sect last time, Yang Kai was now able to release it at will. On top of that, this golden dragon also contained Yang Kai's divine sense. Compared to Di Zhao's simple martial skill, it was far more flexible and lethal. The two dragons clashed and the scene was intense. Almost everyone's attention was attracted by this magnificent scene. They stared at the sky above the deathmatch arena without blinking, wanting to know which of these two flood dragons was the better one. Boom boom boom, amidst the deafening noise. The beams of light intertwined like a terrifying volcanic eruption. The pitch-black tornado seemed to be subdued by the golden dragon. It retreated again and soon its color dimmed. The true Yang Yuan Qi was always the nemesis of the demonic Qi. The aura emitted by the golden dragon made every demon race member feel uncomfortable. Suddenly, a loud roar rang out. On the death arena stage, the two figures clashed and separated. Blood dyed the earth red. While everyone's attention was attracted by the two flood dragons in the sky, Yang Kai and Di Xiao had unknowingly collided. The two fought with all their strength for a while. Terrifying bursts of energy filled every corner of the death arena stage. After the two figures separated, Yang Kai bent over and clutched his abdomen, blood gushing out from between his fingers. The pain was unbearable. In just a single collision he felt as if his body had been pierced by thousands of attacks, his bare upper body riddled with wounds that were deep to the bone. Di Xiao was worthy of being one of Go Qiong's generals. With his peak third-order transcendent cultivation, his combat awareness and rich combat experience allowed him to seize the initiative. Although Yang Kai was suffering, Di Xiao was also suffering. Pieces of flesh and blood inexplicably disappeared from his arms and neck. Fresh blood dripped down, his aura was violent and chaotic, and his face was distorted. Staring at each other, panting heavily, the two men's eyes turned red at the same time. At this moment, a bloodthirsty aura surged out and engulfed both men's minds, leaving only one thought in each of their minds: to kill the other. Looking at the blood flowing from Yang Kai's abdomen, Xueli, who had been sitting in the stands, suddenly stood up, her beautiful eyes trembling as she stared towards him, a look of disbelief filling her face, as if she had just discovered something incredible. "Master." Umo saw this scene and quickly called out. Xueli's brow furrowed as she took a deep breath, staring around in shock for a long time before slowly sitting back down. Umo stared at her suspiciously, not understanding why Xueli suddenly had such a reaction. Although Yang Kai's performance was beyond everyone's expectations, it shouldn't have caused her to lose her composure like this, right? What did Master discover? Umo thought for a while before slowly shaking his head, his attention once again drawn to the battle below. Murderous intent surged out like a tide, and even though Umo was standing in the stands, he could clearly feel it. Even as strong as he was, Umo couldn't help closing his pores, lest his will be affected by this murderous aura. Di Xiao was truly amazing, but Yang Kai was also quite strong. Until this battle was fought to the end, no one could predict the final outcome. A rich demonic qi rolling out from Di Xiao's body, causing the space around him to become pitch black. This demonic qi was filled with various kinds of evil energy that quietly spread out. Yang Kai on the other hand was like a burning sun, his true Yang Yuan qi protecting him from the other party's demonic qi. The two opposing energies collided in an invisible manner, creating a series of crackling sounds. Both of them had pushed their strength to the limit. Now that they were evenly matched, neither of them dared to lower their guard, and neither of them would show mercy. A long roar rang out, deafening to the ears. A shocking murderous aura surged out as Yang Kai, who only had murderous intent in his heart, roared towards the heavens, forgetting everything else, only the will to destroy his opponent. His true Yang Yuan qi madly expanded, immediately suppressing his opponent's demonic qi. Di Zhao's complexion changed, not daring to show the slightest neglect, his body flickering as he appeared in front of Yang Kai, his palms filled with the aura of death as they pressed down towards Yang Kai. The ground below was instantly reduced to dust, but Yang Kai managed to dodge in the nick of time, also releasing a Yuan Qi from his palms and sending out a burst of pure Yuan Qi towards Di Xiao. Without any fancy moves, the two men on the death arena stage both brought out their full strength, entangling each other like fire and water. Di Zhao's cultivation was 2 minor realms higher than Yang Kai's, but his demonic qi was suppressed by Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan qi, so even if he used his full strength, he was only able to display 80% of his full strength, causing him to be extremely annoyed. The battle between the two men became more and more intense, the shockwaves bursting out from the two men's bodies and auras completely obscuring them. The people in the stands could only see blurry figures moving about, unable to see what the situation was like. A battle to the death. Blood continued to spatter from the arena, mixed with the sound of explosions and muffled groans. Whether it was Yang Kai or Di Xiao, both of them had gone completely mad. This kind of fierce battle caused everyone watching to tremble in fear, secretly gripping their hearts. A variety of exquisite demon race martial skills were released from Di Xiao's hands, each one of them causing Yang Kai to suffer greatly. Yang Kai's methods were not weak either, his yang liquid constantly changing, making it impossible for Di Xiao to guard against it. The two figures were entangled together, bombarding each other indiscriminately. Their attacks were merciless, and during this period of time light flickered. It was as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was splitting apart. It was as if meteorites were falling. Before they knew it, almost half of the Death Arena stage had been destroyed. There had never been a battle with such destructive power. Everyone watching the demon race felt their blood boil, wishing they could rush down from the stands and witness such a battle without regrets. The more Di Xiao fought, the more shocked he became. He had never imagined that this little human brat, whose cultivation was far lower than his own, would actually be so powerful. He had never seen any transcendent who could compete with him. His killing moves bombarded Yang Kai, but they were often only able to injure him, not deal a fatal blow. His body was as hard as a rock, not something a human could possess. What shocked Di Xiao even more was Yang Kai's resilience and endurance. After fighting for so long, every move and strike the two of them had required their full strength, Di Xiao was already feeling overwhelmed. His Yuan Qi consumed a great deal of energy, so whether it was in terms of momentum or strength, Di Xiao was clearly weaker than when he was at his peak. But this was not the case for this human. He had maintained his peak condition from beginning to end, never once weakening, instead only growing stronger with each setback. It was as if he had an inexhaustible supply of Yuan Qi in his body. The wounds inflicted on his body stimulated him to become more and more brutal. What's more, during this battle, Di Xiao also discovered something that terrified him. That was that the wounds on Yang Kai's body were actually healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The numerous wounds that had been inflicted by the wind blades had all disappeared. Being able to heal his wounds in the middle of a battle, what did this mean? Di Xiao did not see Yang Kai take any kind of pill, nor did he have the time to do so. For the first time, Di Xiao discovered that there was such a strange person in this world, not only able to compete with a son of heaven like him, but even surpassing him. This discovery dealt a heavy blow to Di Xiao, causing his mood to become complicated. He was an elite among the elites of the demon race, and in just 80 years he had reached the third-order transcendent realm and was expected to reach the peak of the Saint Realm before he was 100 years old. A 100-year-old Saint Realm Master was an extremely rare existence in the entire Tongxian realm. Some of the elites cultivated by great forces would reach the transcendent realm at a very young age, but once they reached this realm, almost all of them would experience slow progress, rarely being able to break through to the Saint Realm before they were 100 years old. But Di Xiao had such potential. This was also why he had placed high hopes on Master Go Qiong, providing him with an extremely good cultivation environment and a lot of material support. For a long time, Di Xiao had been proud of this, believing that one day he would become the strongest master below the demon commander, perhaps even stand shoulder to shoulder with the demon commander. But now he had been struck by a huge blow. If what Go Che said was true, then this human boy he was fighting was only 25 or 26 years old. Had all these extra decades of cultivation gone to waste? Chapter 786. In a battle between masters, it was not only a competition of one's own strength, but also of one's state of mind and will. Di Xiao's mind went blank for a moment as the stalemate between them suddenly became clear and his momentum was completely suppressed by Yang Kai. The spectators from the demon race in the stands also finally realized that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Originally, the golden and black energies had been evenly matched inside the Death Arena stage, neither of them inferior to the other, but suddenly, Di Xiao's black demonic qi had weakened significantly while the hateful golden hue had suddenly become brighter. Seeing this scene, no one could sit still. Impossible. This little brat can even defeat Di Xiao? How is that possible? Di Xiao is a third-order transcendent, 2 minor realms higher than him. If Di Xiao is defeated, our demon race will lose all face. Damn, is this guy even human? A first-order transcendent can defeat a third-order transcendent. What if he really becomes a saint? Even Feng Biao, who had been sent by Go Qiong, had a gloomy expression on his face. His eagle claw-like hand pinched the back of his chair, crushing it into dust, but he didn't even realize it. Xueli also leaned forward and used her powerful divine sense to penetrate the death arena stage, paying close attention to any changes in the battle. Of all the spectators present, no one could see the situation more clearly than her because the barriers around the death arena stage had been personally arranged by her. Her original intention was to allow the cultivator who entered the stage to fight a life or death battle space without worrying about disturbing the gamblers in the stands, but after all, this was the work of a top-level master, so even if others tried to peer through the barriers, it would be impossible for them to see anything clearly. Xueli, on the other hand, was different. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared intently at Yang Kai and Di Xiao, as if they were floating in the air. This battle had really exceeded her expectations. If she hadn't inferred that Yang Kai was likely to win based on Enlinger's mood and clues, Xueli would have never believed it. This battle was far more exciting than she had expected. Moreover, as she watched, the murderous intent towards Yang Kai in Xueli's eyes gradually disappeared, replaced by a thick sense of suspicion and confusion. Amidst the densely packed sounds of explosions, the golden and black energies that had been entangled together suddenly separated. The two silhouettes retreated separately, and with great difficulty, they stood still with a distance of several hundred feet between them. Dust flew everywhere as the battlefield became chaotic. Everyone in the stands held their breaths and remained silent, their eyes closely watching the battle below. Everyone wanted to know who had won. Gradually, the dust settled and the two figures below were imprinted in everyone's eyes. A series of gasps rang out. No one dared to believe what they were seeing. Di Xiao's entire body was bathed in blood and there wasn't a single part of his body that was unscathed. There were clear palm prints all over his body. Fist marks, finger marks. This elite warrior under Go Qiong's command seemed to be exhausted, gasping for breath. The sound of his breath sounding like a broken bellows entered everyone's ears, indicating that he didn't have much strength left. Yang Kai was also covered in blood and under the illumination of the sun, there was even a faint golden glow around him, making him look extremely strange. His sturdy body was riddled with scars. He wasn't much better off than Di Xiao. The only difference between the two was the light in their eyes. Di Xiao's originally brilliant eyes were now dull and dull. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was brimming with energy. Di Xiao. As long as one wasn't blind, they would be able to see it. I underestimated you. You really are strong. Di Xiao coughed a few times and spat out some blood and bits of his internal organs. Anyone who underestimates me will pay the price. Yang Kai grinned and took a deep breath before lifting his foot and slowly walking forward, his yuan qi surging madly as his eyes filled with murderous intent. He wanted to kill this man in front of him and put an end to this death match. Seeing his intentions, Feng Biao, who had been sitting in the stands with a gloomy expression, finally couldn't sit still and shouted angrily, "Boy, you dare!" Saying so, his figure flashed like a bolt of lightning and disappeared from the spot, transforming into a streak of light that shot towards the death arena stage. Although Di Xiao had failed Master Go Qiong's expectations by losing to a human brat, he was still someone Go Qiong valued highly, so Yang Kai didn't have the right to kill him. Feng Biao couldn't just sit back and watch, he wanted to take this opportunity to eliminate Yang Kai as well. UMO. On the other side, Xueli suddenly shouted. UMO nodded lightly and also disappeared from the spot. A moment later he suddenly appeared in front of Feng Biao, blocking his path. Get out of my way. Feng Biao shouted angrily, not caring that this was Xueli's territory, directly sending out a palm strike towards UMO. The latter coldly snorted and quickly responded. The two First-Order Saint Realm Masters from the demon race instantly engaged in a fierce battle. Above the death arena stage, flashes of light flickered as a terrifying burst of power erupted. All the spectators from the demon race were dumbfounded. They had not expected that today, not only would they be able to enjoy a wonderful battle between two transcendents, they would even be able to enjoy a battle between two Saint Realm Masters, immediately becoming excited as they stared intently. UMO, what do you mean by this? Feng Biao saw that he couldn't get rid of UMO and angrily asked, do you know who Di Xiao is? If he dies here, can you bear the anger of Master Go Qiong? Idiot. Whether Go Qiong is angry or not, it's none of my business. Umo sneered, "This is Sand City, my master's territory. Have you made a mistake? You're forcing Master Go Qiong and Master Shueli to fight." "That's not what I meant, it's just that the death arena has its own rules. Only one person can leave alive, this rule cannot be broken." "You." Feng Biao's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. While he was fighting with Umo, he saw Yang Kai arrive in front of Di Xiao, the yuan qi condensed at his fingertips, his movements extremely calm. Di Xiao, who had exhausted all of his strength, was barely able to stand, let alone resist, so at this moment he was looking up towards the sky for help. Feng Biao quickly shouted, "Little brat, if you dare attack, you're dead." Just as he finished speaking, the yuan qi condensed at Yang Kai's fingertips transformed into a sharp sword and pierced Di Xiao's chest. Di Xiao's body swayed as blood gushed out of his chest like a fountain, his eyes bulging as he fell backwards. Pung, a cloud of dust was kicked up. "Damn this little brat. He really killed Di Xiao. This is interesting, I think even Master Shueli won't be able to save him." "Master Shueli didn't try to save him, he's dead." Up in the air, seeing that Di Xiao was really dead, Feng Biao and Umo also stopped fighting, the former's face gloomy as if a storm was about to hit, his pair of red eyes staring towards Yang Kai, as if he wanted to tear off the mask on his face and see what he looked like at this moment. Umo's eyes twitched, secretly shocked by Yang Kai's boldness, silently returning to Shueli's side. Beside Di Xiao's body, Yang Kai stood quietly, his back straight, motionless. Under the influence of the demon eye of annihilation, an undetectable amount of spiritual energy poured into Yang Kai's mind and was purified and absorbed by him. Gradually, the atmosphere and aura in the air became strange as Yang Kai's aura fluctuated. Feng Biao, who was staring at Yang Kai with hatred, suddenly narrowed his eyes, a trace of shock and dread flashing across his pupils. "Sir!" Umo also exclaimed, his eyes glued to Yang Kai as he stared at him. Shueli's expression changed again as she felt the energy fluctuations around Yang Kai's body become chaotic. Staring at the flickering light around his body, Shueli suddenly froze. "Master, could it be he?" Umo muttered in surprise. An epiphany, this little brat." Shueli's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. It's probably because of the life or death battles he has experienced these past few months that he has comprehended many things, and today's battle has completely sublimated them. "It's incredible." Umo exclaimed, "Did he choose to break through here? Isn't that a bit too arrogant?" Di Xiao had just been killed by him, so Feng Biao couldn't wait to kill him immediately. The people from the demon race in the stands were also filled with righteous indignation, constantly clamoring for Yang Kai to pay with his life. This was not a good time to break through. If things went wrong, it would cause a great riot and the crowd would directly swallow him up. "Master, are we just going to sit back and watch?" Umo's eyes narrowed as he asked. As long as Shueli didn't say anything, Yang Kai would undoubtedly die today. No one from the demon race was willing to see such a human grow stronger. Although Yang Kai had brought a lot of fun and excitement to these people from Sand City before, the situation was different now. Almost everyone was aware of his terrifying potential. "Of course we'll do something. Pass down my order, anyone who dares enter the death arena before he breaks through will be killed without mercy." Shueli's beautiful face was filled with inexplicable excitement. Umo was startled, completely confused. Before, Shueli clearly wanted to kill Yang Kai, so after today's battle, whether Yang Kai won or lost, he would undoubtedly die. But now, Shueli's attitude made Umo somewhat confused. If she really wanted to kill this human brat, she wouldn't even need to intervene. Feng Biao and the other members of the demon race would be able to kill him while he was breaking through. Before, she had only stopped Feng Biao because she wanted to suppress Go Qiong's arrogance and uphold the rules of the death arena. Could it be that this little brat's performance is so outstanding that the master is reluctant to kill him? Umo secretly guessed but was still puzzled. However, he didn't ask any more questions and quickly sent out his divine sense. In the next moment, many masters from the demon race rushed into the death arena and surrounded it. Seeing this scene, everyone understood that Shueli was protecting Yang Kai, so no one dared to act rashly, only cursing and swearing. Standing in the middle of the death arena, Yang Kai didn't seem to be aware of all this. In fact, he was also paying close attention. The actions of Shueli's subordinates made him feel a little strange, but since this woman didn't want to kill him for the time being, Yang Kai could rest assured and boldly break through without any worries. Considering all this, Yang Kai's mind remained calm, without sadness or joy, without any desires or thoughts, allowing his aura to surge. Chapter 787. Outside the death arena, countless people from the demon race were shouting and cursing, but none of them dared to make any aggressive moves. Inside the death arena, the world energy fluctuations gradually became more and more unpredictable. After an unknown amount of time, a heaven-destroying, earth-shattering energy fluctuation suddenly erupted with Yang Kai as its center. The energy of heaven and earth around him was like a tsunami, crazily swirling like a whirlpool, attacking the restrictions and barriers of the death arena. Such terrifying energy. Yumo's eyes bulged as a look of horror appeared on his face, unable to stop himself from exclaiming, his eyes flashing brilliantly. Xueli was also slightly dazed, shaking her head slightly as she muttered, "He really does have the qualifications to act so arrogantly. This kind of energy aura is comparable to a third-order transcendent, no wonder Di Xiao died at his hands." So when the people from the demon race saw this scene, their expressions became ugly. If the one standing inside the death arena at this moment was Di Xiao, they would likely be cheering for him, but since it was a human they found it somewhat difficult to accept. As the surging world energy raged around the death arena, Yang Kai closed his eyes tightly, a look of comfort and satisfaction appearing on his face as the faint golden glow that enveloped his body became more and more dazzling. After a long time, the violent world energy suddenly rushed back and was absorbed by Yang Kai's body in just a dozen breaths. The chaotic death arena suddenly became much clearer. Looking at Yang Kai at this moment, the expressions of the people from the demon race became somewhat numb, all of them groaning in their hearts but unable to make any sound. Yang Kai, who had been seriously injured in his battle with Di Xiao, now had his wounds healed at a strange rate, the small wounds completely disappearing and the big ones becoming negligible. Xueli's beautiful eyes narrowed as she licked her ruby-red lips, as if she was in heat, her eyes staring towards Yang Kai excitedly. Inside the death arena, Yang Kai gently clenched his fists and felt the power flowing through his body. He was extremely satisfied. This time he had broken through. When the conditions were right, there was no obstruction. These past few months of hard fighting and the various insights he had gained were like nutrients, nourishing his body and soul, allowing him to reach the edge of a breakthrough. After his battle with Di Xiao, Yang Kai immediately glimpsed the mysteries of the second-order transcendent realm. The richness and thickness of his yuan qi had risen to a new level, and even his spiritual energy had become much more condensed and powerful than before. Yang Kai was extremely satisfied. The only thing that made him feel somewhat helpless was that he had broken through in front of so many people from the demon race in this death arena. Especially in front of Xueli. Yang Kai had long been aware of Xueli's intention to kill him and was extremely vigilant against this powerful woman, but the gap in their strength was simply too great. Xueli Xue. Xue Yang Kai Yang Kai Xue Yang He Xue. Considering all this, Yang Kai turned his head towards Xueli and shouted, "Master Xueli, do you mean what you said before?" Xueli's beautiful eyes narrowed as she chuckled, "What did I say? You said that as long as I can win this battle, you will let me and my female companion go. Xueli, does Master want to renege on your promise?" Yang Kai continued to shout. His voice reached the ears of all the people from the demon race. Xueli snorted. From a distance she glared at Yang Kai. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of hatred. Although the two of them had made such an agreement before, Xueli had never intended to abide by it. Now that Yang Kai had said it in front of so many people, Xueli had no choice but to reconsider. If she did not abide by the demon general's words, it would greatly affect Xueli's reputation. Smelly brat. Xueli ground her teeth angrily, knowing that Yang Kai was forcing her, but she couldn't refuse in front of so many people. "Master, he's courting death." Umo laughed gloatingly, "Let him go, we won't need to do anything to stop him from dying." Saying so, Umo glanced over at Feng Biao, whose face was filled with murderous intent. Umo knew that Feng Biao was the one who wanted to kill Yang Kai the most. "The key is that I don't want him to die now." Xueli snorted. Umo was stunned and didn't dare say anything more. "Xueli, Master won't go back on his word, right?" Inside the death arena, Yang Kai shouted for the third time, his face filled with an inexplicable smile. Xueli exhaled lightly, causing her ample bosom to rise and fall exaggeratedly as she slowly stood up and declared, "Of course not, you and your female companion are now free to leave whenever you want, no one will stop you." Yang Kai stared at her deeply and cupped his fists. "Many thanks, Master Xueli." Saying so, he flew up from the death arena and rushed towards Xueli, arriving in front of her in a flash, grabbing Ling and shouting, "Let's go!" Little brat, I believe we'll meet again soon. Shueli suddenly whispered softly, her words reaching Yang Kai's ears, causing his heart to tremble. Glancing over at Shueli, he suddenly found that this woman was staring at him with a deep and meaningful gaze. Cheap slut. Yang Kai cursed in his heart, knowing that Shueli didn't intend to let him leave so easily. In front of all these demon race members in the death arena, she had agreed without hesitation because she didn't want to damage her reputation, but she was definitely plotting something behind his back. Yang Kai was afraid that as soon as they left, there would be people chasing after them. Yang Kai immediately understood and said, I don't think we'll meet again. Just wait and see. Shueli coldly snorted. Yang Kai took an Ling and shot up into the sky, disappearing like a bolt of lightning. In the stands, the demon race people who were filled with righteous indignation and wanted nothing more than to kill Yang Kai saw him leave so blatantly and also left the stands, forming groups of 3 or 4 as they quietly followed behind Yang Kai. Shueli and Umo saw all this but pretended not to notice, not making the slightest attempt to stop them. Feng Biao, who had been sent by Go Qiong, stood in place, his expression gloomy for a moment before glancing over at Shueli and grinning meaningfully and disappearing. Master, they seem to have all chased after him. I'm afraid this time that little brat's fate is sealed. Umo whispered. Not to mention Feng Biao, a first-order saint who was tailing them, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to cope at all. Just his clansmen alone were enough to give Yang Kai a headache. Although Yang Kai was strong and had only just broken through a minor realm, after fighting Di Shao for such a long time, it was likely his strength had been reduced by at least 70 to 80%. Being caught by those people, only death awaited him. And he's dead meat. Shueli grit her teeth, seemingly a little annoyed. That little brat brought this upon himself. If he hadn't left, I wouldn't have killed him, but he chose to die. Then, you go and bring him back for me. Shueli ordered lightly, don't let anyone take his life. Yes. Umo nodded and quickly set off. Humph, daring to say we won't meet again, I'd like to see what kind of expression you'll have when you see this king. Shueli smiled softly, got up and walked towards her palace, preparing to wait for the moment Yang Kai was captured. Outside Sand City, Yang Kai and Enling were running at top speed, their speed reaching an unimaginable level, leaving a long afterimage behind them. Are you okay? Enling asked worriedly. During the battle with Di Shao, Enling had also been frightened and knew how serious Yang Kai's injuries were. At this time, what he should be doing was calmly recuperating instead of frantically using his Yuan Qi. I'm fine, Yang Kai shook his head. Yang Kai was well aware of his own body's condition. The powerful restorative power of the demon god's blood had even surprised Yang Kai. If it had been before, after suffering such serious injuries, Yang Kai would have needed to recuperate for a while, but now the demon god's blood in his body had an incredible restorative ability, allowing him to recover in a short time. Although he hadn't fully healed yet, he was able to move without any hindrance. On top of that, Yang Kai didn't need to worry about his Yuan Qi. There were still hundreds of drops of Yang liquid in the Dantian and 60 to 70 fruits from the divine tree in the Black Book space, all of which could be used to supplement his Yuan Qi. There seems to be someone chasing us from behind. And Ling suddenly shouted, her beautiful face going pale. It's not just someone, it's a lot of people. Yang Kai's expression didn't change, he had long since noticed this. Under the investigation of his powerful divine sense, he was even able to clearly see the number and cultivations of the pursuers. There were quite a few transcendents and even a few saints, but there were only 2 or 3 of them. Behind these people was that Feng Biao. Feng Biao's aura was locked onto him and he could not get rid of it. Behind Feng Biao was Umo. Sure enough, Shueli had sent him to chase after him. Yang Kai secretly cursed, vowing to himself that one day he would teach this poisonous woman a good lesson. More than half of Sand City's forces had been drawn out by Yang Kai. Yang Kai was quite annoyed in his heart, but he didn't show any of it on his face, continuing to fly forward at a leisurely pace. The masters from the demon race who had chased after Yang Kai out of Sand City had all summoned their artifacts and used their full strength to chase after him, gradually closing the distance between them and Yang Kai. After an hour or so, Yang Kai had only flown a few hundred kilometers before he was about to be caught. And Ling anxiously sent a series of seals into Yang Kai's body to help his Yuan Qi circulate and increase his speed. They won't be able to catch up. Yang Kai comforted her. He had been maintaining this speed all this time, simply waiting for an opportunity. In his perception, most of these pursuers were nothing to fear. Once his soul-devouring insects appeared, they would all die. The only ones he needed to be wary of were the few Saint Realm Masters mixed in with Feng Biao and Umo. These people were the ones Yang Kai was worried about. Noticing that Feng Biao and Umo were maintaining a very subtle distance from him, neither too far nor too close, just the limit of what their divine senses could cover, Yang Kai immediately felt that his opportunity had come. Chapter 788. Whether it was Feng Biao or Umo, both of them were obviously proud of their status and cultivation and were unwilling to associate with other members of the demon race. On top of that, they were also quite confident in their own strength, so they maintained a subtle distance from Yang Kai. This gave Yang Kai an opportunity. With a loud bang, the power of wind and thunder surged, and behind Yang Kai, his wind and thunder wings unfurled in a dazzling display. With a flap of his wings, his already fast speed suddenly increased. And Ling, who was being pulled along by him, couldn't help narrowing her eyes as she circulated her yuan qi to resist the fierce wind, causing their clothes to flutter and their hair to fly wildly. In a flash, they had escaped from the range of Feng Biao and Umo's divine sense. And Ling couldn't help calling out. Although this wasn't the first time she had seen Yang Kai use his wind and thunder wings, she had seen Yang Kai use them when they were escaping from Saintess Nan, but no matter how many times she saw them, and Ling was still fascinated by the beauty of those wings. Such a pair of wings shouldn't belong to a man but to a woman. Even looking at Yang Kai now, she couldn't help feeling that he was extraordinarily handsome. And Ling pursed her red lips as she stared at Yang Kai's profile, her eyes slightly blurred as she couldn't help leaning her tender body against Yang Kai and hugging his arm. "Hey, can't you at least look at the situation before you act like a love-struck fool?" Yang Kai immediately noticed her abnormality and couldn't help glaring at her. From his elbow, he felt an amazing elasticity and softness, causing Yang Kai's momentum to almost collapse. And Linger's face suddenly blushed as she stubbornly said, "How could that be? Don't talk nonsense, I just feel that the outside world is so wonderful. It's completely different from what I imagined in the Holy Land." Since meeting Yang Kai and Linger's days had been filled with excitement. This kind of excitement made her panic but also made her quite excited. It seemed that as long as Yang Kai was by her side, no matter how dangerous the situation was, she would always be able to avert it. Ordinary people don't have such a wonderful life. Yang Kai spat disdainfully. His wings flapped continuously, and his body moved like a rainbow, faster and faster. The faces of the demon race members who had been tailing him changed. Originally they could still see Yang Kai, but in that instant they lost sight of Yang Kai. Among the group, the 2 or 3 Saint Realm Masters also wore shocked looks. Not daring to be negligent, he hurriedly sped up and chased after him. In the next moment, 2 figures flew past these people one after the other. It was Feng Biao and Umo who had noticed something was wrong and had increased their speed. The expressions of these 2 were particularly dignified, especially Umo. It wasn't until now that Yang Kai realized that even in his life or death battle with Di Shao, Yang Kai had been concealing his means. With this jaw-dropping speed alone, Yang Kai should have been able to toy with Di Shao in the palm of his hand, but he had waited until this moment to use this move, so it was obvious he had been prepared for this moment. As a result, Yang Kai instantly escaped from the detection range of his divine sense. This smelly brat. Umo cursed as he chased after Yang Kai. Another 2 hours passed. The demon race members who had been tailing Yang Kai finally stopped their pursuit. They had no idea where Yang Kai and the other Saint Realm Masters had run off to, so without a target they had no way of pursuing them. One by one they all hung their heads and sighed as they returned to Sand City. 2,000 kilometers away from Sand City, Yang Kai's expression became dignified. Yang Kai found that he had still underestimated the means of these Saint Realm Masters. Although he had displayed his wind and thunder wings and managed to escape from their divine senses for a short period of time, these Saint Realm Masters had used some kind of unknown method to accurately locate his position and firmly follow him. The demon land was very large, so Yang Kai wasn't sure if he was in the right direction, so he could only try to find some desolate routes to escape from the demon land. His powerful spiritual energy played a crucial role at this time. Yang Kai's physical cultivation was only at the 2nd order transcendent realm, but his spiritual energy was no less powerful than a Saint Realm Master. Even compared to Feng Biao and Umo, his spiritual energy was no worse, perhaps even stronger. With this kind of help, Yang Kai could avoid crowded areas, so as to avoid being discovered by the other members of the demon race and causing unnecessary trouble. After running for such a long time, Yang Kai was also somewhat exhausted. Whether it was his physical strength or his spiritual energy, both had been greatly consumed, while Linger's face was also dispirited, obviously exhausted. Running and stopping, Yang Kai was unable to shake off Feng Biao and Umo. The other Saint Realm masters had given up chasing Yang Kai after a few days, but these two were like rabid dogs, constantly biting onto Yang Kai's tail, causing him great annoyance. These two people who were originally enemies with each other seemed to have gradually gathered together because of this pursuit. Half a month passed by, a month passed by. By now, Yang Kai had led Linger through the demon land for more than 100,000 kilometers, and the demonic chi in the air was gradually becoming thinner. This caused Yang Kai's spirits to soar, and he secretly felt that his direction was not wrong. As long as he continued to flee in this direction, he would definitely be able to leave the demon land. As long as he left the demon land, Feng Biao and Umo would have no choice but to give up. Seeing hope, Yang Kai's spirits suddenly soared. On this day, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed as he came to a stop and stared towards a dense forest in front of him. In front of him, he noticed the auras of many masters lurking, seemingly waiting for him to walk right into their trap. At the same time he came to a stop, a pair of cold eyes in the dense forest suddenly spotted Yang Kai. What a vigilant little brat! This master from the demon race secretly praised, a look of surprise flashing across his face. The auras of the people he had brought with him had been perfectly concealed, blending in with the surrounding environment, but this boy had still been discovered. What are you doing sneaking around? Come out! Yang Kai observed for a moment before taking a deep breath and suddenly shouting. The man grinned and no longer hid himself, leaping up into the sky and walking towards Yang Kai. Looking at this master from the demon race approaching him, Yang Kai's face filled with suspicion. He had never seen this person before, but looking at their posture, it was clear they were indeed waiting for him and Linga. This person's cultivation was not weak, probably at the Saint Realm. Even if he wasn't as strong as Feng Biao and Umo, the difference wasn't great. Behind this man, a number of seemingly powerful masters appeared one after another, all of them curiously staring at Yang Kai. Hearing a sound behind him, Yang Kai's face sank, realizing that Feng Biao and Umo had also caught up. Sure enough, a moment later, these two rabid dogs appeared one after another, blocking Yang Kai's path. Umo, is this the human boy who escaped from Sand City? The master from the demon race in front of him stared at Yang Kai and asked. Umo's expression became cold as he nodded lightly. Turning to Yang Kai, he shouted, "Smelly brat, you sure run fast. If I hadn't sent a message to City Lord Man, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to stop you." As he spoke, a look of hatred flashed across his face. This time he had accepted Shueli's order and thought he could easily capture Yang Kai, but after a month of chasing him, he had almost exhausted himself to death. Feeling very depressed, Umo secretly decided that once he caught Yang Kai, he would make him suffer a bit to vent the hatred in his heart. After listening to Umo's words, Yang Kai suddenly understood. When he was being chased, Umo had used some kind of method to send a message to City Lord Man, telling him to set up an ambush here in advance and wait for his arrival. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. After all, this was his opponent's territory. Although he had been able to escape for a while, today he had been blocked, so there was likely no road to heaven or door to earth. While Umo and City Lord Man were talking, Feng Biao, who was standing nearby, wore an indifferent expression, his eyes constantly darting around, seemingly observing the situation around him. His purpose was different from Umo's. He wanted to kill Yang Kai and complete the task given to him by Master Go Qiong, but now that Umo had called for help, he suddenly felt a bit troubled. Feng Biao's restlessness didn't escape Umo's notice, and even City Lord Man wore a pensive look as he chuckled. "Isn't this Feng Biao? Why aren't you staying in Qingliao City and serving your Go Qiong master? What are you doing out here in the middle of nowhere?" Umo shouted, "Feng Biao, today I won't embarrass you, so scram." Feng Biao coldly snorted, glaring towards Yang Kai and then towards Umo before suddenly retreating a short distance and faintly saying, "You can capture him, I won't intervene, but I'll report everything that happened before to Master Go Qiong. I hope you can bear the consequences." Seeing him take such a stance, Umo no longer spoke any more nonsense, glancing towards Yang Kai and sneering, "Little brat, are you going to surrender yourself or do you want me to capture you? I'll tell you in advance, if you want me to take action, you may suffer some injuries. Are you so confident you can catch me?" Yang Kai smiled lightly. Hearing this, City Lord Man's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he muttered in amazement, "Umo, what kind of background does this human brat have? His arrogance is greater than the heavens." In front of several Saint Realm masters, he actually dared to speak such big words. Was there something wrong with his head? He has the capital to back up his arrogance. Di Xiao was killed by him in Sand City's death arena, one-on-one. Umo explained softly. What? City Lord Man's face paled as he exclaimed, Are you sure? Di Xiao was killed by him? He seems to only be a second-order transcendent. I saw it with my own eyes, how could I be mistaken? Also, when he killed Di Xiao he was only a first-order transcendent. After killing Di Xiao he broke through to his current realm. Are you for real? City Lord Man had a look of disbelief on his face as he exclaimed in shock. Why else do you think Feng Biao chased after him for an entire month? Umo ground his teeth. Damn it, I won't mention it, it's too embarrassing. Ah. City Lord Man burst out laughing, a look of ridicule filling his face. What, you chased him for an entire month and still couldn't catch him? As he laughed, his expression suddenly became cold as he muttered, It seems this little brat really has some skill. Chapter 789. The city lord of the demon race's Man City looked like a burly man, but in fact he was a shrewd and cunning man. He knew that if Umo hadn't forced him into a corner, Umo wouldn't have praised a human cultivator so highly. City Lord Man City immediately realized that this human was indeed different from the others. With just a first-order cultivation he had killed the third-order Di Xiao. No one in the demon race had ever been able to accomplish such a feat. It had always been Di Xiao who killed those above his realm, but this time he had been killed instead. It was obvious just how powerful this human was. Gu Man, this time I'll have to trouble you to take action. I'll stand guard for you. Umo glanced over at Feng Biao not far away and ordered. He obviously didn't trust Feng Biao and needed to take action to prevent him from acting rashly. No problem, I like to destroy the pride and self-confidence of young people, especially someone like this human. It'll definitely be very enjoyable. Gu Man nodded heavily, his face filled with excitement as he waved his hand and shouted to the people he had brought with him, Go test his depths, don't be careless, I don't want to have to collect your corpses. The masters from the barbarian city grinned as they walked over, sizing up Yang Kai with great interest. Umo frowned, faintly feeling that something was wrong, but thinking that with so many people dealing with Yang Kai, there shouldn't be any problems. He didn't stop them. City Lord, is there any reward for capturing this human brat? The experts from the barbarian city shouted. It seemed that they wanted to obtain some benefits from the ancient barbarian city. Reward my ass. Father here was sent to the edge of the demon land by Master Xueli to be city lord. This place is even more desolate than Sand City, yet you dare ask me for a reward? If you want it you should ask Umo, Gu Man cursed. Hearing this, Yang Kai's eyes lit up and his lips curled into a grin. Although Gu Man's words were filled with complaints, they also revealed a piece of news that made Yang Kai excited. This place was really the edge of the demon land. This meant that as long as he left this place, he could escape from the demon land. What are you blabbering about? Don't tell me you didn't get enough benefits? Umo shouted. Gu Man, you're just like this. If it weren't for this, why would Master Xueli arrange for you to be here? Short-sighted fellows will never improve. Gu Man wasn't annoyed, instead he grinned meaningfully. Did you hear that? Master Umo said that anyone who catches him will be rewarded. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it, idiots. When the masters of Barbarian City heard this, their auras immediately became fierce, and they all glared at Yang Kai with unkind expressions, surrounding him without leaving a trace. Yang Kai was not flustered at all. He just looked at them coldly. Secretly condensing his spiritual energy, he was ready to launch an attack with his soul-devouring insects, killing all these cultivator below the Saint Realm in one fell swoop. Just as both sides were about to draw their swords, and Linger's delicate body suddenly trembled, and a trace of fear and pain appeared on her pretty face. She couldn't help but pull on Yang Kai's clothes. What's wrong? Yang Kai frowned and asked softly. He thought that Enlinger had been hit by some kind of trick. However, Enlinger's beautiful eyes trembled. Stretching out a finger, she pointed to the distance, over there. Following the direction of her finger. Everyone stared in that direction. In just a single glance, all of them were stunned. On the other side of the sky, the wind and clouds were converging, and a thick, rolling dark cloud was rapidly approaching. Mixed with this dark cloud was an extremely uncomfortable aura, and there was even a faint divine sense being transmitted over. Everyone paled in fright. Saintess Nan? Yang Kai muttered. It should be. And Ling gently nodded, her beautiful eyes dark and gloomy, as if she couldn't see the light at all. Fuck. Yang Kai couldn't help cursing. Being chased by Umo and Feng Biao, being ambushed and intercepted by Gu Man, he didn't care because he hadn't used all of his means yet. He believed that as long as he became the demon race, he would be able to escape with Ling. But at this critical moment, this previous generation's saintess who had never killed a single person in her life and slaughtered 1,000,000 corpses after her death had actually chased him here, disrupting Yang Kai's plans and causing him to become anxious. Yang Kai had experienced Saintess Nan's methods before and knew he couldn't resist her. Even if he had broken through to the second-order transcendent realm now, Yang Kai didn't have the slightest confidence in defeating her. The last time he had been able to escape from her hands was entirely because of the void corridor at the bottom of the sea, but now that he was in the middle of nowhere, there was no possibility of escape. Yang Kai's emotions were stirred up while Feng Biao, Umo, and the others also wore dignified expressions. All of them were Saint Realm masters, so they could naturally perceive the tyrannical strength of this person. Even they had to be wary of such an existence. What kind of powerful master would actually come here? The two of them couldn't understand and could only stare towards Yang Kai thoughtfully, wanting to get an answer from him. If you don't want to die, hurry up and leave, my reinforcements are here. Yang Kai stared at them coldly, trying to maintain a calm expression. Umo chuckled, why do I feel like this person is filled with murderous intent towards you and the woman beside you? Yang Kai curled his lips, knowing that there was no way he could deceive Umo and the others. Little brat, you really know how to stir up trouble, actually provoking such a powerful enemy. It's a miracle you've survived until now. Do you think I want to? Yang Kai said indignantly. If he hadn't learned a few of the 9 heavens' divine skills from Enling and been tainted with her aura, Saintess Nan wouldn't have targeted him like this. But Umo, this person's aura is a bit strange. Gu Man frowned as he carefully probed this person's aura. He couldn't help but feel that this person's aura was too heavy, completely devoid of any fluctuations a living person should have, shaking his head and asking, what should we do? Capture this little brat and leave quickly. Umo decisively made up his mind, not daring to delay any longer. No matter how strange this person was, Umo had already felt how tyrannical his opponent was. Even if he and Gu Man joined forces, they might not necessarily be able to win. If they didn't leave now, the night was long and the dreams were many. No need, I'll go with you. Yang Kai said casually, suddenly changing his attitude. Going with Umo and the others might give him a chance to survive, but staying here would only result in death. He didn't have the capital to resist Saintess Nan yet. Little brat, you know your place. Umo nodded lightly, expressing satisfaction, but soon his expression changed again, grinning bitterly. I'm afraid it's too late. This person is too fast. As soon as he finished speaking, a perfectly proportioned hand stretched out from the rolling dark clouds in the distant sky, covering the direction of the crowd from afar. As this jade hand pushed forward, it grew larger and larger until it covered the entire sky, making it impossible for anyone to see the slightest trace of light. Heaven covering hand. A single hand covering the heavens. The masters from the demon race all cursed loudly while Yang Kai also quickly took Enling and fled. Kong. The earth shook and the forest where Gu Man and the others had been hiding was suddenly smashed deep into the ground. From a bird's eye view, one could see a terrifying giant hand seal appear in a radius of more than a dozen kilometers. As if some kind of natural disaster had occurred, a strong wind swept out, sending sand and stones flying everywhere. Several unlucky masters from Barbarian City who were unable to escape in time were crushed into meat paste on the spot. The rest of the people who managed to barely avoid this disaster by relying on their profound cultivations. Umo and Gu Man gathered together, their expressions extremely ugly. Although they already knew that this person was extremely strong, it wasn't until the moment he took action that they realized they had still underestimated this person's methods. Second-order saint. At the very least, this person's cultivation was at this level. Standing mid-air, Umo and Gu Man didn't have any fighting intent, only wanting to get as far away from this place as possible, but they didn't dare to make the slightest move because when the giant hand seal was about to descend, a divine sense had already locked onto their bodies. Once they moved, they would be mercilessly slaughtered. Both of them took a deep breath and focused their gazes in a certain direction. In that direction, a graceful woman in a pure white dress was slowly walking over. Her appearance was delicate, her figure was slender, and her temperament was extraordinary. She was a rare beauty in this world. But at this moment, her expression was dull and a thick death chi flowed from her brow, making her complexion appear somewhat dark and gloomy. From her, Umo and Gu Man couldn't feel the slightest trace of vitality. As she walked, streams of refined energy shot out from her slender fingertips, transforming into sharp blades that shot towards the experts of Barbarian City. These masters below the Saint Realm were unable to resist in the face of these attacks, and in just a few breaths of time, they were all killed by her, not leaving a single one alive. Gu Man's eyes went bloodshot as he roared, "You smelly whore, you dare attack my Gu Man's people?" Umo also wore a gloomy expression as he shouted, "You slut, don't you think it's a bit too much for you to kill without even asking?" Facing the curses and questions of these two, Saintess Nan didn't respond in the slightest, her beautiful eyes not even blinking. Yang Kai was secretly gloating in his heart, but on the surface he didn't show it. Saintess Nan was already a dead person, so no matter what Umo and Gu Man said, they wouldn't get a response. Yang Kai was naturally happy to watch the show. The only problem now was how to escape from this previous generation's saintess. Even with Umo and Gu Man's interference, Yang Kai estimated they wouldn't be able to last long. Midair, as Saintess Nan continued to approach, Umo and Gu Man's hairs all stood on end. Exchanging a glance with each other, they quickly condensed their strength. They knew that today they had no choice but to fight with this woman. Even Feng Biao, who had been watching the show from the sidelines, couldn't help feeling angry. He had also been locked onto by Saintess Nan's divine sense, so if he wanted to survive, he could only temporarily join forces with Umo and Gu Man to resist. The three First Order saints immediately gathered together. Even if such a lineup couldn't win against Saintess Nan, escaping was probably not a problem. A moment later, when Saintess Nan was about 300 meters away, rolling demonic chi burst forth from the three Saint Realm Masters of the demon race, all of them displaying their full strength as they attacked Saintess Nan. A giant sword appeared out of thin air and slashed down towards the three saints, carrying with it the power to destroy heaven and earth. Profound heavenly sword. This giant sword contained a thick death domain, causing Umo and the other saints to tremble in fear. Chapter 790. The three demon race Saint Realm Masters didn't know anything about Saintess Nan and immediately began fighting, falling into a bitter struggle. Although there were three of them, Saintess Nan's cultivation was a minor realm higher than any of them, so even though she was fighting one against three, she wasn't at a disadvantage. Seeing this, Yang Kai was overjoyed. Without saying a word, he pulled an Linger and fled. This little brat. Although Umo saw this scene, he couldn't free himself to stop it, so he couldn't help grinding his teeth in anger. Knowing that this mission was impossible to complete, Umo vented all of his anger on Saintess Nan, not showing any mercy as he summoned his Saint-grade artifact and released a massive amount of power. After half a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai and Enling had fled 100 kilometers away. Even from so far away, the shockwaves from the battle between the Saint Realm Masters could still be felt, causing Yang Kai to feel some lingering fear. Yang Kai had always felt that there seemed to be a fundamental difference between the Saint Realm and the Mortal Realm. This wasn't a great realm gap, but rather the true chi flowing through the bodies of every Saint Realm Master he had encountered was somewhat different from that of those in the Mortal Realm. Without reaching this level, Yang Kai didn't know what the mysteries of the Saint Realm were, so he could only wait until later to find someone to ask. And Ling suddenly let out a soft cry, her brow furrowing slightly, seemingly silently sensing something. At the same time, Yang Kai's face also sank. Under the investigation of his divine sense, he discovered that there were several tyrannical top masters in front of him, all of whom were rapidly approaching him. The auras exuding from these masters were no worse than Umo's group, and one of them was even comparable to Saintess Nan. In this desolate wilderness, with so many Saint Realm Masters suddenly appearing, it was difficult for Yang Kai to ignore them. Just as Yang Kai was about to pull Enling away from these approaching masters, Enling suddenly smiled. Enling suddenly smiled, her brow relaxing as she called out, "It's my Holy Land's people." Yang Kai was stunned. "We're saved, Great Elder Su Hui must have brought reinforcements." Hearing her say this, Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Although he felt it was a bit of a coincidence, it wasn't impossible. If it really was a master from Nine Heaven's Holy Land, then all they needed to do was track Saintess Nan's figure and they would be able to find Enling provided that Enling was still alive. Yang Kai instinctively wanted to run away. Yang Kai didn't want to have any contact with the people from Nine Heaven's Holy Land, but as soon as this idea appeared, he suppressed it. If he left at this time, he would have a guilty conscience and would only arouse the suspicions of those experts. On top of that, Yang Kai wasn't sure if Saintess Nan would let him off after he separated from Enlinga. If she forced Umo and the others to retreat and then went after him alone, he wouldn't be able to resist. There was no doubt that it was safer to stay with the experts in front of him. Enlinga, Yang Kai suddenly called out. How have I been treating you during this time? How have I been? Enlinga was startled, but after thinking about it carefully, her cheeks blushed slightly as she whispered, very good. Whether it was on the seabed or inside the mysterious small world. Or perhaps it was because in the demon land, Yang Kai had taken good care of her. Even when they were escaping, he would take her with him, sharing many trials and tribulations with her for nearly a year. Enlinga had long regarded Yang Kai as a person she could only rely on. Then do me a favor, when you see the people from your holy land, don't mention anything about the holy land. Don't mention anything about the holy master. And don't tell them that I learned 3 Nine Heavens divine skills from you. You don't want to be the holy master? Enlinga keenly understood Yang Kai's intentions. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I already said even if I don't become the holy master, I can still reach that height. If I were to become your holy master, I'm afraid it wouldn't even take 300 years for me to become a skeleton. If I die, it doesn't matter, many people will be sad. Are they all women? Enlinga asked softly, her tone filled with jealousy. Ahem, only 1 or 2, Yang Kai said awkwardly. Good, since you're so against it, I won't say anything. When we reach a safe place you can leave on your own. I'm sure Great Elder and the others won't embarrass you too much. Enlinga pursed her red lips. And, Yang Kai nodded lightly, not slowing down his pace as he flew forward to meet them. While the two were talking, several divine senses spread out from the other side and began probing them. After a short while, these divine senses all revealed a kind of joy and excitement, apparently having recognized Enlinga's life aura. A moment later, several streaks of light entered Yang Kai's eyes and from a distance someone called out, Is it Her Highness the Saintess? Great Elder. Enlinga responded quickly. It really is Her Highness the Saintess. The speed of the several streaks of light increased and in the blink of an eye, arrived in front of Yang Kai and Enlinga, 4 Saint Realm Masters. The one leading them should be the Great Elder Su Hui that Enlinga mentioned, a second-order saint, not the slightest bit worse than Saintess Nan. Wearing a gray robe, his eyes flashed brilliantly and his expression was one of awe and dignity. Behind him were 3 other saints, all of whom should be masters from 9 Heavens' Holy Land. Such a tyrannical lineup showed just how strong 9 Heavens' Holy Land's heritage was. After all, if the old Holy Master and Saintess Nan had not died, the Holy Land would have had 2 more top masters. Soaring Heaven sect was such a powerful force, but it only had 2 saints, one was Chu Ling Xiao and the other was a martial uncle Yang Kai had never seen before. Compared to 9 Heavens' Holy Land, Soaring Heaven sect appeared somewhat weak. With such a heritage, 9 Heavens' Holy Land could be considered one of the strongest forces in the entire world, but after experiencing the death of both the old Holy Master and Saintess Nan, 9 Heavens' Holy Land should have declined significantly. With the blessings of the old Holy Master in heaven, Her Highness the Saintess is safe and sound. Su Hui hurriedly cupped his fists and bowed, a look of relief appearing on his face. Most of the other 3 masters also wore similar expressions. It was obvious that they were all very worried about Enlinga's safety. After seeing Enlinga, all of them hurriedly asked about her well-being. Enlinga simply waved her hand indicating that she was fine. Saying so, Great Elder Su Hui's pair of sharp eyes suddenly stared at Yang Kai, a look of approval flashing across his face as he nodded lightly. This should be the future Holy Master, yes? Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as his brow furrowed. This old man saying such words at first sight made Yang Kai feel somewhat at a loss. Enlinga was also taken aback and quickly shook her head. No, Great Elder, you've misunderstood. Hi, Your Highness Saintess doesn't need to conceal anything from me. What happened to you in the Outer Islands I learned from Chen Ning. Su Hui nodded repeatedly, a look of appreciation and satisfaction flashing across his eyes. Young and promising, actually being able to comprehend 3 of the 9 Heavens' divine skills at once is something no previous Holy Master has ever accomplished. Yang Kai was even more surprised in his heart, but on the surface he remained indifferent, not showing any intention to speak. On the other hand, Enlinga gawked for a moment before asking in surprise, Uncle Chen didn't die? In the Outer Islands, in order to give Yang Kai and Enlinga time to escape, Qianning and the other mortal realm masters from Nine Heavens Holy Land had launched a suicidal attack on Saintess Nan. Yang Kai had personally witnessed Qianning being beaten to a pulp by Saintess Nan, so there was no reason for him to have survived. Su Hui shook his head sadly. Dead in your team, everyone except you died, but before Qianning died he left behind a message. It was because of this that I was able to learn that you had found the future Holy Master. It was also because we followed Saintess Nan's trail that we were able to find you today. This was basically the same as Yang Kai had guessed, but thinking about Qianning, Yang Kai couldn't help grinding his teeth. That bastard had died, but before he died he had caused so much trouble for himself. His death was truly not worth regretting. And Ling quietly glanced over at Yang Kai and saw that his complexion was not very good. Her heart couldn't help trembling, not knowing what to do. We shouldn't stay here for long, let's leave quickly. Su Hui glanced around 100 kilometers away and quickly said. Everyone nodded. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. That Saintess Nan, is she going to ignore it? Su Hui smiled awkwardly. I'm not afraid you'll laugh at me, but I'm not the Saintess opponent, so even if I wanted to intervene, there's nothing I can do. Then won't she always chase after me and Ling in the future? Yang Kai's expression was slightly unhappy. Once we return to the Holy Land there won't be any problems. As long as we return to the Holy Land, the Saintess won't chase after us, another Saint Realm Master quickly replied. That's why we need to hurry back to the Holy Land. When Su Hui spoke he looked towards Yang Kai cautiously as if he respected him very much. The other party's attitude was quite good, so although Yang Kai was unhappy and didn't want to have anything to do with Nine Heavens Holy Land, he had no choice but to follow them. Yang Kai decided to observe them for a while. If they showed any signs of unpleasantness on the road, he would immediately flee and never appear in front of anyone from Nine Heavens Holy Land until he had grown up. However, now that Su Hui and the others had learned that he had studied the Nine Heavens divine skills, they wouldn't easily let him leave, causing Yang Kai a bit of a headache. With his permission, Su Hui's expression relaxed, wrapping Yang Kai and Ling in his Yuan Qi before flying off. A short time later the group left the demon land. Saintess Nan's divine sense, which had been locked onto Yang Kai and Ling, was also cut off because of the great distance between them. It wasn't until now that Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. Flying all the way, Su Hui seemed to be staring at them intently, but in fact he was also secretly observing them, his heart filled with amazement. He noticed that Ling seemed to care a lot about Yang Kai, not like a saintess caring about the future Holy Master, but more like a woman caring about a man. From time to time Ling would carefully observe Yang Kai's expression, and whenever she saw him show a dignified expression, Ling's heart would beat faster. This future Holy Master is amazing. What kind of person Ling was, Su Hui knew better than anyone else. Every saintess cultivated by the Holy Land, which one of them didn't have eyes above their heads? This future Holy Master being able to make the saintess so obedient in such a short time was a testament to his charm and means. Chapter 791. If this was all there was to it, it could only be said that he had indeed obtained the approval of the saintess. What was even more commendable was that his cultivation was not low, a full second-order transcendent. When they first arrived, Su Hui had been guessing what kind of cultivation this future Holy Master would have. If he was just an immortal ascension boundary cultivator with the Holy Land's resources and secret arts, it would only take a few dozen years for him to stand at the peak of the martial Tao, but the reality had greatly surprised him. Such a young second-order transcendent was a rare existence in the entire Tongshan realm. Thinking about the message Qianning had left before his death, Su Hui couldn't help smiling. The more he looked at Yang Kai, the more pleasing he found him. By the way, Your Highness, how did you manage to escape from the Outer Islands? As far as I know, the Outer Islands were destroyed by Saintess Nan, and almost no one survived. Su Hui asked curiously as they flew. Ling glanced over at Yang Kai, and seeing Yang Kai nod lightly, she told him about the ancient ruins at the bottom of the sea. A void corridor? Su Hui raised his brow and said happily, the heavens have really blessed my holy land. So, after you came out of the void corridor, you arrived in the demon land, right? Yang Kai nodded quickly, fearing that Ling would reveal the mysterious small world. After arriving in the demon land, we accidentally fell into Xueli's hands and only managed to escape a few days ago. Demon General Xueli? Su Hui paled while the other three also wore shocked looks, none of them having expected Yang Kai and Ling to be able to escape from such a powerful character, causing them to feel a burst of admiration. If they had fallen into Xueli's hands, they would likely have died without a doubt. Realizing this, the masters of Nine Heavens' Holy Land became even more respectful towards the future Holy Master, Yang Kai. Flying over various famous mountains and rivers, Su Hui and the others didn't slow down in the slightest, quickly escaping from Saintess Nan's pursuit. Along the way, Su Hui intentionally or unintentionally inquired about Yang Kai's origins and was somewhat surprised to learn that he was from Soaring Heaven Sect. Soaring Heaven Sect was not a weak force. However, it was quite far from Nine Heavens' Holy Land. They didn't interact much with each other. Soaring Heaven Sect's strength has also soared recently. It seems they have suddenly gained 4 Saint Realm Masters. Speaking of Soaring Heaven Sect, an old man with a pale complexion sighed, if that's the case, their overall strength is above my Holy Lands. For extra people? Yang Kai smiled happily when he heard this and immediately thought of Tsangyan and Feiyu. It seemed that they had obtained the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower from Floating Cloud City. It was indeed of great help to them. I've also heard about this matter. It is said that 2 years ago, the 4 of them took an alchemist with them to Floating Cloud City in neutral territory to compete for the 1,000-year demon flower. If I remember correctly, that alchemist seems to be a young man, about the same age as our future Holy Master. Saying so, Su Hui swept his eyes over Yang Kai meaningfully. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he pretended not to hear. At this time, no matter what he said, it would only reveal 300 taels of silver. Obviously, Su Hui had already speculated something. However, this old man didn't have any malicious intent towards him, so Yang Kai wasn't very worried. Seeing Yang Kai not say anything, Su Hui chuckled, there's no need to envy others. My Holy Land has a new Holy Master. It won't be long before he can restore his Yuan Qi and perhaps even reach a higher level. Yes, yes, yes. Everyone hurriedly nodded in agreement. All of them had great expectations for Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned and said, friends, I have no intention of meddling with your Holy Master's position. When we arrive at a suitable place, we'll part ways. Su Hui wore a shocked expression. You don't want to be Holy Master? Yang Kai nodded. I have discussed this matter with Enlinger many times. I learned your 3 Nine Heavens divine skills without fully understanding them. At most, I won't use these 3 divine skills in the future. The several saints were suddenly dumbfounded. Enlinger pursed her red lips and also said, I take a lot of responsibility for this matter. He didn't learn my Holy Land's divine skills. If you want to blame someone, blame me. Su Hui frowned as he glanced over at Yang Kai and Enlinger, seemingly deep in thought for a moment before suddenly letting out a hearty laugh. Let's not talk about this for now. Since little brother is from Soaring Heaven Sect, we won't embarrass you. If it's convenient for you, why don't you return to the Holy Land with us as a guest and use your own eyes to see what the Holy Land is like? When the time comes, if you still insist, we won't force you. Yang Kai's expression flashed, knowing that in front of these Saint Realm Masters, he couldn't refuse. Once he refused, they would likely use force. Although they wouldn't hurt him, they would definitely try to take him back to Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Su Hui had already made enough concessions. With his identity and strength, if he really decided to use force, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to resist. Saying so was enough to show his sincerity. Good. Yang Kai nodded lightly, not wanting to argue with them anymore. Seeing him agree, Enlinger couldn't help showing a happy expression. The group continued to move forward. Unlike the previous harmonious atmosphere, after learning that Yang Kai had no intention of becoming Holy Master, Su Hui and the other saints were constantly exchanging glances and divine sense messages, seemingly discussing something. Yang Kai noticed this but simply pretended not to notice. A moment later, the 4 saints began bombarding Yang Kai with words, describing the strength and foundation of Nine Heavens' Holy Land one by one, showing him the various benefits and wonderful prospects of becoming Holy Master in an attempt to tempt him. Yang Kai let these words flow in his ears, refusing to budge, causing Su Hui and the other saints to feel extremely helpless. However, from their descriptions, Yang Kai did see a behemoth. In Nine Heavens' Holy Land, although the lifespan of each Holy Master was short, each Holy Master was able to reach the peak of the Third Order Saint realm. Any force, as long as they had a Third Order Saint, would be considered a top force. Moreover, the way they cultivated their Holy Masters was also different. Inside the Holy Land, there were some places that only the Holy Master could enter, and if one cultivated there, their strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Even Su Hui and the other saints weren't clear on the mysteries behind this. There were also saintesses to assist them in their cultivation, ranging from 7 or 8 saintesses to 3 or 4. It was difficult for a holy master's strength to not improve quickly. Each saintess was selected through a strict selection process, and whether it was in terms of aptitude or beauty, they were all top-notch. These saintesses were completely obedient to the holy master and would do anything he wished. It could be said that as long as one became the holy master of 9 heavens' holy land, not only would they be able to enjoy the blessings of many women, they would also be able to dominate the world. The only drawback was their lifespan. Not only was the lifespan of a holy master short, but so was the lifespan of a saintess. The previous holy master originally had 6 saintesses, but in the past 50 years 5 of them had fallen one after another, leaving behind only Saintess Nan. When the previous holy master died, Saintess Nan also fell. The previous holy master and saintess had all passed away, so now the Holy Land's hopes were pinned on Yang Kai and Enling. How could Su Hui and the other saints allow Yang Kai to leave so easily? Great Elder, where are Xiao Lian and the others? Enling caught a glimpse of something unusual from Su Hui and the other saints' words and quickly asked in a trembling voice. Su Hui's face darkened as he hesitated for a moment before replying, "They're all dead. Of the 4 saintesses of this generation besides you, the other 3 have all been killed by Saintess Nan." Enling couldn't help covering her mouth as her eyes trembled. She had been hoping that the other 3 saintesses would be able to bring back a suitable candidate for the Holy Master position so that Great Elder and the others wouldn't force Yang Kai to become Holy Master, but now that she had received such bad news she was unable to accept it. However, after thinking about it carefully, the Saintess Patrol team did not have any Saint Realm Masters guarding them, so once Saintess Nan found them, there was no way they could resist. She had been lucky enough to meet Yang Kai and learn about the existence of a void corridor in advance. Otherwise, her fate may have been the same as the other 3 saintesses. "Your Highness Saintess, please restrain your grief." Su Hui quickly comforted, "That's why the Holy Land is now counting on you too." Saying so, he stared towards Yang Kai with a burning gaze. "Forgive this old master's rudeness, but I'll call you little brother first. If little brother doesn't agree to become Holy Master, within 100 years the Holy Land will disappear." Su Hui's expression was sincere as he spoke in a dignified tone. The other 3 also hurriedly pleaded, "Little brother, please agree to our rude request. The inheritance of the Holy Land cannot be severed in our generation." Yang Kai took a light breath and comforted them. "The tides rise and fall, flowers bloom and wilt, no great force can survive forever. Don't think about it too deeply. Didn't the great demon god who was as strong as he was back then also fall? Moreover, I'm not the only one in this world who is suitable to become Holy Master, it's just that Enling hasn't found one yet. Little brother doesn't know the whole story, so it's no wonder you say such things. Every saintess of the Holy Land can only choose one Holy Master candidate in their life. Once chosen, they won't be able to sense anyone else. Now that Her Highness Saintess has chosen you, there is no reason for her to choose anyone else. So, the only one who can become Holy Master is me?" Yang Kai frowned, suddenly feeling that the situation had become tricky. Su Hui and the others all nodded solemnly. "If little brother doesn't agree, then our 9 heavens holy land can only wait for destruction. We implore little brother to inherit the position of Holy Master. Don't force me. If you push me too far I'll turn against you." Yang Kai glared at him. Su Hui's face changed as he quickly said, "We wouldn't dare." Seeing Yang Kai's impatience, Enling quickly interjected, "Didn't we say we shouldn't talk about this now? Why are you bringing it up again?" Su Hui smiled awkwardly and self-deprecatingly said, "I'm old and confused, I hope little brother won't take offense. Let's return to the Holy Land first so little brother can experience the glory of my Holy Land. This old master will definitely entertain you well." Soon we'll arrive in 3 or 5 days, another person quickly added. Chapter 792. In a picturesque landscape, the world energy here was extremely rich. Around these mountains, there were many exquisite and powerful barriers, isolating this territory from the outside world. 9 heavens holy land. An ancient force that had existed since ancient times, passed down from generation to generation. Its strength was quite extraordinary. Even when considering the entire world, it was second to none. However, as soon as Yang Kai arrived here, he felt a sad and solemn atmosphere, probably because the old Holy Master had fallen and the new Holy Master had yet to succeed him. 9 heavens holy land, like soaring heaven sect, was also surrounded by mountains, but unlike soaring heaven's 600-peak array, Nine Heavens Holy Land only had 9 peaks. Although the number was relatively small, the arrangement of these 9 peaks was in accordance with the heavenly way. The spirit array arranged with these 9 peaks as the foundation was no worse than soaring heaven's 600-peak array, perhaps even better. Whether it was its defensive strength or the speed at which it gathered world energy, it was not inferior to the 100-peak array. Surrounded by these 9 peaks, beautiful palaces were arranged in a picturesque disorderly manner, where thousands of disciples lived. The entire Nine Heavens Holy Land was like a paradise, but it was also bustling with life. Su Hui and the others returned to the Holy Land with Yang Kai and Enling Er, but for some unknown reason they did not return quietly, instead choosing to make a grand entrance to a magnificent palace at the center of the Holy Land. Along both sides of the road from time to time, some Holy Land disciples would gather and respectfully salute Su Hui and the others. After seeing Enling Er, all of them called out the name of the saintess, regardless of whether they were men or women, old or young, their faces filled with worship and fanaticism. As the only outsider here, Yang Kai was obviously the focus of attention. At such a young age, great elder Su Hui and the others were so respectful towards him, making it easy for others to guess what was going on. Whispers constantly came from both sides as the disciples of Nine Heavens Holy Land quietly pointed towards Yang Kai, speculating whether he was the next holy master that the saintess had found, each of their faces filled with curiosity and excitement. It seemed that as long as Yang Kai succeeded the position of holy master, Nine Heavens Holy Land would be saved. Some of the more astute ones had already determined this matter, and all of them bowed respectfully to Yang Kai. Yang Kai was as calm as ever, his expression unchanged. Su Hui and the others were secretly amazed, their evaluation of Yang Kai rising again. Although Yang Kai was from Soaring Heaven sect, in the end he was still quite young. Su Hui had deliberately led him down this path in order to let him experience the prosperity of the Holy Land and the strength of its disciples in advance, allowing him to gain some understanding of the Holy Land. However, even in the face of such a grand battle, Yang Kai didn't show the slightest trace of fear or panic, instead remaining calm and composed, as if he had experienced a great storm, causing Su Hui and the others to be somewhat impressed. The temperament of this future Holy Lord seemed to be extraordinary. Su Hui and the others all exchanged glances, feeling more and more that this person should succeed the position of Holy Master. Along the way it was lively. In front of a palace made of gold and stone, the ground was cut flat. The palace was majestic and there were many stone pillars in front of it. The stone pillars were carved with dragons and phoenixes, and all kinds of vivid and lifelike images. Arriving here, Su Hui turned around and gently waved his hand. The onlooking Holy Land disciples gradually dispersed, but everyone's hearts were filled with doubts and curiosity, wondering what Yang Kai's origins were and whether he could succeed the position of Holy Master and save the Holy Land from its current predicament. "Little brother, please?" Su Hui bowed respectfully. Yang Kai sighed helplessly and frowned. "Senior, I just came to visit your Holy Land as a guest, is there any need to be so formal?" Hearing this, Su Hui understood that Yang Kai was still rejecting the Holy Land and them, chuckling lightly and nodding. "What little brother says is right, let's go in together." After entering the palace, under Su Hui's arrangement, everyone took a seat and a short time later, a banquet was set up. From the looks of it, Su Hui and the others were preparing a welcoming dinner for Yang Kai. At the banquet, Yang Kai didn't show too much impatience, simply taking things as they came, exchanging toasts with Su Hui and the others. Yang Kai found that as long as this old man didn't mention anything about the Holy Land's Holy Master, he was quite easy to get along with. His strength was profound, his seniority wasn't low, but he was still approachable. However, Yang Kai guessed that this had something to do with Su Hui's intentions. If it had been any other young man who came here, Su Hui wouldn't have been so patient. When the wine reached its climax, a group of young girls were called in. Music was played in unison as they sang and danced. Each of these young girls was a heavenly beauty, and although their clothes were thin, they weren't revealing at all. What's more, each of them had a graceful figure and a unique temperament, dazzling anyone who saw them. Yang Kai enjoyed this scene with great interest, his eyes clear, without the slightest trace of obscenity. And Ling Er, who was sitting at the head of the table, saw this and smiled with satisfaction. After some excitement, the banquet ended and Su Hui and the others also bid Yang Kai farewell. None of them mentioned anything that would displease Yang Kai, the maidservant leading the way for Yang Kai to rest. In a huge room, the curtains were hung high and the floor was covered with a velvet carpet. The walls were decorated with strange stones used for lighting, so that the light in the room was neither dim nor bright. There was an incense burner in the middle of the room, lit with high-grade spices, making people feel relaxed and happy. Does young lord wish to take a bath? There is a bath in the side room, warm water has already been prepared, the maidservant asked softly. Yang Kai glanced over at her, slowly shook his head and waved her away. The maidservant was also well behaved, gracefully bowing before withdrawing. Yang Kai waited in the room for a moment before walking over to the door and opening it, turning to Enling who was standing outside hesitantly and asking, "Come in, what are you standing here for?" Enling lowered her head and walked into the room. Come, let me talk to you." Yang Kai didn't allow her to explain, directly grabbing hold of Enlinger's hand and dragging her towards the bed. Enlinger's face blushed slightly, but she didn't resist, allowing Yang Kai to drag her along. A moment later she sat down on the edge of the bed looking a little nervous. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged on the bed and stared at her with a wry smile. "Su Hui arranged for your Holy Land's disciples to surround me while also having those dancers seduce me. It seems he doesn't have any good intentions. He just wants you to inherit the position of Holy Master. How could he be so insidious? On top of that, they aren't just dancers, they are all outstanding disciples of my Holy Land who have undergone a strict selection process. Only when the most distinguished guests arrive will they appear to perform a dance." Enling pursed her red lips and stared at him with some resentment. "Do you not want to be Holy Master?" "Not at all." Yang Kai shook his head, frowning for a moment before asking, "Tell me the truth, is what Su Hui said before true?" "What? After you chose me, you can't choose anyone else." Enling gently nodded. "Your Holy Land is really strange. No matter what, I am still an outsider. Holy Master is such an important position, why don't you choose from within?" Enling smiled lightly. "This has been the rule since ancient times. Presumably you've heard that every Holy Master of our Holy Land is brought back by the saintesses." "I've heard of it before. It's basically like this, but there's only one exception. I remember that it was recorded in the ancient records that about 900 years ago, the Holy Lord of that generation was originally a disciple of the Holy Land, and the Holy Maidens all had a reaction to him, so that disciple became the Holy Lord of that generation, but since then such a situation has never happened again. If only the Holy Land's disciples could become Holy Master, we wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to find them, Xiao Lian and the others wouldn't have." Saying so, her expression became sad and her eyes became red. "My condolences." Yang Kai didn't know how to comfort her. Enling wiped the corners of her eyes and took a deep breath to calm herself down. After hesitating for a moment, she said, "If you insist on not becoming the Holy Master, I'll help you talk to the Great Elder and see if they can make an exception." "Don't say anything, it's useless." Yang Kai shook his head. "Since Su Hui and the others have already decided that I am the only candidate, it doesn't matter who tries to persuade them." "Then what about you?" "It's difficult." Yang Kai sighed. Although Su Hui and the others didn't dare to do anything to him, their resolute determination gave Yang Kai a headache. If it weren't for the short lifespan of Nine Heavens Holy Land's Holy Master, Yang Kai wouldn't mind becoming the next Holy Master. After becoming Holy Master, he could deal with that old dog Su Hui and vent his hatred. However, due to the drawbacks, Yang Kai had no choice but to stay away from the position of Holy Master. Enling also looked a little embarrassed, her brow furrowing as she softly said, "In any case, you should stay here for now. Saintess Nen may be outside, so it's not safe for you to go out. Wait a few days and see how things go." "And that's all I can do." Yang Kai nodded. "Right, I'll have to trouble you to pass a message to Soaring Heaven Sect for me. Tell them I'm fine and that they don't need to worry." "Rest assured I'll deliver your message," Enlinger nodded. "Many thanks. No need to be so polite." Enlinger smiled, her mood seemingly improving as she got up and said, "Then you rest, I'll go back first. If you need anything just tell me, I'll have Su Hui and the others arrange it for you." After Enlinger left, Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he quietly released his divine sense to investigate his surroundings. Unsurprisingly, there were many masters arranged around the palace, all of them quietly lying in wait, likely monitoring Yang Kai's every move. Yang Kai sneered lightly but didn't care, knowing that this was all arranged by Su Hui. However, he didn't have any plans to leave Nine Heavens Holy Land right now. As Enlinger said, Saintess Nen may be waiting outside. Once he left the Nine Peaks barrier, he would be walking right into a trap. Before he had a practical way to get rid of Saintess Nan, Yang Kai didn't want to act rashly. Nine Heavens Holy Land's people didn't have any malicious intentions towards him, they just wanted him to become the next holy master. As long as he stubbornly refused, they wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai decided to consolidate his recently broken through cultivation. Making up his mind, Yang Kai's mood became much better. Chapter 793. Using his divine sense to penetrate every inch of his skin, Yang Kai began examining the changes in his physique's yuan qi. After breaking through to the second-order transcendent realm, Yang Kai felt that the density and purity of his yuan qi had improved significantly. Moreover, his physical body had also become much stronger in those battles of life and death. Yang Kai's spiritual energy had also improved greatly. Under the constant nourishment of the six-colored soul-warming lotus, this breakthrough had allowed Yang Kai's soul cultivation to experience a gratifying growth. Yang Kai felt that his current spiritual energy should not be inferior to a first-order saint in a head-on clash. Coupled with the tyrannical and mysterious power of his conflagrated knowledge, if an ordinary first-order saint really chose to fight him in this manner, they would likely suffer a great loss. Yang Kai also had the Soul Battle Hall, an artifact that could forcibly drag his enemy's soul avatar into his space and engage in a divine sense battle. All of these factors had greatly increased Yang Kai's confidence. The misfortunes and setbacks he had encountered over the past year had all turned into motivation and opportunities for him to become stronger. Any expert would only be able to gain insights and experience in life and death battles that they would not normally be able to obtain. It was only when they were on the brink of death that they would be able to clearly understand some things that they would not normally be able to understand. It could be said that every successful cultivator had experienced life or death situations and possessed a spirit that did not fear death, allowing them to become stronger and stronger in the face of adversity. This kind of heaven's favored child who grew up in a greenhouse would be fine if their path to maturity was smooth sailing, but if they encountered even the slightest setback, they would be unable to recover and would eventually die young, fading out of sight. Yang Kai belonged to the former. Since he began cultivating, his path had been full of thorns and thorns. Along the way, he had cut his way through countless obstacles, wandering between life and death countless times, allowing him to possess a cultivation that far surpassed that of his peers. Everything he had now could be said to have been achieved by Yang Kai step by step. It was not luck, nor was it a coincidence. Realizing all of this, Yang Kai's state of mind gradually underwent some subtle changes, becoming more confident, feeling that as long as he was given time, he would be able to stand at the peak of the martial Tao and overlook all living beings. Restraining his excitement, Yang Kai continued to examine his body. He was surprised and pleasantly surprised. The amount of golden blood flowing through his body seemed to have increased significantly. Li Rong and Han Fei had both said that once the blood flowing through one's body completely turned gold, it was equivalent to having the blood of the demon god, giving one the same level of power as the great demon god. The great demonic god was only a legend. At that time he was recognized as the #1 expert in the world by all three races. During his time, no one dared to challenge his prestige. The golden demon god's blood had endless uses. Because of the demon god's blood in his body, Yang Kai's body was so strong and his recovery ability was so abnormal. It was hard for Kai Yang to imagine how strong his body would become when all the blood in his body turned golden. The ancient demon clan's physique was extremely tough. It was also because of the demon god's bloodline. Compared to them, he was undoubtedly more orthodox, pure. Immersing his consciousness into the black book space and communicating with the divine tree, Yang Kai's body began circulating its own secret art and began cultivating. As Yang Kai grew, the divine tree also continued to evolve and grow. With Yang Kai's permission, the divine tree would absorb a drop of myriad drug liquid every day. With this assistance, its consciousness seemed to have become much clearer and its IQ also increased. Now, not only could it clearly communicate with Yang Kai, it would even take the initiative to ask him some questions. Yang Kai was like a child, answering its questions wholeheartedly. Time passed quickly, and more than 2 months had passed since Yang Kai arrived at Nine Heavens Holy Land. After such a long time, Yang Kai gradually became accustomed to Nine Heavens Holy Land. Besides not being able to leave easily, the treatment he received here was quite good. Great Elder Su Hui and the other elders seemed to receive him with the highest standard, not only providing him with a large number of pills for cultivation, but also sending several young and beautiful maidservants to take care of him. They even gave Yang Kai many of Nine Heavens Holy Land's martial skills and secret arts for his reference. Yang Kai didn't refuse anyone, and besides the maidservants he didn't touch, everyone else was treated well, immersing himself in cultivation all day long, rapidly consolidating his second-order transcendent cultivation. Su Hui and the other elders also came to visit Yang Kai from time to time, chatting with him about daily life, never mentioning the matter of succeeding the position of Holy Master. Occasionally when they had some free time, Su Hui and the other elders would take Yang Kai out to tour the Holy Land's 9 peaks, showing him the beauty and depth of the Holy Land. It was obvious that they were hoping to impress Yang Kai in this way, so he would take the initiative to accept this position. Unfortunately, after 2 months, nothing had happened, causing Su Hui and the other elders to become anxious and gradually lose their patience. At the top of one of the 9 peaks, inside a magnificent building, the Holy Land's elders and protectors had gathered, headed by Su Hui, and were discussing something. The entire 9 Heavens Holy Land originally had a powerful lineup. The old Holy Master was a peak 3rd Order saint, while Saintess Nan and Su Hui were both 2nd Order saints. As for the remaining elders and protectors, Yu Ying, Luo Xing, Shi Kuan, Meng Tianfei, and Cheng Yu Tong were all 1st Order saints, of which Yu Ying and Cheng Yu Tong were both women. For a great force to have so many Saint Realm Masters was extremely rare even when considering the entire world. Great Elder, what is the attitude of the future Holy Master? Yu Ying was a beautiful middle-aged woman. She wore a bright red dress that vividly outlined her plump and mature body. Her skin was sparkling and translucent, and her bearing was outstanding and elegant. She had a pair of watery almond-shaped eyes that glistened as she lightly opened her red lips and asked. Hearing her question, everyone cast concerned glances towards Su Hui. Su Hui frowned and sighed. He's still the same, refusing to budge. Although I have deliberately not mentioned this matter during this time, I can feel that he has no intention of becoming the Holy Master. This little brat is quite interesting. Luo Xing wore a look of amazement as he muttered, who in this world doesn't want to become the sect master of our 9 Heavens Holy Land, reaching the heavens in a single bound? Why is he acting so indifferent when it comes to us? It's almost as if we're forcing him to do so. Pay attention to your words, that's the future Holy Master, not some little brat. Cheng Yu Tong, who was wearing a white dress and giving off a cold aura, shot Luo Xing a glare, causing the latter to smile awkwardly before glancing over at Great Elder Su Hui. Seeing that he didn't show any signs of anger, Luo Xing felt relieved. But it really is strange, Cheng Yu Tong frowned slightly. Could it be that he doesn't like my Holy Land? How could that be? Shi Kuan snorted. Although my Holy Land's old Holy Master has fallen, it is still a great force second to none. Whether in terms of fame or strength, it is still superior to his soaring heaven sect, so how could he not be interested in it? That's possible. Su Hui suddenly said. During this time I led him to tour the 9 peaks and showed him the Holy Land's heritage. Although I heard him praise me a lot, I didn't feel as shocked as I imagined. It's as if in his eyes, all of this is nothing more than a passing cloud. Ah, this little brat, ahem, is the future Holy Master really like this? Luo Xing was extremely surprised. Great Elder, do you know what he likes? We can cater to his interests, Meng Fei suggested. Meng Tianfei suggested. The Holy Land can't be without a leader. It's been almost a year since the previous Holy Master passed away. It's fine if the future Holy Master hasn't been found, but now that he's already in the Holy Land, the disciples are also discussing all day long why the succession ceremony hasn't been held yet. If this continues, the disciples won't have the heart to cultivate, which isn't a good thing. Yu Ying also nodded. If we know what he likes, we can keep him here. At the very least, we need to make him feel a sense of belonging to the Holy Land. Only then can we ensure the Holy Land's prosperity be guaranteed. You should like strength. Su Hui's eyes flashed a light. After observing him for a while, I found that his pursuit of strength is the only constant. Besides that, everything else seems to be just a distraction to him. Even the few maidservants I arranged for him to stay with him, he hasn't even glanced at them. Is there a man in this world who doesn't like beautiful women? Luo Xing's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, a look of disbelief filling his face. Do you think everyone is like you, lustful? Yu Ying coldly snorted, showing a displeased expression. Luo Xing suddenly felt awkward. Could it be that he likes Her Highness the Saintess, that's why he's behaving like this? Cheng Yu Tong suddenly thought of a possibility. In front of the woman they admired, no man dared to show his naughty side, often deliberately showing off his heroic side in order to attract their attention. If it was because of Saintess and Ling or Yang Kai acting like this wasn't unusual. Everyone present was experienced and had a deep understanding of this. Hearing this, they nodded their heads continuously. Su Hui smiled bitterly. That's not the case, it's the exact opposite. It's as if Her Highness the Saintess has fallen in love with him, but he only treats her as a friend. Poor Ling Er. Yu Ying and Cheng Yu Tong couldn't help feeling a little distressed. They had both watched Ling Er grow up, so naturally they had some feelings for her. The future Holy Master is not an ordinary person. Su Hui suddenly sighed. I've never seen such a young second-order transcendent, have any of you? Everyone shook their heads. Soaring Heaven Sect, an incredible character has appeared, but what makes me feel strange is that I've never heard anything about him before. Such a young hero should already be famous throughout the world, yet he has remained completely unknown. It's really strange. Moreover, he was able to escape from Demon General Xueli's clutches with the Saintess. I can't even begin to imagine how he did it. He even managed to escape from Saintess Nan's clutches. Chapter 794. As they spoke, everyone suddenly quieted down, their hearts filled with shock. Before Yang Kai spoke, no one had realized it, but now that they thought about it, everyone felt it was inconceivable. A second-order transcendent repeatedly escaping from death was either heaven-defying luck or astonishing means. Everyone was more convinced of the latter possibility, making it even harder for them to guess Yang Kai's depths. Before the Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land inherited the position of Holy Master, there were many different kinds of people, some with high and some with low aptitude. Even if this generation's Saintess only found an immortal ascension boundary cultivator, they were confident they could cultivate him into a top master, not to mention that Yang Kai's aptitude and strength were hundreds of times better than they had expected. No matter what, we must let him inherit the position of Holy Master. Without the Holy Master's spirit ring, there are many places in my holy land that cannot be opened. This matter cannot be delayed. Su Hui suddenly said resolutely. But isn't he unwilling? Yu Ying frowned, feeling a little embarrassed. Even if he isn't willing, he has to. We have so many Saint Realm Masters, do you think we can't do anything to him? Shi Kun said impatiently. Do you want to use force? Yu Ying narrowed her eyes as she stared at Shi Kun coldly. That's what I meant. Su Hui took a deep breath. His attitude is already very firm, waiting any longer will do us no good. Instead of waiting, we might as well take a gamble and send him into the Holy Tomb. As soon as these words came out, everyone's brow twitched as if the Holy Tomb contained unparalleled dangers, causing all the Saint Realm Masters present to feel extreme dread. What if he can't come out? Cheng Yu Tong asked faintly. Ling Er is the only Saintess left in this generation, and since she has already made a choice, it is impossible for her to find another candidate for us. If he can't come out, then my holy land can only seal itself. Wait for the next generation of Saintesses to mature. The next generation of Saintesses had not yet been selected, so it would take at least 20 years to cultivate them. 20 years might not seem long, but if the Holy Land did not have a Holy Master and could not obtain the Holy Master's spirit ring from the old Holy Master who entered the Holy Tomb, many places would be unable to function properly. In these 20 years, it was very likely that such a colossus would be dragged down. They couldn't afford to wait, so they hadn't dared to make any rash moves for the past 2 months. However, Yang Kai's attitude was so resolute. Su Hui had no choice but to carefully consider this matter. But he hasn't fully comprehended the Nine Heavens' divine skills. How can he enter? It is said that the Holy Tomb is the place where the Nine Heavens' divine skills were born. If he wants to enter, he must be proficient in them. He has already comprehended 3 moves, which is enough. This is for the sake of our holy land. Even if he is the future Holy Master, when it is time to make a sacrifice, we must make a sacrifice. Su Hui shouted, if he can come out smoothly, he will surely be very grateful for our decision today. That's right. Shi Kun and Meng Tianfei nodded in agreement. There had never been a Holy Master who didn't feel a sense of belonging to the Holy Land after coming out of the Holy Tomb. The Holy Lords who were brought back by the Saintess were able to contribute their entire lives to the Holy Land. He worked his heart out. His exhaustion was definitely related to the secrets in the Holy Mausoleum. Although no one knew what was hidden inside the Holy Tomb, all of them firmly believed in it. Yu Ying and the middle-aged woman both glanced at each other, and although they were faintly worried, they didn't say anything more. the discussion came to an end. Everyone quickly took action to prepare for Yang Kai's entry into the holy tomb. The next day, Kai Yang, who was meditating in the palace, suddenly opened his eyes. In his perception there was a strange feeling. He had sensed that Su Hui and the others had come again. Moreover, this time was somewhat different from the past. The people who had come weren't just the few he was familiar with, there were also a few he had never met before. Although these people were concealing themselves well, their breathing and aura revealed a solemn atmosphere, causing Yang Kai to become somewhat vigilant, wondering what they were planning. A moment later there was a knock on the door. Yang Kai responded casually and the door was pushed open, revealing Su Hui and the other elders and protectors. Yang Kai couldn't help raising his brow, faintly feeling that Su Hui probably had something to say to him. It was definitely related to the Holy Master, otherwise he wouldn't have summoned all of the Holy Land's masters here. After exchanging some pleasantries, Su Hui introduced Yang Kai to each of the people he had never met before. Yang Kai nodded to these people in greeting. "Great Elder, what brings you here today?" Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he got straight to the point. "I'd like to ask little brother to accompany us to a certain place." Su Hui smiled lightly and said, "I seem to have visited all of the 9 peaks, is there anywhere else I can go?" "There is, the Holy Land has many secrets that little brother usually doesn't know about, the place we're going to this time is one of them." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he faintly asked, "Since it's a secret, isn't it inappropriate to open it to outsiders?" "Little brother is not an outsider, and no one can enter that place except little brother," Su Hui said seriously. Yang Kai's brow rose slightly. "No one can enter except for me? Isn't that a place only your holy master is eligible to enter?" "I can't refuse, can I?" Su Hui's expression became slightly awkward as he cupped his fists and said, "I hope little brother can forgive us and follow us." Yang Kai sneered as he swept his eyes over the Saint Realm masters in front of him, secretly wondering what his chances of escaping were if he were to suddenly attack them, but soon he rejected such an idea. There were too many people here, each of them a Saint Realm master. Yang Kai felt that even if he displayed his full strength, he wouldn't be able to escape from here. Considering all this, Yang Kai's expression relaxed as he shrugged his shoulders and said, "Then, lead the way, I'll follow you." Hearing this, everyone's face lit up with joy, Su Hui even more so, smiling as he quickly said, "Please." He had thought that today there would be some unpleasantness between him and this future holy master and had even made up his mind that if the other party really resisted, even if it meant offending him, he would bring him into the holy tomb. Chapter 795. At the foot of one of the 9 peaks, Su Hui and the others led Yang Kai to a stop. Looking around suspiciously, Kai Yang saw a huge blue stone in front of him. It looked as if it had been cut, flat and neat. The blue stone was covered with moss, and 2 majestic characters were engraved on it. Holy Tomb. This was obviously the entrance to the Holy Tomb. Yang Kai couldn't help narrowing his eyes. Although he couldn't see any clues, he could still faintly feel some hidden energy fluctuations coming from the blue stone in front of him. Su Hui stepped forward and formed a few mysterious seals, causing the blue stone to suddenly become blurry. A moment later, a hole appeared in the center of the blue stone. Yang Kai was slightly startled and quickly called out, "A void corridor." Su Hui gently nodded, "Yes, from here you will arrive at the Holy Tomb, the burial place of all the previous holy masters. It is a mysterious small world independent of this world, and every holy master must pass the test here before inheriting the throne. Little brother, after you enter you must be careful. In addition, no matter what, you must bring out the Holy Master Spirit ring worn by the previous Holy Master. It is the key to my Holy Land's future. And no matter what, you must come out alive." Yu Ying solemnly exhorted. "The future of the Holy Land is counting on you." Cheng Yu Tong lightly pursed her thin lips. Everyone else also wore looks of expectation and worry as they stared towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai glanced over at them and grinned meaningfully. "I think you'd better pray that I don't come out." "Why is that?" Su Hui was puzzled. Yang Kai's eyes flashed like lightning as he stared at them coldly. "If I come out alive, I'll make you pay." Everyone was stunned, only now realizing that Yang Kai was still very disgusted with them for forcing him into the holy tomb, but before they could say anything, Yang Kai had already plunged into the void corridor. This future holy master, his tolerance isn't very good. Is he really going to settle accounts with us? Shi Kun frowned. Su Hui's expression also fluctuated as he sighed. A young man's temperament is still not mature enough. In any case, it's the Great Elder's idea. I'm just here to make up the numbers. If the future Holy Master really blames me for this, I'll definitely be punished. Great Elder will take care of everything. Meng Tianfei had a gloating expression on his face. Everyone looked at him with disdain. Within the holy mausoleum, as soon as Yang Kai entered, the void corridor behind him closed. His surroundings were filled with green fluorescent light, as if he was in the mortal realm. A chilly wind blew past his ears, and he could vaguely hear the cries of ghosts and howls of wolves, which made him shudder. It wasn't very bright. He could barely see, and the heaven and earth energy in this place was unbelievably rich. It had almost condensed into snow-white clouds that were as thick as cotton wool. This mysterious small world was quite a magical place. Yang Kai had never seen a place with such rich world energy. It was almost comparable to the best earth veins. No wonder the old Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land chose to enter retreat here. With such rich world energy, there was no need to take any pills or use crystal stones. All one needed to do was open their bellies wide open and absorb it. This was indeed a cultivation treasure land, except for the somewhat gloomy atmosphere. While vigilantly observing his surroundings, Yang Kai couldn't help paling. In his perception, balls of extremely ferocious energy were suddenly born in all directions. This energy was rapidly rushing towards him. The birth of this energy was extremely strange. It was as if it had always been there, waiting for Yang Kai to arrive so it could attack. Before Yang Kai had time to react, these energy masses had surrounded him. He had learned the first 3 moves from Enlingya, so he was quite proficient in them, but as for the remaining 6 moves he hadn't touched them at all, so he naturally had to start from scratch. Fortunately, the profound mysteries contained within these energies were enough for him to comprehend. There was no flowing time Great Emperor when it came to cultivation. Yang Kai was practicing the 9 heavens divine skills inside the holy tomb, so he was completely unaware of the passage of time. However, the elders and protectors waiting outside the holy tomb felt as if every day was like a year. A few days after Yang Kai entered, everyone was still waiting expectantly, hoping that he would suddenly emerge from the holy tomb, bring back the Holy Master's spirit ring, and inherit the Holy Master's legacy. 10 days later, everyone began to worry. Although they didn't say anything, everyone was guessing that Yang Kai had encountered some kind of difficulty inside. A month later, the atmosphere became solemn. 2 months later, everyone's expression became gloomy, and from time to time, sighs could be heard. 3 months, for months, the number of elders and protectors who remained here grew fewer and fewer, and everyone seemed to feel that it was impossible for Yang Kai to appear again. Enlingya's expression was proud. What others can't do doesn't necessarily mean he can't. You haven't seen his ability yet, so it's natural to think so. I think he will definitely come out. The 2 beautiful women's eyes lit up and tentatively asked, "What kind of ability does he have that can make you look at him so highly?" Although they felt that Yang Kai's aptitude was extraordinary and his strength wasn't bad, the 2 beautiful women had never seen Yang Kai fight before, so naturally they didn't know his depths. Enlingya was different. She had been with Yang Kai for a long time, so she should have some understanding of his background. Yu Ying and Cheng Yu Tong were suddenly curious and wanted to ask her about it. "I'm not too sure, but he always surprises people. And he said, even if he doesn't enter my holy land in less than 30 years, he will be able to reach the same level as the old holy master." "Same level as him?" Yu Ying and Cheng Yu Tong both looked surprised and asked, "Wouldn't that be the peak of the 3rd Order Saint realm?" Enlingya nodded seriously. Yu Ying smiled. Now that he's a 2nd Order Transcendent, wanting to break through to the 3rd Order Saint realm in 30 years is probably impossible. And there aren't many 3rd Order Saints in the entire world. Cheng Yu Tong also smiled, the 2 women obviously thinking that Yang Kai was just boasting. Both of them were experienced masters and knew how difficult it was to break through to the Transcendent realm. The aptitude of these 2 women could be considered outstanding even in the entire world. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to reach the Saint realm. Even if Yang Kai was more powerful than them, it was impossible for him to achieve such an impossible feat in today's world, which 3rd Order Saint Realm Master was not several hundred years old. Even if they looked young, in fact each of them had experienced the passage of time under the flowing time Great Emperor and had only reached their current achievements through the accumulation of time. Yang Kai looked to be only in his 20s, but saying he would reach this height in 30 years, didn't that mean he would be able to stand at the peak of this world in just 50 years? Reaching the saint realm at the age of 100 was already rare, so a third-order saint in his 50s was simply impossible. Young and frivolous. Yu Ying and Qing Yu Tong both pursed their lips and smiled, thinking that Yang Kai didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. What are you laughing at? And Ling Er looked at them angrily. If he says he can, then he definitely can. Just wait, in 30 years he will definitely reach the third-order saint realm. Let's talk about that after he leaves that place. Yu Ying frowned slightly as she looked towards Ling Er worriedly, hesitating for a moment before asking, Ling Er, do you like him very much? Otherwise, why would you speak up for him like this? These 9 divine techniques were incomparably profound, far more so than any martial skill or soul skill Yang Kai had ever seen. After such a long period of enlightenment and study, Yang Kai had not only mastered these 9 divine skills, but had also greatly benefited the refinement of his Yuan Qi. Imperceptibly, his Yuan Qi had become more condensed and pure. The world energy aura here was extremely rich, so it could be said that Yang Kai's cultivation over the past few months had not only allowed him to master the 9 heavens' divine skills, but also his own cultivation. I already knew you weren't a good person, so don't think you can win my favor like this. Yang Kai laughed dryly before his expression became serious and he cupped his fists. Then we'll part ways here. I hope we'll have a chance to meet again in the future. And go quickly head south, the Great Elder and the others are all in the north, Linger urged. Yang Kai nodded lightly, identified the direction and quietly headed north. Not long after Yang Kai left, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared beside Ling Er like a ghost. Ah, Elder Yu Ying. Ling Er was startled and covered her mouth in shock. Yu Ying stared in the direction Yang Kai disappeared, sighed softly and said faintly, letting him go like this, are you really willing? Did you see it? Ling Er's expression became a little awkward. She didn't know when Yu Ying had been following her, but from the tone of her voice, it was clear she had seen everything just now. I only saw him leave in a hurry without the slightest reluctance. There's nothing here for him to miss, Ling Er forced a smile. What about you? You've been worried about him, you've been with him through thick and thin for so long, yet he doesn't feel any affection for you? Don't you feel even the slightest bit of affection for him? Yu Ying looked at Ling Er indifferently. Ling Er gently shook her head, although he is a hateful person, I don't think I deserve him. Speaking of which, I really don't feel much for him. It's better to be friends. And it is undeniable that following him always gives me a sense of security, making me mistakenly feel that I am younger than him and will always be protected. Moreover, now that the Holy Land has become like this, I don't want to implicate him. Elder Yu Ying, don't mention this matter to the Great Elder, okay? We'll just pretend he's dead. Yu Ying's brow furrowed, seemingly considering it. Ling Er quickly hugged one of Yu Ying's arms and begged her coquettishly. Unable to bear Ling Er's coaxing, Yu Ying smiled bitterly and rubbed her forehead. All right, I won't say it. I didn't see anything today. Ling Er, you must have been tired for the past few days, so you should go back and rest. We will take care of things outside so you don't need to worry. The Holy Land can only place its hopes on you now. You have all the secret arts the Saintess needs to cultivate, so if my Holy Land can survive this time, the next generation of Saintess will depend on you. Seeing her agree, Ling Er was overjoyed. However, when they thought of the Holy Land's current tragic situation, the eyes of the two women dimmed. Whether they could survive this disaster was another matter altogether, and no one knew what the future would be like. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before everyone died here, otherwise, Ying wouldn't have agreed to Enlinger's request so easily. Elder Ying really is easy to talk to. Chapter 801. If Enlinger had begged him to stay when she discovered him, Yang Kai would have simply left without hesitation. But she had actually asked him to leave. This was obviously for his own good. Since Enlinger was so considerate, Yang Kai couldn't just walk away like this. Something big must have happened to Nine Heaven's Holy Land. Seeing Yang Kai take the initiative to stay, Enlinger was particularly happy and quickly explained what had happened after he entered the Holy Tomb. Yang Kai then learned that it had been 9 months since he entered the Holy Tomb. The first half of the year was peaceful. But one day nearly half a year later, the spirit arrays arranged around the 9 peaks suddenly lost their effectiveness, catching all the Holy Land's elders and protectors off guard. No matter how they searched, they couldn't find the cause, let alone repair or restart the spirit arrays. Just as everyone was at a loss, Saintess Nan, who noticed the disappearance of the spirit arrays and barriers, attacked the Holy Land. Everyone worked together to resist, and although they succeeded in forcing Saintess Nan to retreat, the Holy Land's foundations were destroyed and many of its disciples were injured or killed. At this time, foreign enemies invaded. Foreign enemies? Yang Kai was surprised. And although my Holy Land has been strong these past few years, which great force doesn't have enemies? When the old Holy Master was alive, we were able to deter them, but the old Holy Master has been dead for almost 2 years now and the new Holy Master has yet to succeed, allowing them to see an opportunity. My Holy Land's 9 peaks are an excellent place to cultivate, so many people are coveting them. Isn't that just throwing stones at someone who's down? Yang Kai sneered softly. Yes. Enlinger nodded, her expression sad. It's not all their fault. When the old Holy Master was alive, his methods were too harsh, causing them to feel resentment. That's not all. A trivial few small forces aren't enough to put in my Holy Land's eyes, but... Ying continued, her brow furrowing as she lamented. But Saintess Nan has been stirring up so much trouble outside, causing several great forces to take advantage of this opportunity to gather a large number of masters to demand an explanation from my Holy Land. Those experts either harmed Saintess Nan's interests, or had their families and friends killed by Saintess Nan. They all view our Holy Land as a thorn in their side. When it rains, it pours, but when it rains the night, the boat is late enough to meet the headwind. Yang Kai frowned, finally understanding why Nine Heaven's Holy Land was in such a miserable state. However, Nine Heaven's Holy Land's barrier and spirit array had failed nearly half a year ago. At that time, Yang Kai happened to obtain the Holy Master's spirit ring. Could it be related to this? Yang Kai guessed, but he wasn't sure. Half a month ago those people came again and cursed us, asking us to hand over the sage nun. But after the battle half a year ago, Saintess Nan was injured and fled far away. No one knows where she went. How can we find her? The great Long Chalk elders spoke to them for a while, but it was to no avail. Those few powers who coveted my 9 peaks fanned the flames and started fighting. Both sides suffered casualties and this enmity grew deeper and deeper. Now it seems that no matter what, it can't be resolved, Sai. What kind of forces came here to stir up trouble? Yang Kai frowned and asked. Naturally, the leaders were 3 nearby forces, Shattering Mystical Palace, War Spirit Temple and Netherworld Sect. A look of disgust and hatred appeared on Yu Ying's pretty face. These 3 forces are the main culprits. If it was just one of them, even if my Holy Land's Yuan Qi suffered heavy losses, we wouldn't have put them in our eyes, but they also gathered many powerful masters from other forces, sects and families. They are really ungrateful wolves? What do you mean? How did your old Holy Master protect them? Yang Kai showed a puzzled look. Didn't I tell you? Our Holy Land is located at the edge of the human territory, just past the towering mountain. The Beast Sea jungle on the other side is the territory of the monster race. If it weren't for the old Holy Master, the monster race Great Senior would have already led his people here and occupied this territory. Monster race. Yang Kai raised his brow and asked in surprise, is that the monster race's territory? Then why haven't they taken this opportunity to attack us? With the old Holy Master dead, it was reasonable to say that the monster race should be the ones to make the first move. There was a blood feud between the human race, monster race and demon race, so none of them could stand the other. With such a great opportunity, the monster race had no reason to miss it. Yang Kai was keenly aware that there should be some inside story behind this, perhaps some unknown secret. And Ling glanced at Yu Ying, seemingly asking for her opinion. Yu Ying's pretty face showed a complicated expression as she pondered for a moment before nodding lightly. And Ling then whispered, "The old holy master seems to have some friendship with the monster race great senior over there. This is probably one of the reasons why they didn't attack us." Yang Kai showed a look of interest as he sneered and said sarcastically, "So it seems the monster race is more humane? The monster race great senior is certainly not weak." "We haven't seen him, but he shouldn't be weak," Yu Ying nodded. "That's the specific situation." After Enlinger said so, she stared at Yang Kai in a daze, seemingly waiting for him to make a decision. Yu Ying also looked at him with a very nervous expression, fearing that he would simply walk away after learning about such a big trouble. If that were the case, Yu Ying would really cry. Since Yang Kai could safely emerge from the holy tomb, he must have passed the test. Now he was completely equivalent to the holy master of the Holy Land. With such a person presiding over the Holy Land, the mood of the disciples could be stabilized and it would be more convenient for them to arrange their affairs. With two beautiful women, one young, staring at him, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling helpless and quickly asked, "Where is Su Hui?" Hearing him ask this, whether it was Enlinger or Yu Ying, both of their beautiful eyes brightened, Yu Ying quickly saying, "I'll take you to him." As he spoke, he led the way with a smile on his face. Yang Kai and Enlinger followed closely behind. Are you going to become the holy master of the Holy Land?" Enlinger suddenly asked softly. "I didn't say that, don't misunderstand. It's just that right now, I'll do whatever I can. I can't guarantee that I'll be able to help you resolve this disaster, but I can only say I'll do my best. If your Holy Land is really destroyed because of this disaster, at least you won't blame me." That's good, Enlinger smiled. "You're not bad, we really are friends, right?" Yang Kai grinned wickedly. "So don't fall in love with me, if you do then I'll leave and we won't even be friends." "Don't be so full of yourself." Enlinger's cheeks flushed red as she couldn't help hitting Yang Kai affectionately, gritting her teeth as she said, "Do you really think all women in the world are attracted to you? Although you're a good person, you're not my type." "What kind of man do you like?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Someone older than me, tall and strong, someone who knows how to take care of others." Enlinger suddenly fell into a fantasy, her beautiful eyes filled with sweetness and happiness. "You really don't have good eyesight." Yang Kai kept shaking his head, a look of arrogance appearing on his face, causing Enlinger to giggle. Chapter 802. In front of a certain ruin, Su Hui stared at Yang Kai in a daze, hardly daring to believe his eyes. Beside him, Shi Kuan, Qing Yu Tong, and the others also wore similar expressions. "Don't be so surprised, did you think I had died inside?" Yang Kai chuckled. Su Hui finally recovered and a look of joy appeared on his face, his body trembling slightly as he cupped his fists. "Welcome, Holy Master! Welcome, Holy Master!" Shi Kuan, Qing Yu Tong, and the others also quickly repeated, their expressions respectful. It seemed that seeing Yang Kai appear was equivalent to seeing hope, the haze on their faces being swept away. Even the nearby Holy Land disciples all gathered around and stared at Yang Kai as if they were looking at their savior. Yang Kai frowned and raised his hand. "Don't call me that, I've heard the general situation from Elder Yu Ying and Enlinger. Is there anything I can help with here? If there is, feel free to tell me. If I can do it, I will do my best to help." Su Hui stared blankly for a moment before immediately understanding Yang Kai's meaning, not wanting to annoy him any further, politely saying, "I wouldn't dare, the matters here are trivial. Pacifying the mood of the disciples and treating the injured is not something you need to intervene in." Saying so, Su Hui's eyes wandered over Yang Kai's hand, but after a moment, he couldn't help showing a look of disappointment. "Are you looking for this?" Yang Kai flipped his palm and took out the Holy Master Spirit ring. Everyone's expression changed as they stared at the simple and unadorned ring with burning eyes. Su Hui nodded repeatedly, his face filled with excitement. "Little brother, you really brought out the Holy Master Spirit ring." Yang Kai nodded lightly and put the ring on his finger in front of everyone, leisurely saying, "I wanted to give this ring to you when I came out, but there was an accident. Before I reach the Saint Realm, this ring will be kept by me and will be returned to you when the time comes." Yang Kai estimated that when he reached the Saint Realm, he would be able to remove the connection between him and this ring and remove his soul brand from it. It's fine, this spirit ring belongs to you, you can wear it for as long as you want. Su Hui smiled, the other elders and protectors also nodding. But, with the Holy Master Spirit Ring things will be much easier. Su Hui breathed a sigh of relief. Little brother, this old master has a few things he wants to ask you for your help. Great elder, please speak. Yang Kai nodded. Many of the disciples have been injured, so we don't have enough medicinal pills and herbs for healing. Little brother, please follow me to the storehouse and take some things out. You lead the way. Su Hui quickly nodded, exhorting the other protectors and elders before leading Yang Kai off in a certain direction. After they left, the protectors and elders all showed shocked expressions. He really came out of the holy tomb 9 months ago. How did he do it? Shi Kuan shook his head, unable to understand. Isn't this already breaking the record recorded in the history books? If I remember correctly, the previous holy master who took the longest only took 2 months to do so. Taking so long to pass the test, this holy master isn't very good. Did we overestimate him? It doesn't matter, the most important thing now is that the Holy Master Spirit Ring was brought out, so the 9-peak spirit array and barrier can be reactivated to prevent those people from invading. Everyone was talking at once, and only Yu Ying's beautiful eyes flickered with extremely complicated emotions. She still couldn't figure out how Yang Kai had managed to deceive her perception and silently appear beside her just now. Even with the help of the 9 heavens' divine skills, if his own spiritual energy wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't have been able to accomplish this. There were countless kinds of materials here, enough to supply at least tens of thousands of people. No wonder the 3 nearby forces had taken the risk to attack 9 Heaven's holy land. Without even mentioning the fact that the 9 peaks were an excellent place for cultivation, the materials here were enough to make anyone's eyes go red. In this world, everyone came for profit, everyone went for profit, this was an immutable truth. Yang Kai didn't show the slightest hesitation, taking all the alchemy materials into his black book space in case he needed them. His alchemy skills still needed to be improved. Although he could now refine Saint-grade low-rank pills, he still wasn't skilled enough. Only by refining Saint-grade mid-rank pills could he go to the endless snow mountain range to find Coffin's slave and enter the mysterious small world to lift the shackles of the ancient demon clan. Compared with 9 Heavens' holy land, Yang Kai valued the strength of Li Rong and Han Fei more. More or less because of the ancient demon clan, Yang Kai didn't want to have much to do with 9 Heavens' holy land. The human and demon clans couldn't coexist, so if he were to become both the holy master and the leader of the ancient demon clan, these 2 forces would likely clash and Yang Kai would be caught in the middle. After busying himself for a while, Yang Kai collected a large number of herbs and even the materials needed to refine the Saint Pill Li Rong had asked him to. At this point, all the materials needed to refine the Saint Pill had been collected. Yang Kai was in a good mood and felt that this trip was worth it, collecting some more crystal stones for cultivation before stopping. Su Hui was also busy, filling his universe bag with supplies and handing them to the disciples waiting outside so they could deliver them to the alchemists inside the Holy Land. After half a day the bustle gradually subsided. Little brother, don't you need to find something? Su Hui saw that Yang Kai was empty-handed and didn't even have a universe bag on him, so he couldn't help but misunderstand. However, Su Hui was keenly aware that there were a lot fewer things in the storehouse, especially the alchemy materials, causing him to be puzzled. No need, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Then let's go out, if you want, you can come here at any time. Su Hui chuckled and left the storehouse without saying anything more. Su Hui then said, I'll have to ask little brother to come with me to open the 9-peak spirit array and barrier. Yang Kai nodded and motioned for Su Hui to lead the way. The 9-peak spirit array and barrier were profound and were something that the Holy Land's previous holy masters had spent countless years perfecting. It was capable of withstanding the bombardment of Saint Realm masters and wouldn't be damaged in a short time. Although each holy master was a top master at the Third Order Saint Realm, there were still times when a holy master would leave the Holy Land. With the protection of this spirit array and barrier, the Holy Land would be safer. Yang Kai wasn't proficient in barriers and spirit arrays, almost never having dabbled in them before, but taking advantage of the Holy Master's spirit ring and following Su Hui's instructions, he didn't need to spend too much effort. All he needed to do was hold onto the Holy Master's spirit ring and follow Su Hui's instructions to open some key points. Shuttling back and forth between the 9 peaks, Yang Kai's Yuan Qi consumed a great deal of energy, and it was only after half a day that he successfully opened the 9 peaks spirit array and barrier. The flow of world energy between the heavens and earth had obviously become much denser, and a thin layer of energy invisible to the naked eye had covered the entire 9 heavens holy land, shrouding it in its own protection. Before coming here, Yang Kai had not even known that there were different races like the demon race and monster race. There is one person, if we can find him, my holy land may be able to easily resolve this disaster. Su Hui suddenly fell into contemplation and muttered softly. Great Elder, are you referring to that person? Qing Yu Tong also seemed to remember. Yang Kai suddenly became curious, not knowing who they were talking about, but it seemed this person had some kind of extraordinary means. An old man with mysterious origins. I don't know his specific name, but he should be an old acquaintance of the old Holy Master. Half a year before the old Holy Master fell, he suddenly came to visit. At that time, he was still in my holy land for some time, and the old Holy Master treated him with great courtesy. It seems his friendship with the old Holy Master was not shallow, if only he could help us. And that old man has an unfathomable aura, and I have never seen the old Holy Master treat anyone as politely as he did to him. He's obviously not an ordinary person, Ewing also agreed. Mysterious origins? Yang Kai was stunned. Can't you find him? Everyone shook their heads. However, he should come back to my holy land again, Su Hui suddenly said with certainty. Why? Because when he came to our holy land, there was a little girl by his side who arranged something in a certain place on the 9 peaks. After he left, the old Holy Master ordered us to guard that place and not let anyone get close to it and destroy it. My guess is that after a certain period of time, he and that little girl will come back here to take something from that place. And since that little girl arranged something, that place has become extremely cold. Meng Tianfei nodded, somewhat helplessly saying, because of this, I had to move my residence. Being exposed to that kind of cold for so long, even I couldn't bear it. Listening to them speak one sentence after another, Yang Kai suddenly understood what they were talking about. When he and Su Hui opened the 9 peak spirit array and barrier earlier today, Yang Kai had indeed felt that there was a certain place that was different from others. It seemed to be particularly cold, but this kind of cold was different from ordinary cold. It was hard to describe, but it made people feel quite uncomfortable. Yang Kai had thought that this was a naturally occurring place in 9 heavens holy land, but he hadn't expected there to be such a factor. However, listening to them call him an old man and a little girl, 2 familiar figures inexplicably appeared in Yang Kai's mind. Unable to stop himself from laughing, Yang Kai couldn't help thinking that it couldn't be such a coincidence. With a smile on his face, Yang Kai asked casually, the old man you're talking about, don't tell me he's an old man who looks like a transcendent being but actually has a pair of lustful eyes? Su Hui gawked, but before he could answer, Yu Ying and Qing Yu Tong both nodded. Yu Ying grit her teeth and said, and that old man's eyes are extremely hateful. They often look at places they shouldn't be looking at. Qing Yu Tong also chimed in, that's right, he's already so old, yet he still doesn't respect himself. Yu Ying and I still politely called him that we should dig out his eyes. The 2 beautiful women both wore angry looks, as if that old man had really done something to them. Su Hui laughed dumbly, it's not as serious as you say, is it? Perhaps that old man's strength is profound and his eyes are filled with vitality. Yu Ying and Qing Yu Tong glared at him at the same time. Just pretend I didn't say anything, Su Hui said awkwardly. Chapter 804. Hearing Yang Kai's question, everyone nodded, Yu Ying replying, although that old man was a bit hateful, the little girl who followed him was very likable. Although I haven't seen her face, I feel that she isn't any worse than our saintess, and her cultivation is also very high, not much worse than yours. Before meeting you, she was the most outstanding young person we had ever seen. That was 2 or 3 years ago, her current cultivation should be higher than mine. Yang Kai said decisively, his mood suddenly becoming quite delicate. Meng Wuya and Xianing Chang. There were not many people in this world who could cause the Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land to treat them with respect, and Meng Wuya was perhaps one of them. Coincidentally, there was also a little girl who looked very similar to Xiaoning Chang. The people Su Hui and the others were talking about were definitely them. They had actually come to Nine Heavens Holy Land before. This was quite surprising. Does little brother know them? Su Hui and the others looked at each other and found that Yang Kai seemed to be lost in thought, a meaningful smile appearing on his face, as if he was reminiscing about something, immediately understanding that this new holy master may have had contact with this old man and young girl. How should I put it? I know them, Yang Kai chuckled. Su Hui's expression brightened and was about to ask something when Yang Kai interrupted. But I haven't seen them for several years, so I don't know where they are. Is that so? Su Hui showed a look of disappointment but soon recovered. Since we can't find anyone to help, we can only rely on our own strength now. Fortunately, little brother brought out the Holy Master's spirit ring. With this spirit ring, if those people really dare to attack, we can make them pay a heavy price. Everyone nodded and continued to discuss. Yang Kai found an opportunity to sneak away. Following his memories from the day before, Yang Kai flew towards one of the 9 peaks on the left. This peak wasn't much different from the other 8, reaching several hundred meters high and towering into the sky, giving off a magnificent and majestic aura. However, starting from the middle of the mountain, it was filled with a kind of cold aura. The higher one went, the denser this aura was. Near the peak, there were even countless of different lengths of icicles that were as sinister as spears, hanging upside down under the rocks. When he activated the spirit array on this peak earlier today, Yang Kai felt a bit strange, but he didn't ask anything at the time. Now, he wanted to see what his little senior sister had arranged here. Flying upwards, it wasn't long before Yang Kai arrived at the peak. This kind of coldness that penetrated deep into one's soul, almost capable of freezing one's mind. Yang Kai carefully probed himself and his expression changed slightly. He found that even though he had a conflagrated knowledge he still had to exert all his strength to resist the chill coming from the peak. He circulated the true essence in his body, but he couldn't dispel the chill in his body. Strange. Slowly shaking his head, Kai Yang stepped forward. His courage stemmed from his skill. After a while, an extremely clear pool suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes. All the cold aura seemed to be emanating from this pool. The area around this pool was desolate and deserted. It seemed that even people from Nine Heavens Holy Land generally didn't come here. Around the deep pool, there were indeed some obscure energy ripples that were arranged in a mysterious pattern. Yang Kai released his divine sense and carefully probed this pool, a look of joy soon appearing on his face. Sure enough, this was arranged by his little senior sister because there were traces of spirit arrays in this pool of energy. Chapter 805. Yang Kai didn't like to be controlled by others, his fate was always in his own hands. Therefore he had always expressed a strong aversion to the idea of inheriting the position of Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land, because this was not what he wanted. No matter how friendly those in the Holy Land were to him, it was simply because they had ulterior motives. However, when he learned that Xiaoning Chang and Meng Wuya had come here and arranged some kind of method in the reflecting moon pond, Yang Kai's resistance to Nine Heavens Holy Land inexplicably decreased. Preserving the strength of Nine Heavens Holy Land, perhaps he would be able to meet his little senior sister here again in the future. He had already found Su Yan and she was still in Ice Sect, concentrating on her cultivation. He wasn't worried about the old demon as he wasn't someone to be trifled with, but the whereabouts of his little senior sister was something he often worried about. Now that he finally had some hope, Yang Kai naturally didn't want to see this hope destroyed because of the invasion of foreign enemies. That was why he took the initiative to propose this to Su Hui. Soon, Su Hui returned with news that was similar to what Yang Kai had guessed. After learning that he could properly arrange for the Holy Land's disciples, the elders and protectors all expressed their willingness to temporarily withdraw and preserve their strength in order to rise again in the future and take revenge. However, when it came to where the 6,000 to 7,000 disciples would be placed, they repeatedly asked about it. Yang Kai was unwilling to answer right now, and in the end, it was only after Ling came forward to persuade them to give up. Since you've decided to do this, first tell me about this monster race great senior. Inside the hall, Yang Kai looked at the elders and protectors and quickly said, the more detailed the better. After coming to this world, Yang Kai had only dealt with one monster race individual. The charm monster. the lustful dragon lady who possessed the ability to poison one's soul and arouse one's deepest desires. As such, Yang Kai didn't know much about the monster race, so now that he was going to meet a monster race great senior, he naturally had to make some preparations. None of us have seen this monster race great senior before, but from what the old holy master said, he was an 8th order monster beast, Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon, and was born with the ability to cultivate 2 different attributes. His cultivation was quite high and his divine technique was quite good. 8th order monster beast. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he secretly guessed that a 6th order monster beast was equivalent to an immortal ascension boundary, a 7th order being a transcendent, and 8th order being a saint realm. Yang Kai's of course he was a saint of course of the 3rd order. SSSSS. S to him? Of course 7's 2's his. S of course. These 20 or so are all transcendents, that is to say 7th order or above. They were born with fighting instincts, and although they haven't cultivated any martial skills, their combat power can't be ignored. However, they don't understand spirit arrays, so the world energy aura they live in isn't very rich, so it's completely natural. Everyone began to talk at once, sharing the little information they knew. Yang Kai listened carefully, waiting for them to finish before curiously asking, "The enmity between the human and monster races isn't shallow. How did your old holy master manage to become friends with that monster race great senior?" Su Hui chuckled. "The monster race doesn't have many crystal stones, but they are rich in spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Now he decided to give them to Yang Kai. Holding an artifact in one hand and a pill in the other, Mad Lion's demeanor became very flattering. When Yang Kai called him brother Kwang or friend, he didn't have the slightest resistance. The entire journey was uneventful. With Mad Lion leading the way, although there were occasionally some monster race masters who were alarmed, none of them tried to embarrass Yang Kai. After hearing that he was the new holy master of 9 Heavens Holy Land, all of them cast curious glances towards him and happily let him pass. Perhaps in the eyes of these monster race masters, without 9 Heavens Holy Land, they wouldn't be happy. In the past, every once in a while the old holy master would bring a large number of spirit stones, pills and artifacts, but after 2 years, none of them had seen anything, so naturally they were reminiscing about the past. 3 days later, a towering ancient tree suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes. That ancient tree was as majestic as a mountain peak, piercing straight into the clouds. Its huge canopy almost blocked out the sunlight in a radius of dozens of miles, and its slanted branches were extremely dense. Yang Kai was stunned. When he first saw this ancient tree he thought he was seeing things, but after carefully confirming it, he realized it was really just a tree. It was just that this tree was a little too big. Nothing was too strange in this world. Compared to this ancient tree, the divine tree in the black book space was as weak as a 3-year-old baby. Mad Lion saw the shocked expression on Yang Kai's face and shook his head proudly. "Do you see that? That is Thunder Tree Palace, the place where Great Senior and the masters of my race live. Great Senior lives in a wooden house at the top." "Why is it called Thunder Tree Palace?" Yang Kai asked curiously. Mad Lion snorted and explained, "That is a 10,000-year thunder-devouring wood, naturally able to attract the power of thunder from the 9 heavens. You must have heard that our Great Senior's true form is a noble scarlet flame thunder dragon, so Great Senior's cultivation requires the power of thunder, so this place is perfect for him." "Attracting the power of thunder?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Does that mean it's fine for others to live here?" Great Senior's methods are not something you can imagine. The power of thunder from the 9 heavens that falls from the sky is only absorbed by Great Senior, it doesn't affect others. Mad Lion explained proudly, of course there are also a few people who need the power of thunder for their cultivation, so Great Senior will share some with them. Along the way Yang Kai also learned that Mad Lion greatly worshipped Great Senior. As long as it was related to Great Senior, Mad Lion would show an expression of worship. Therefore, facing Mad Lion's pride at this moment, Yang Kai was already numb to it and just nodded lightly, so that's how it is, your Great Senior is really amazing. Stabilizing his body in midair, Yang Kai landed on the ground, retreating a few steps before coming to a stop. So weak. The cat-eared woman curled her lips, suddenly feeling somewhat disappointed. On the other hand, Kai Dai's beautiful eyes narrowed, a look of surprise flashing across her face. Originally, she had thought that Yang Kai was not that strong, the energy fluctuations coming from his body were clear to see at a glance, his strength was obviously worse than Kwang Shi's. But after this collision, Kai Dai was surprised to find that although this human had not been able to block the attack, he did not seem to be injured at all. She had thought that Yang Kai would definitely end up with his arms crushed. Interesting, this boy seems to have some skill. Kai Dai's interest was piqued, and she began to pay close attention to him. After sending Yang Kai flying, Kwang Shi seemed to be very dissatisfied with the result, not giving Yang Kai any time to catch his breath, roaring as he once again pounced at Yang Kai, his monster chi releasing an extremely violent and bloodthirsty aura. Brother Kwang, be careful. Yang Kai coldly stared at him as he waved his hand downwards. From the void, a giant golden sword suddenly appeared, carrying with it an irresistible force as it slashed down towards Kwang Shi's head. The giant sword swept through everything in its path, releasing a crackling sound as if it could cut through space itself. Mad Lion, who was running forward, suddenly changed his expression and quickly stopped. The moment the giant sword was about to reach him, he raised his arms to block in front of him. King Chang. The profound heavenly sword struck Kwang Shi's arms, producing a crisp sound as if it had struck metal. The giant golden sword shattered and Kwang Shi's burly body was smashed to the ground, a shallow wound appearing on his arms as blood began to seep out. Yang Kai raised his brow, a look of excitement appearing on his face. Kwang Shi's arms had actually managed to block the profound heavenly sword's attack. It was clear that his physique was not inferior to a high-grade artifact. The monster race really has some skill. With his arm injured, Kwang Shi turned a deaf ear to Yang Kai's words. After shattering the profound heavenly sword, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from his burly body. Taking advantage of Yang Kai's moment of distraction, Kwang Shi flashed behind Yang Kai, his 10 fingers suddenly forming a series of sharp claws as he clawed towards Yang Kai's back. With a single strike, these claws directly split Yang Kai in two. Kwang Shi was stunned for a moment as he faintly felt that something was wrong because just now, he did not feel like he had struck anything, nor was there any trace of blood. Kwang Shi, he's behind you. The cat-eared girl watched anxiously and quickly reminded him. Yang Kai smiled lightly as a spear suddenly appeared in his hand, and before Kwang Shi could turn around, he threw it straight at him. Heaven-punishing spear. Kwang Shi's reaction was also extremely fast. After receiving the cat-eared girl's reminder, he immediately dodged, leapt into the air, and swooped down like a hunting eagle, his monster chi condensing into a sealed space, completely blocking Yang Kai's path of retreat. However, a palm imprint suddenly appeared in front of Kwang Shi's eyes, growing larger and larger, more and more terrifying until it completely covered his eyes, making it impossible for him to see anything else. Heaven-covering hand. Kwang Shi was sent tumbling a dozen times before crashing to the ground. Atop the tree trunk, the several monster race masters were all dumbfounded. Their cultivations were all quite good, so they could clearly feel that in terms of cultivation and strength, Yang Kai was far inferior to Kwang Shi, but in this battle, Kwang Shi was being toyed with like a toy in the palm of his hand. Although the great senior's tone was flat, Yang Kai could still hear the impatience hidden in his tone. Perhaps the great senior felt he was too young and his cultivation was not enough to speak with him on equal footing. Yang Kai just chuckled, not showing any fear as he slowly took out the 2 universe bags he had brought with him and placed them in front of the great senior. I heard that the old holy master has a good relationship with great senior, so as his successor, this junior naturally came to greet great senior. After all, we may meet again in the future. The monster race great senior sneered, not even glancing at the 2 Qinghuan bags as he said disdainfully, I'm on good terms with him because I recognize his strength. What part of you can make me recognize? Perhaps in a few hundred years you'll have such qualifications, but right now, you're not. Yang Kai frowned. A few hundred years? It won't take that long, at most 20 to 30 years. I'll be qualified. The monster race great senior sneered lightly and shook his head. Arrogant enough? Then you can come back in 20 to 30 years, provided you can live that long. The great senior had a look of disdain on his face as if Yang Kai was the kind of person who would die early and be reincarnated early, making Yang Kai very unhappy. Frowning, Yang Kai asked, Great senior, aren't you interested in making an investment deal? Investment? The great senior glanced sideways at Yang Kai and chuckled, Invest in you? Why would I do that? I'm not interested in benefits that I can't see. Without waiting for Yang Kai to answer, the great senior said, You're having a hard time now, aren't you? Yang Kai nodded lightly and asked suspiciously, Has great senior heard about the current situation of the Holy Land? The great senior slowly shook his head, I have no interest in inquiring about your situation, but that guy came here before he died and predicted the current situation. The old holy master predicted it? Yang Kai was stunned. Yes, he knew he wouldn't live much longer and told me that before he died, he should also get rid of the woman by his side, but in the end she was a woman who had accompanied him for his entire life, so he couldn't do it. After his death, that woman will definitely stir up the anger of the heavens. I think you should be besieged by many people by now. Yang Kai nodded seriously, So great senior knows the purpose of my trip. The great senior sneered and stood up, I knew as soon as you came. Unfortunately, I won't help you even if you can bring a lot of materials to my monster race that we don't have. The reason my monster race has been able to reproduce for so long is not because we only have a few masters, but because we don't intervene in the affairs of other races. Once we leave the Beast Sea jungle and enter your human territory, the situation will no longer be something I can control. Don't you humans also have a saying called, putting one's own safety before others? For a little benefit I would put my entire race in danger. Do you think I, as the monster race's great senior, would be so short-sighted? As he spoke, his eyes became sharp. Yang Kai smiled bitterly, Since great senior understands so thoroughly, I won't say anything more. In fact, whether you help me or not, the people of the Holy Land won't be in any danger, and we've already decided to temporarily give up on the Holy Land. We'll wait until the day we accumulate enough strength to make a comeback. However, I don't want to give the resources of the 9 peaks to outsiders for free. Thinking that great senior and the old holy master were friends, I wanted to ask you to look after them for a while, so you can take advantage of this opportunity to improve your strength. The monster race great senior frowned and stared at Yang Kai coldly, as if trying to see through his true thoughts at this moment. Feeling the power contained in his divine sense, all the monster race masters present paled, even the great senior couldn't help muttering, conflagrated knowledge see? Kai Dai, who was walking over, also came to a stop, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly. Yang Kai's divine sense burst out to the fullest, no longer able to conceal his divine sense cultivation. His spiritual energy was comparable to that of a first-order saint, and it was a special kind of spiritual energy. Like mercury, Yang Kai's divine sense penetrated into the ground, penetrating every nook and cranny. No one knew what Yang Kai was doing, all they could feel was his divine sense shuttling back and forth in a fairly regular pattern. With the beast transformation pond as its center, from time to time, bright energy lines would flash across the ground. The white jade deer was still in the same state as before, howling miserably in pain. Its flesh and blood squirmed irregularly, and cracking sounds came from its bones. The mysterious power surging in its body was gradually causing it to step into the misfortune of being smashed into pieces. The pair of deer's eyes were filled with beads of blood, which continued to roll down its face, a terrifying sight to behold, but it still stared at Yang Kai with a strange look in its eyes, as if it was looking at its last life-saving straw, full of anxious expectation and pleading. Yang Kai remained unmoved, his divine sense surging faster and faster. Gradually, all the monster race masters felt that the chaotic energy in the beast transformation pond seemed to be stabilizing, as if it was being smoothed out by a giant invisible hand. Everyone's eyes lit up, even Kai Dai, who was still prejudiced against Yang Kai, couldn't help showing a look of concern and expectation, because he had done something even the great senior had failed to do. Come on. Mao Yang cheered for the white jade deer while paying close attention to Yang Kai, feeling extremely nervous. As soon as a good sign appeared, it became more and more uncontrollable. As time passed, the number of bubbles rising from the beast transformation pond gradually decreased and the chaotic energy slowly stabilized. The white jade deer, who was soaking in the pond water, no longer seemed to be in pain and instead showed a look of enjoyment. Did he really do it? Kai Dai stared at the scene in front of her in disbelief, somewhat absent-minded. The surrounding monster race masters were all dumbfounded, holding their breaths as they watched, but even more so, they were filled with excitement and joy. They were happy that the white jade deer had escaped death. After half an hour, everything became calm again. 2 hours later, the white jade deer that was soaking in the pond suddenly showed signs of its flesh wriggling and its bones cracking. It seemed to be enduring some kind of inhumane torture as it let out a series of hurried howls of agony. However, the monster race masters who saw this scene not only didn't show the slightest worry, but instead showed looks of pleasant surprise. Because they knew that the white jade deer was about to transform. Sure enough, as its flesh wriggled and its bones cracked, the white jade deer's beast form gradually began to transform into a human form. Yang Kai also opened his eyes and took in this magical scene, marveling in amazement. The transformation process lasted for a long time. When a naked young man with a pair of antlers on his forehead appeared in the beast transformation pond, all the monster race masters couldn't help bursting into cheers. The great senior standing at the edge of the beast transformation pond stretched out his hand and wrapped the young man in a robe he had prepared, pulling him out of the beast transformation pond. The young man fell to his knees, his whole body trembling violently as he gasped for breath. Chapter 8:13. At the edge of the beast transformation pond, the great senior stared deeply at Yang Kai, his expression indifferent as he said, "Recover for a while, we'll talk later." Yang Kai smiled and nodded before sitting down cross-legged. In front of the great senior, Yang Kai's divine sense continued to penetrate into the beast transformation pond, seemingly trying to comprehend something. The great senior noticed this but did not stop him, instead just waving his hand and ordering his clansmen who had gathered around to watch the fun to disperse. Looking at Yang Kai meditating with his eyes closed, the great senior's mouth curled slightly, feeling that he might be able to figure out some of the secrets he had been trying to figure out for years. And this secret had actually been discovered by a human. Even if he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. This little brat. The great senior shook his head and smiled bitterly. It seems that he had underestimated his ability. On top of that, he also possessed a conflagrated knowledge. See, this secret was simply too shocking. Yang Kai sat there for a day and a night, recovering while exploring the mysteries of the beast transformation pond. The great senior became impatient and had long since returned to Thunder Tree Palace. When Yang Kai opened his eyes again, only Kai Dai was left at the edge of the beast transformation pond. This monster race beauty with a pair of 7-colored wings was looking at Yang Kai with a pair of curious eyes. When their 4 eyes met, Kai Dai's expression suddenly became a little unnatural and she quickly looked away. "Kai Dai, master." Yang Kai nodded to her and stood up. "Have you recovered?" Kai Dai asked faintly. Yang Kai nodded, not knowing if it was an illusion or not, but he felt that this woman's hostility towards him seemed to have lessened a lot. "Since you've recovered, come with me, the great senior has been waiting for you," Kai Dai said, flapping her wings and leading the way. Yang Kai hurriedly followed. None of them spoke along the way, but when they arrived at the Thunder Tree Palace, the monster beast and monster race masters all stood up, all of them looking at Yang Kai with a kind expression, none of them showing the rejection they had when Yang Kai first arrived here. It seemed that because Yang Kai had saved the white jade deer, he had won their collective goodwill. The monster race really is united. Yang Kai praised inwardly. This kind of situation would likely never occur in any of the human race's great forces. At most, Yang Kai would only gain the goodwill of a select few, but here in the monster race, no one dared to despise Yang Kai anymore, all of them treating him as the most honorable guest they had ever seen. Arriving at the top of the Thunder Tree Palace in front of the great senior's room, Kai Dai stopped. "Go in." "Thank you very much." Yang Kai smiled and walked into the house. "Hey!" Kai Dai suddenly shouted. "What?" Yang Kai turned his head to look at her and was surprised to find that her expression was somewhat difficult. Her pink lips wriggled a few times before she mumbled, "Thank you." After saying that, he flew down quickly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai laughed involuntarily, shaking his head as he walked into the great senior's room. Inside, the great senior looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said kindly, "Sit down." Saying so, he glanced towards the door and said, "You are the first human to have obtained Kai Dai's approval. Even when your Holy Land's old holy master came here many times, she never gave him a good look." "Then I'm really honored?" Yang Kai raised his brow. The great senior smiled and shook his head, "But don't blame her for being prejudiced against you, there is a reason for this." Saying so, he handed over a jar of wine. "Let's drink and talk. This wine was also brought here by your old holy master." "If you ever need anything in the future, just come find me." Great Senior is quite straightforward. "It seems we've become friends," Yang Kai smiled. "You're much more difficult to deal with than your old holy master," the Great Senior snorted. The Great Senior snorted but soon laughed again and raised his glass. "Forget it, it's very difficult for you humans to produce one or two outstanding people. This king is counting on you to be on equal footing with me in 20 to 30 years, so there's no harm in owing you a favor. You can use this favor as a condition to ask me to help your Holy Land resolve this crisis." "No, to solve the Holy Land's crisis, we'll follow our previous agreement. I'll keep this favor but I can't use it now." "Do as you wish." The Great Senior's mouth twitched, no longer saying anything. Layers of ripples constantly appeared on the barrier at a certain location, but it remained impregnable. No matter how fiercely those people attacked it, there were no signs of damage. The Holy Master's spirit ring was in Yang Kai's possession and he was the one who opened the Nine Peaks barrier, so it could be said that there was a subtle connection between him and this barrier. Any attack that hit the barrier, Yang Kai could feel it 100 times more clearly than Su Hui and the others. These attacks were only the work of a few transcendent realm cultivators. The Saint Realm Masters had not contributed at all. Yang Kai understood. A short time later the group of people arrived at the edge of the Nine Peaks and stood high up in the air looking down. Yang Kai couldn't help smiling. So many people. Chapter 8:15. Outside the Nine Peaks barrier, there was a large crowd of people. There were at least a few thousand people gathered here. It seemed that the three great forces had roped in a lot of helpers during this time. Yang Kai watched calmly as he released his divine sense and soon discovered that among these thousands of people, there were three large groups with the largest number of people. Immediately understanding that they were Shattering Mystical Palace, War Spirit Temple, and Netherworld Sect. In addition to these three large groups, there were also a number of other forces, each of them occupying a certain position and coldly staring towards the Nine Peaks. After seeing Su Hui and the others appear, the cultivator who was attacking the barrier quickly retreated while the others also showed a look of dread. A centipede dies but never falls down. Although Nine Heaven's Holy Land was now on the decline, it was still a powerful force that had existed for countless years. Whether it was in terms of history or heritage, it was far more powerful than any of the other forces present. This deterrent force was still there. In particular, they knew that if they couldn't destroy Nine Heaven's Holy Land this time, when it rose up again, none of the forces present would be able to escape. Every Holy Land's Holy Master was able to reach the peak of the Third Order Saint Realm. This was almost a legend. Throughout the entire Tongshan realm, with the exception of a limited number of great forces, no force dared to guarantee that their disciples would be able to reach such a level. Facing such a force, everyone was more or less afraid. Under the investigation of Yang Kai's divine sense, the number of Saint Realm Masters present was clear at a glance. There were at least 15. 2 of them were second-order saints while the rest were first-order saints. In terms of numbers and cultivation, Nine Heavens Holy Land was at an absolute disadvantage. Su Hui, I have known you for nearly 100 years, but it wasn't until today that this old master learned that you were born in the year of the turtle. What's wrong? Do you think that by hiding in the barrier of the 9 peaks, you will be safe and sound? Do you think that by doing so, you will be able to wash away the sins of the previous generation saintess? One of the 3 large groups, an old man who was the leader of the group, shouted. As soon as his voice fell, it caused countless people to roar with laughter, shouting at the same time, ridiculing and cursing him. Su Hui's expression remained indifferent as he coldly asked, Zhang Ao, why are you acting like this? Hearing him call him that, Yang Kai's expression changed and he couldn't help but take a few more glances at the old man. Zhang Ao, a master from Shattering Mystical Palace, a second-order saint. Su Hui had said a few days ago that among these 3 forces, the only one Yang Kai needed to pay attention to was Zhang Ao. He didn't put the others in his eyes, but this Zhang Ao had the same cultivation as him, so if they really fought, victory or defeat was uncertain. How is this old man? Zhang Ao coldly snorted. This old master has brought a group of friends to your Nine Heavens Holy Land today to seek justice for their dead relatives and friends. Justice? Su Hui's eyes flashed with disdain. A despicable villain like you dares to talk about justice. Whether or not this old man is despicable is not for you to judge. Zhang Ao sneered. Your previous generation saintess was out there slaughtering countless innocent lives, yet you Nine Heavens Holy Land people just hide here and don't care. Zhang Ao sneered. Su Hui, you just said that the old holy master treated us well, but I'd like to ask you something. Every year, our 3 forces must offer a variety of cultivation materials to Nine Heavens Holy Land, but 7 years ago, when this old master wanted to enter your 9 Peaks 4 Symbols cave to cultivate, he was refused. How is that not being treated well? Su Hui slowly shook his head. Your tribute is not false, but have you ever considered that without the protection of my old holy master, would your 3 forces have been able to develop so smoothly? That great senior of the Beast Sea jungle would have already eradicated you. Don't even mention that great senior. Zhang Ao shouted angrily, his expression becoming violent. Don't think I don't know that your old holy master has a good relationship with that monster race great senior and often goes to that Beast Sea jungle. Humans and monsters cannot coexist. Daring to commit such treacherous acts, aren't you afraid of retribution? Every year, there are disciples from my 3 sects who disappear for no reason, all of them being captured by those monster race bastards. An uproar broke out as many of the masters who had been enticed by Zhang Ao's words wore shocked expressions, as if they had heard some extremely incredible news. All of them turned to Zhang Ao and began asking questions. Zhang Ao laughed and said, the old holy master of Nine Heavens Holy Land really has a good relationship with that monster race great senior. This old master has personally seen him enter and leave the Beast Sea jungle several times and even capture a monster beast, using a secret technique to see the memories of that monster beast. This is not something this old master is trying to smear on their heads. After receiving such an answer, the masters who were still hesitating suddenly became firm. Hatred towards other races made them feel that Nine Heavens Holy Land really wasn't a good thing, and with Zhang Ao saying such a big thing and Su Hui not refuting it, it was obvious he was telling the truth. In an instant, all kinds of hateful gazes began to sweep across Su Hui and the others. Su Hui, why didn't you ask that monster race great senior to come help your Nine Heavens Holy Land? Zhang Ao looked at Su Hui triumphantly, his expression filled with ridicule. That monster race great senior is a 3rd-order saint. If he takes action, I think we can only retreat. Isn't your old holy master a good friend of his? Does the monster race also understand that a person dying is like a lamp going out? Su Hui's face went from blue to white. Obviously he was greatly angered, but he couldn't refute this accusation, only feeling his blood boil. It's useless to say anything to them. Yang Kai suddenly said, there's no need to waste words with them. The more you argue, the more difficult it will become for the Holy Land. After all, Saintess Nan's situation is indeed the Holy Land's responsibility. And Su Hui nodded sadly. In front of everyone's eyes, Yang Kai stepped forward a few steps and arrived in front of Su Hui and the others. Several thousand pairs of eyes stared at him, all of them showing puzzled expressions, none of them understanding why this young man stood up at this time. Speaking of which, when the people from Nine Heavens Holy Land first appeared, many people had been staring at Yang Kai suspiciously. Su Hui and the others were obviously masters from Nine Heavens Holy Land, so it was only natural for them to appear at this critical juncture. And Ling Er was the saintess of Nine Heavens Holy Land. This was something these people had all heard of, but Yang Kai's origins and identity were something they couldn't guess. So young, yet standing side by side with Su Hui and the others, and Su Hui's attitude towards him was also quite polite. Even Zhang Ao was a bit confused, searching through his memories but unable to recall a young man like Yang Kai from Nine Heavens Holy Land. Everyone! Yang Kai shouted, Saintess Nan's situation is indeed the Holy Land's responsibility, but the Holy Land is powerless now. Saintess Nan is already dead, she is now nothing more than a walking corpse, so the Holy Land cannot order her to do anything. On top of that, she also harbors murderous intent towards the Holy Land. Presumably, many of you know that Saintess Nan attacked the Holy Land a few days ago. And in terms of hatred towards Saintess Nan, the Holy Land is of the same mind as everyone else and wishes to kill her as soon as possible. Therefore, I ask that all of you give the Holy Land some time so that Great Elder can give you a satisfactory answer and eradicate this scourge. After these words were spoken, the masters who had been enticed by Yang Kai all frowned. None of them were fools and could make their own judgments. Now that they thought about it, they found that what Yang Kai said was indeed reasonable. Not only did they not feel any vitality from Saintess Nan, they instead felt a faint death chi. Chapter 8:16. What's more, Saintess Nan had been killing people for 2 years now, not asking for their reason or identity. As long as she saw them, she would immediately kill them, as if her heart was filled with nothing but murderous intent. But before this, all of them had heard that this old saintess of Nine Heavens Holy Land was a kind-hearted person. Compared to her, it was as if she was a completely different person. The matter of Saintess Nan attacking Nine Heavens Holy Land a few days ago was also true. In the end, none of them were willing to become enemies with Nine Heavens Holy Land. Boy, you're spouting nonsense. Zhang Ao glared at Yang Kai and shouted, You said that Saintess Nan is dead? How can a dead person kill people? What a joke. Do you think we're all fools waiting to be manipulated by you? That's right, since she's dead, how could she do such a thing? Then why is the Holy Land making things difficult for all of you? What good is it to the Holy Land to have Saintess Nan kill people outside? Yang Kai retorted. Zhang Ao opened his mouth but couldn't say anything for a while. Most of the great forces here had come here because of Saintess Nan, all of them wanting the Holy Land to give them a proper explanation. The ones who really wanted to eradicate Nine Heavens Holy Land were the 3 forces led by Zhang Ao. They were simply taking advantage of this opportunity to act. Boy, I won't waste time with you. Who do you think you are to talk to this old master? Zhang Ao disdainfully snorted. The only one who is qualified to speak to this old master is Su Hui. Su Hui, have you gone senile? Actually expecting a little brat to stand up for you, how laughable. I'm not qualified? Yang Kai grinned, Sorry, but I really am. Zhang Ao frowned, not understanding what he meant. I am the new Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land, do you think I'm not qualified? Yang Kai looked down at Zhang Ao and said lightly. As soon as this statement came out, everyone went silent and stared at Yang Kai dumbfoundedly. On the other hand, Su Hui and the others were all shocked, as if they had been struck by lightning, their eyes shining brightly as they stared towards Yang Kai's back, shouting in their hearts. He admitted it. He admitted it himself. He admitted that he was the new master of the Holy Land in front of thousands of people. Su Hui even had the urge to throw his head back and laugh wildly. During this time he had been trying very hard to make Yang Kai feel a sense of belonging to Nine Heavens Holy Land, but Yang Kai had stubbornly refused to budge. Although after returning from the monster race territory, Su Hui had felt that Yang Kai's attitude had changed somewhat, but it wasn't until now that he had finally calmed down. If he were to admit it in front of so many people, his status as the new Holy Master was already set in stone. He would not be able to go back on his word in the future. At this moment, all of the Holy Land's masters, including Su Hui, felt as if a big stone had been lifted from their hearts. Feeling extremely gratified, even the difficulties in front of them seemed somewhat trivial. Yu Ying was a beautiful woman, and her charming face glowed with radiance. her beautiful eyes were full of vigor. Vaguely, they seemed to see the fallen pillars of the Holy Land standing up again, supporting the foundation of the 9 peaks. New sacred master? Zhang Ao's face suddenly went pale as he stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. Chao Guan of War Spirit Temple also frowned, his eyes becoming cold. The wizard of Netherworld sect, Tribulation, let out a low chuckle, muttering to himself in a voice no one could hear, "Interesting, all of our efforts to draw water with a bamboo basket. There's actually a new holy master." Many of the masters and forces who had been enticed by Zhang Ao and Chao Guan understood the situation, but in fear of Zhang Ao and Chao Guan's strength, none of them dared to speak out. From the way they had treated Star Assembly Sect and Frozen Snow House, if they dared to oppose them, the next one to fall to the ground would be them. Gradually, the crowd dispersed and someone came to collect the corpses of those who had died. After returning to his tent, Yun Qing looked around and was stunned for a moment before asking, "Where's the young lady?" Yun Xian had been with them just a moment ago, but now she was gone. "Xanyu isn't here either, she probably had something to do and left temporarily," Ji Yan replied. Yun Qing couldn't help feeling relieved and didn't ask any more questions. Somewhere in the jungle, Yun Xian and Ruan Xanyu both vigilantly followed behind a young man until they left the gathering place and arrived at an extremely remote location. However, the young man's footsteps did not stop and he continued walking forward. "Hey, which force do you belong to? What's your name?" Ruan Xanyu's patience was not very good, so after following him for a while, she couldn't help calling out after seeing him not say anything and only lead her and Yun Xian forward. This young man's strength wasn't high, so she wasn't worried he would do anything to her or Yun Xian. "Two young ladies, this one is Lu Gue, a disciple of War Spirit Temple," the young man responded quickly, his attitude quite good. "War Spirit Temple?" Ruan Xanyu frowned. "Why did you call us out here? What is the big matter you just mentioned?" "Ah, you'll know when you follow me. Please rest assured I'm not a bad person," Lu Gue laughed. Ruan Xanyu coldly snorted. "Hearing you say that, why do I feel like you're just admitting you're hiding 300 tails? Since there's such a big matter, why didn't you report it to your temple master and instead sneak us out? Tell me honestly, what are you trying to do?" "I don't have any ulterior motives." Lu Gue wanted to cry but no tears came out. "I was entrusted with this task. That person asked me to bring you. No, bring this young lady over. It was you who insisted on following." "Entrusted with this task?" Yun Xian's heart trembled when she heard this and inexplicably felt a sense of expectation, quickly asking, "Who entrusted you with this task?" Lu Gue hesitated for a while before helplessly saying, "Young lady, please don't ask, this one has his own difficulties and really can't say. But you can rest assured we'll be there soon." Yun Xian quickly cast her gaze into the distance and released her divine sense, but couldn't see or sense anything. "Yun Xian, I think this little brat is a bit suspicious. Maybe there's some kind of trap waiting for us up ahead. I think we should go back," Ruan Xanyu whispered beside Yun Xian. Yun Xian smiled lightly. "You're exaggerating. He's a disciple of War Spirit Temple, there's no reason for him to do such a thing." "Then why did he bring you over?" He clearly has some kind of ulterior motive, maybe he's taken a fancy to your beauty. Don't scare me. Yun Xian hurriedly tightened her clothes. If the two of you really don't feel assured, how about restraining this one first? If we really encounter some kind of danger, this one's life or death will be up to you. Lu Gui listened to their whispers and immediately understood that they were still worried about him, so he took the initiative to propose. Good, then I won't hold back. Ruan Xanyu immediately took action and sealed off Lu Gui's true qi in just a few seconds. Lu Gui's expression remained indifferent as he continued to lead the way. Seeing him like this, Yun Xian and Ruan Xanyu felt relieved. Although the ground was covered in dust and fine powder, there were still some traces left behind by the violent surge of energy. And where are the corpses of the previous holy masters? Shi Kuan scratched his head and looked around. There may be some unknown secrets in the holy tomb. And the last time I came here I also didn't find anything, Yang Kai said quickly. If Su Hui learned that because he had fused with that drop of demon god golden blood, all the bones and coffins in the holy tomb had been destroyed, it was hard to imagine what he would think. Yang Kai simply chuckled, not intending to confront Zhang Ao at all. His figure floated backwards, avoiding the other party's attack, his expression indifferent and cold. He didn't even try to stop them from bombarding the barrier. Zhang Ao's heart clenched as a bad feeling filled his heart, his pair of eyes staring towards Yang Kai, wondering what he was planning to do. Asterisk chi chi chi, shio shio shio. Asterisk a series of ear-piercing sounds rang out as countless attacks bombarded the barrier. To everyone's surprise, Nine Heavens Holy Land's barrier seemed to be made of paper, unable to withstand a single blow. With so many masters joining forces, after less than 30 breaths of time, the barrier surrounding the 9 peaks shattered, allowing them to move forward unimpeded. Everyone was stunned, none of them having expected things to go so smoothly. After a moment of shock, Zhang Ao was overjoyed and shouted, "Little brat, let's see where you're going to run now." Saying so, he and the dozen or so Saint Realm masters rushed into the 9 peaks and surrounded Yang Kai. Following closely behind them, the other forces that had gathered here also rushed in, as if they were afraid that if they were too slow, the benefits would be snatched up by others. Bold Independent Union's Union Master Yun Cheng's expression changed slightly as he released his divine sense to carefully investigate the 9 peaks. A moment later his expression also changing slightly as he stepped forward. But before he could even step out though, he noticed that his clothes were being tugged on. Looking back he saw Yun Xian looking at him with pleading eyes. "Xian, what's wrong?" Yun Qing frowned and asked. "Father, the 9 peaks barrier has been broken, let them do the rest, we should go back now." Yun Xian bit her red lips and said, "Go back now?" Yun Qing thought for a moment before smiling gently, "Didn't I tell you about it the night before? Why are you saying such things now?" "Father, please believe me, if we stay here it really won't do us any good." "Yes, Union Master, it's time to go now, while their attention is all on that bastard," Ruan Xanyu quickly said. "You think so too?" Yun Qing glanced over at Ruan Xanyu thoughtfully. "Do you really believe in that little brat?" The night before Yun Xian had conveyed Yang Kai's advice. Yun Qing also knew that this new holy master had met with his daughter the day before yesterday, but he didn't take Yang Kai's advice seriously. The difference in strength was too great, so Yun Qing really couldn't think of any way to save 9 Heavens Holy Land. The only thing they could rely on was the 9 Peak Spirit Array and Barrier, but now they had given up on that. "Xin, is it because of your old friendship that you don't want to add insult to injury?" Yun Qing saw through Yun Xian's worries. "Don't worry, if he really has the ability to escape this disaster, my bold independent union wouldn't make much of a difference." Yang Kai nodded firmly. Many thanks. Wizard Tribulation cupped his fist solemnly. In the future you will be very grateful for this wise decision of yours. Yang Kai chuckled meaningfully. Then Zhang Ao and Chao Guan are probably going to be unlucky. Wizard Tribulation said meaningfully. He looked at Yang Kai and laughed loudly. After a while, Wizard Tribulation's expression became serious. He flicked his finger and a white light shot straight towards Yang Kai. He said loudly, "This is full of the process and memory of this wizard's fortuitous encounter. You can check it and you will know that this wizard is telling the truth. Then I will accept it without hesitation." Yang Kai merged the light ball into his soul avatar. Although that method is amazing and sensational, this wizard still has to advise you not to use it unless it is absolutely necessary. Otherwise, it is very easy to get lost in the space crack. When this wizard first used it. As he said this, he seemed to recall something extremely terrifying. He shuddered and couldn't continue. Anyway, it is always right to be cautious. I will remember that. Yang Kai nodded. He didn't check the message that Wizard Tribulation sent him. There is something else I need to tell you. Wizard, this Zhang Ao and Chao Guan probably won't give up on you in a short time, so I have to follow them for a while. But I think you won't mind. They can't catch up anyway. It doesn't matter. Yang Kai nodded. Then, this wizard will take his leave. After getting Yang Kai's promise, Wizard Tribulation seemed very satisfied. Yang Kai waved his hand and removed the restraints of the Hall of the Gods. In the next moment, the two soul avatars returned to their bodies. Wizard Tribulation nodded at Yang Kai. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he suddenly frowned and said, "By the way, have you seen the coffin-carrying man before?" Hearing this, Yang Kai's face turned cold and his aura became fierce. Wizard Tribulation was shocked. "Don't be so agitated, I was just asking." "Why do you ask?" "Because I overheard Chao Guan and his subordinate, a cultivator called Yao Di, talking about the coffin-carrying man and you. I thought you might have seen the coffin-carrying man before." "Yao Di?" Yang Kai frowned and suddenly remembered this person. He had seen him outside the city of raging fire. He asked anxiously, "What else did they say?" Wizard Tribulation shook his head. "I didn't hear them clearly. They were very secretive." He seemed to be talking to himself. "It is said that the coffin-carrying man's hiding place hides an amazing treasure. Whoever can solve the secret of the coffin-carrying man will have the power to dominate the world." "Well, I don't know if the rumor is true or not." "Hehe, you don't have to worry about it. It was just a casual remark. Goodbye." After saying this, he walked away in a carefree manner. Staring at his disappearing back, Yang Kai's brow furrowed. As the saying goes, there is no smoke without fire. Although this rumor about the coffin-carrying man wasn't completely true, it wasn't completely false. Behind the coffin-carrying man, there was indeed a power that could allow one to dominate the world, but this power was not something anyone could obtain. Wizard Tribulation seemed to have mentioned this unintentionally, but it was obvious he wanted Yang Kai to be careful not to reveal his relationship with the coffin-carrying man. This guy, his thoughts were quite heavy. Moreover, he was also the kind of person who was willing to pay any price. Just because he was optimistic about Yang Kai's future, he gave up on becoming his enemy. From a certain point of view, he was quite far-sighted. Shaking his head, Yang Kai didn't think too much about it, turned around and flew off in a certain direction. Zhang Ao and Chao Guan were still chasing after him. Chapter 828. Lush green mountains filled with the fragrance of flowers and birds, the scenery was pleasant and peaceful. Deep inside the mountain, inside a natural cave, Yang Kai sat cross-legged as a stream of memories flashed through his mind. Yang Kai's divine sense swept through the scenes and characters in this memory as if he had experienced them himself. This stream of memories was the one Wizard Tribulation had passed to him, the one of his fortuitous encounters. After getting rid of Zhang Ao and the others, Yang Kai was no longer in a hurry to return to Soaring Heaven Sect, so he simply found a place nearby to study the mysterious method of tearing space. He was very interested in this matter. If he could really master this method, even if he encountered an enemy he couldn't defeat in the future, he could easily escape. However, from the advice Wizard Tribulation gave him before he left, using this method was accompanied by great risks. Calming his mind, Yang Kai was able to clearly see the scenes in the stream of memory. In just 1 or 2 days, Yang Kai had already understood everything. Laughing involuntarily, Yang Kai thought to himself that no wonder Wizard Tribulation was so generous as to share his fortuitous encounter with him. It turned out that the restrictions on using this method were also enormous. Originally, Yang Kai suspected that Wizard Tribulation was up to no good, but after understanding everything he suddenly realized that even if he revealed this method to Yang Kai, it wouldn't be a problem. This magical method was mysterious, but in fact, it was extremely simple. It was like a martial skill but also like a soul skill because when using it, it consumed both yuan qi and spiritual energy, and the amount of spiritual energy consumed was unimaginable. Even someone as strong as Wizard Tribulation would be dispirited for a long time after using this method. Yang Kai was just a second-order transcendent, so in Wizard Tribulation's opinion, even if he comprehended this method, he wouldn't be able to use it in a short time. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Yang Kai's yuan qi and spiritual energy were many times stronger than he had estimated, more than enough to support this method. When using this method, the more yuan qi and spiritual energy one consumed, the further one could tear space to reach. Yang Kai immersed himself in the divine technique. It was rumored that all the void corridors and mysterious small worlds on this continent were created during the Great War between the masters of the ancient era. Although the rumors were not necessarily true, Yang Kai also realized that in that era, the cultivator on the mainland had extraordinary abilities. Tearing apart space and creating space might not be a difficult task for them. However, because too much time had passed, martial arts had gradually declined, and this kind of ability was gradually lost. Perhaps in today's world, the Third-Order Saint Realm Masters could touch upon this threshold and teleport several dozen kilometers or even several dozen kilometers, but they absolutely couldn't tear space and travel 1,000 kilometers in an instant. This was something only the Void Corridor could do. As time passed, the sun set and the moon rose. Yang Kai sat in the stone cave for about half a month, secretly feeling that he had thoroughly comprehended this divine technique and couldn't help but have an eager expression on his face. Although Wizard Tribulation had warned him to be cautious, Yang Kai was not willing to give up now that he had obtained such a method. Only by personally experiencing it could he know whether he could really tear space and prove whether Wizard Tribulation was exaggerating or not. Otherwise, when he really encountered danger in the future, it would be too late to pin his hopes on this method. After contemplating for a long time, Yang Kai stood up. His yuan qi surged and his spiritual energy burst out at the same time. In a sense, this young man was somewhat similar to himself in the past. When facing a strong enemy, he unconsciously wanted to resist. If I want to kill you, it's just a matter of moving my hands, you can't stop me. Yang Kai grinned, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. Hearing him say this, the young man seemed to feel that what he said was true. He sighed heavily and with a look of resignation, he stood up and said, "Senior, if you have anything to ask, please ask." Senior? Yang Kai was stunned. This was the first time he had heard someone call him this, nodding slightly, thinking that Senior was Senior. In any case, his strength was much higher than this little brat's and there was also a 10-year difference in age, so he wasn't taking advantage of him. Which great force do you belong to? Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before asking. The young man's eyes flashed as he hesitated for a moment before replying, Dragon Phoenix Palace? Does Senior not know? Dragon Phoenix Palace, sure enough. Yang Kai took a deep breath. When he noticed that the golden dragon tattoo on his back was somewhat abnormal, he had already guessed it. Now, he had just confirmed it from the mouth of this young man in front of him. Dragon Phoenix Palace. When he was in Ice Sect, Yang Kai had heard Ice Master Qingye mention it. Qingye had told him that the inheritance he and Su Yen had obtained might be related to Dragon Phoenix Palace. Dragon Phoenix Palace was a powerful force a long time ago, not inferior to Ice Sect in the slightest, but because of an accident, its inheritance had gradually declined. A centipede dies but never falls down, so although it had declined, its descendants had never been cut off. Dragon Phoenix Palace wasn't the only great force in Tongxian realm that had suffered the same fate. At that time, Yang Kai secretly decided that when he had some free time in the future, he would go to Dragon Phoenix Palace and take a look, but unfortunately after leaving Ice Sect, he had been involved in a series of troubles. Until today when he coincidentally tore through space and arrived here. Yang Kai didn't know if this was the will of the heavens. After learning that this place was Dragon Phoenix Palace, Yang Kai immediately confirmed that the inheritance he and Su Yan obtained in the Heaven's Cave inheritance belonged to this great force. Senior, who are you? Why did you open Dragon Valley's barrier that has been sealed for countless years? Before this, we all thought it was just a legend. Me? Yang Kai thought for a moment before saying casually, I have some kind of relationship with your Dragon Phoenix Palace. The young man's expression brightened as he hurriedly asked, Then we're family? Family? Ah, it's fine if you think so. The young man's expression suddenly relaxed. That's good, I thought I was going to die this time. Were you afraid I would kill you? Yang Kai squinted at him. Facing Sun Yu, Yanji, who had been calm and composed a moment ago, suddenly grimaced. Amidst the dazzling golden light, Yang Kai seemed to see a huge creature rushing towards him. Not daring to hesitate, Yang Kai quickly condensed his strength to protect himself while summoning a spirit-grade mid-rank defensive artifact. If he didn't do so, he was afraid he would be killed in an instant. Calm. The earth shook violently as a violent energy wave swept out in all directions, causing the trees to sway and the wind to distort. Yanji let out a muffled groan as he was sent flying like a kite. At that moment he felt as if he had been hit head-on by a huge force, causing the protective barrier in front of him to collapse and even his spirit-grade mid-rank artifact to crack. Looking down, Yanji saw that his artifact had indeed lost a great deal of its spirituality and would need to be repaired before it could be used again. What was that? It actually destroyed my spirit-grade mid-rank defensive artifact in a single blow. The golden light gradually stabilized and Yanji finally saw what had attacked him. His eyes narrowed as he stood there completely dumbfounded. Up in the air, a golden dragon several dozen meters long was looking down at him with a pair of eyes as large as copper gongs, filled with contempt and disdain. Under its gaze, Yanji couldn't help but feel a sense of shame and shame. The golden dragon's appearance was flamboyant, a layer of golden scales covering its body, giving it an extremely majestic appearance as if no attack could hurt it. Its claws were extremely sharp, flashing with a cold light, making one doubt that they were claws that could easily tear apart high-grade artifacts. Energy manifestation? Yanji frowned but quickly denied his own guess. The golden dragon in front of him was too real, so real that it was impossible for it to have been condensed by Yuan Qi. In other words, it was a real giant dragon. The uncrowned king of the monster race, a legendary existence capable of reaching the ninth order. Yanji had once heard that the monster race had several great seniors who were peak 8th order monster beast, and one or two of them had the bloodline of a true dragon, which was why they were able to reach such heights. For the monster race, the bloodline of a true dragon was the noblest. Because of this bloodline, one or two great seniors could cultivate to the equivalent of a third-order saint. But in front of Yanji, a true dragon had appeared. This was a legendary ninth-order monster emperor, an existence that surpassed the peak of strength in this world. Feeling the scorching energy emanating from this golden dragon, Yanji felt a chill run down his spine. Yanji stood dumbfounded in place. Ling Jian, who had brought Sun Yu here, was also dumbfounded. His whole body kept shaking as he wiped his turbid eyes over and over again, as if he wanted to see more clearly and confirm that there was no illusion in front of him. Even Sun Yu's face was filled with excitement, his eyes filled with worship. The might of the Dragon Emperor. On the other side, Qinzhou couldn't help shouting as he stared blankly at the golden dragon, unable to believe that he would one day be able to witness such a scene, let alone that Sun Yu could actually accomplish such a feat 2 years ago. This disciple was still unknown, a trivial Yuan Qi boundary 7th order cultivator. Although it was confirmed that he had obtained the Dragon Emperor's inheritance, Qinzhou estimated that even if he came out safely, Dragon Phoenix Palace would have to cultivate him for a few dozen years before he could truly grow. But now, as soon as Sun Yu came out of seclusion, he directly found a Saint Realm Master to fight and even allowed the might of the Dragon Emperor to reappear. Hong. The two violent energy fluctuations collided, each containing a completely different martial Dao concept. In the midst of the collision, a brilliant light bloomed, dazzling like fireworks, shocking everyone. The scorching energy was undoubtedly purer and more condensed, and all the icicles that came into contact with it melted in an instant, the remaining momentum bombarding Yanji. Yanji's expression was flustered, and just as he was about to dodge, a mocking voice suddenly sounded in his mind. When this voice sounded, his movements couldn't help but stop, his eyes trembling as he looked at the golden dragon not far away. By the time he wanted to dodge, it was already too late. A golden energy that was enough to incinerate everything instantly enveloped him, and Yanji screamed miserably, releasing a burst of cold energy from his body to counteract the scorching heat. A moment later he flew to the side, gasping for breath. Although he didn't suffer any fatal injuries, his beard and hair were all scorched, making him look very distressed. Looking at the golden dragon, his eyes were filled with resentment. The voice that had disturbed his state of mind just now should have been transmitted by this golden dragon in front of him, causing him to be caught off guard. What he cared about was that the voice actually sounded like a human's voice, not a monster beast. "I don't care if you are the Dragon Emperor or not, since you dare hurt me, you will die today." Yanji roared madly, suddenly throwing out the profound ice sword in his hand. The long sword suddenly transformed into a strangely shaped demon beast in midair. It was huge, comparable to the golden dragon. Baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, It pounced on the golden dragon and bound it tightly with a biting chill. With a dragon's roar, the golden dragon flew up, but was unable to break free from the monster beast transformation of the profound ice sword. Yan Ji took advantage of the situation and rushed forward. Cold chi surged between his hands. One of his hands became crystal clear like an ice crystal, exuding a biting cold light. Like a sharp thorn, he suddenly stabbed towards the golden dragon's abdomen. Yan Ji's impregnable scales could not withstand this attack and were directly broken apart. Yan Ji's hand penetrated more than 3 inches before it was blocked by the squirming flesh. When he pulled his hand out, crimson blood mixed with golden light spurted out, splashing all over his face. Ha ha ha. Yan Ji laughed wildly. From the beginning of the battle until now, he had finally hurt his opponent, and this gave him hope of victory. Without waiting for the golden dragon to counterattack, he quickly retreated and said with disdain, "You think your body is invincible? How naive." After these words came out, the golden dragon seemed to be completely enraged, and its huge body twisted and suddenly became much smaller. The shackles binding it were suddenly broken. Yan Ji was stunned. He had never heard of a monster beast being able to change the size of its body at will. He knew about the monster beast transformation, but the scene in front of him was just too bizarre. Without waiting for him to recover, the golden dragon, whose body had shrunk by several times, rushed towards him, its claws gleaming with a cold light and carrying an aura of death, causing Yan Ji's scalp to go numb. He found that although the golden dragon's body had shrunk, its majesty had not changed in the slightest, causing people to tremble with fear, and after shrinking, its movements were undoubtedly more convenient and faster. While flying, several golden chain-like energies suddenly shot out from the side of the golden dragon, wrapping around Yan Ji's space. At the same time, a golden spear appeared out of thin air, bringing with it the power to destroy the heavens and earth, shooting towards him.